we're here for.
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Jesus, I say that.
Come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
reality.
So bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for us.
I see that you know your judo.
Right now.
It's a great day for being sad.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Get rid of the Second Amendment.
China. Have to have my China.
Welcome to the resistance.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Don't worry about it, little Margo.
Gentlemen, give me a joke.
What now?
Oh, girl, baby girl.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill!
Well, here we are again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. It's been an entire day since we've seen each other last, which means there's certainly quite a bit for us to talk about. all that said, I suppose we better get right to it, Space Fams. As always, buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into space. We'll have no way of retrieving you. This is your safety announcement. All right. Good to see all of you folks here. Obvious Books, Moanoa Ben, Sue Fairy Dust B123 in the YouTube chat. Soul Life, a close fourth. Is this an early stream? I think it technically is. Yeah, it technically is. Morbius Dragon, I see you. Jet, Sarah Layla. Hermit Horologist, Michael Reich. Sisyphean Task. Epi Mew. That might be it. No. Short list for me today. Okay. Well, good to see you folks who've shown up already. Your dedication, galactically speaking, is impressive. But don't worry, it will not be going unrewarded, because today is Sunday FUNDAY. Which means we're going to attempt to have as much fun as possible while also talking about current affairs. So much good stuff on this list. Where do we start? Well, I suppose we better start here. In the United States, where it's still Women's History Month, even though all DEI is still canceled, I'm pretty sure. So, let's go to Hawaii. Talk about the celebration going on in the streets. That's right. And at homes. Maybe some venues as well. That's right. Just a couple of days ago, it was Rosie the Riveter Day. I'm waiting till today for us to have a little bit of fun with it. Let's go here. Keihan 2 News, Hawaii.
Today is Rosie the Riveter Day, a day to honor the American women who worked in factories and shipyards during World War II.
Chris Latronic joins us now live near Pearl Harbor with more. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning to you, Sarah, Sam, and everybody on this beautiful Aloha Friday. Yes, happy Rosie the Riveter Day. And it's already been celebrated yesterday, but today is the official day where it gets observed. And I step out of the way, you can see Pearl Harbor behind me. And that's where today's event's going to be, at the Pearl Harbor Visitor Center bookstore from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., where the celebration of Rosie the Riveter is going to be happening. It's all observed on March 21st in honor of the contributions of American women to the nation's World War II victory. Now, there will be 2 women from the greatest generation that will make a special appearance, as they did yesterday in Waikiki. One of them, Ginger Price, who's 92. She's a true Rosie. Ginger raised money as a student to buy war bonds in support of the war effort. The other Rosie is going to be Barbara Snyder, who's actually a Rosebud. She's a daughter of a Rosie. Her late mother worked as a factory riveter building warships in Detroit, Michigan during World War II.
Rosie's
we actually got to speak with her yesterday, and this is what she had to say.
I miss this. Rosie's riveting recipes.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Nice.
Again, during World War II.
Wordplay.
And we actually got to speak with her yesterday, and this is what she had to say.
And so, of course, at that era of life with women, you did not work when you were pregnant, because my mother was a true riveter, and she worked when she was expecting me, because my father had been injured in his work, and so she went as a riveter for ships for the Eaton Company in Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, it's so amazing to hear the great stories from all of these Rosebuds as well as Rosies.
Rosebuds.
You learn more today happening from 10 to 12 right here at the Pearl Harbor Visitor Center bookstore. More information on our website at khon2.com as we help celebrate the Rosies. Here
we go. I never heard that term used for her meeting your, I guess, a daughter of a Rosie. Fascinating. All right. Now let's go all the way to New York, Rochester. Local Rosie the Riveter to be honored a week before turning 100.
I'm staying in the race.
Tomorrow is National Rosie the Riveter Day, a day to celebrate the women who answered the call to work in factories to supply the war effort in the 40s.
And we still have with us a local Rosie the Riveter, but she didn't rivet and her name isn't Rosie. Today, we caught up with her before she flew out to receive a special honor. As World War II moved manpower from the factory to the front line, millions of women chipped in by clocking in. Mary Massiangelo of Henrietta was one of them.
I worked at Chiron Optical doing the pins for the parachutes and putting temples in the Air Force goggles. We had to do it. It was everything was secret. Secret.
Did you know what you were making at the time?
Yes, but not the pins. They wouldn't tell me because they were afraid of sabotage.
Did you like the work?
Yes. Did you want to know my boss's name? Mr. Crab.
No, that can't be true.
Got pictures of him.
Okay, I like this lady. But you want to know my boss's name?
Decades, 3 children, and a 75-year marriage later, we found Mary at the airport ready to head to New Orleans. The National World War II Museum is there, and it's at the museum. Mary and 16 other Rosies will be honored for their work on the home front. Are you nervous about the trip?
Yes.
How come?
I never got honors like this.
You think you deserve it?
I don't know.
You think you
Help
deserve
my folks.
How rude.
Do you think you deserve it? Jesus Christ, man.
I don't know. I help my folks. I put electric in their house, got her a washing machine, refrigerator. We were very humble.
And 1 week away from 100 years old, she still is. Joking, the secret to her longevity is dandelions.
Italian family used to cook a lot of dandelions, eggs.
That family at the airport to see her off. Her daughter, though, traveling with her. Only one other person, Mary says, she'd like to have along for this ride.
I wish he was here.
Who's that?
Henry, my hubby.
Died in 2018. Well, he won't be with her. The many memories they created together will, as will the memories of the years she spent making the parts that changed the war and her life. I've known Mary for a few years now, and as you can see, she is hilarious. Now, she and the other Rosies...
She is pretty funny, not gonna lie. Yeah. But you heard it directly from a woman who's about to turn 100 years old. Dandelions and eggs, apparently. Although that diet's a little harder to attain these days than it may have been back in the day. The dandelions maybe not so hard, but the eggs, I mean, my God. Oh shit, I'm gonna get a goal going here. I wouldn't want us to miss out on a sweet, sweet FUNDAY content. Okay, goal started. All the content immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Okay, let's talk about another strong woman of history. Ida B. Wells. Why we're talking about her? Well, multiple reasons. I felt this was a good story for genuinely multiple reasons. I have no other way to say that. Multitudinousness. But you'll see here very shortly. PBS NewsHour from yesterday. The Mint is being taken over by wokeness.
Finally tonight, for Women's History Month, we take a look at a special series of quarters honoring notable American women. This is the final year of the program, and one of the coins for 2025 features journalist and activist Ida B. Wells. We went to the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia to watch hers being made. At the U.S. Mint in Philadelphia, this is what they mean when they talk about making money. This machine turns out more than $187 in quarters every 60 seconds. These coins honor Ida B. Wells, the pioneering journalist and civil rights activist. It's one of the last in the Mint's 4-year American Women Quarters series. What happens in this area that works?
So this is the first step.
Production supervisor Clayton Crotty explains the process.
So 80% of each coil gets turned into coins.
The coils weigh as much as 11,000 pounds each. A machine punches out discs, the blank canvas for the coins. A press stamps the design onto them, what's called striking. When the Mint began in 1792, it took 3 years to produce 1 million coins. Now, 30 minutes.
My God. That's a lot of quarters. At PMU with the super chat. It's been a riveting show so far. See, this is how I know it's Sunday Funday. The pun game is on point already in chat. Well played. Well played, PMU. Way to help us break the old ice here.
$350 million Ida B. Wells quarters are expected to go into circulation. As an investigative journalist in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, Wells raised awareness of the vicious violence against blacks in the era of lynching. In 2020, she was awarded a posthumous Pulitzer Prize for that work. As an activist, she pressed for a federal anti-lynching law, something that didn't become a reality until 2022. 91 years after her death.
Jesus Christ.
Wells was also at the forefront of efforts against segregated schools and for the vote for women.
Well, this would have been my dream job, and I did land my dream job.
Really?
Yes.
Mint sculptor Phoebe Hemphill had the challenge of translating that life history onto a canvas less than 1 inch in diameter.
The design goes through the committees in Washington, and if they choose the design and it happens to be my design, then I get to design and sculpt it.
Hold on, I see it lagging right now. I also made a mistake on the super chat goal. Did not mean to make it 10. Hold on. Experiencing some early lag here. Let me. Okay, I think we're good. Just momentary.
So, for instance, with the Ida B. Wells quarter, did you submit a design?
I did. It was not chosen.
Is that a little bit of a disappointment?
Kind of, yeah.
Aww.
But I got to be humble with my expectations there.
Even though her design didn't win, she was chosen to sculpt the one that did. It was in her studio above the production floor that she transformed the 2-dimensional drawing into a 3-dimensional sculpture.
That's the main challenge in making a coin, is to get as much sculpture out of it as you can, given the constraint of that low relief.
She's one of the few mint sculptors who still uses both traditional clay and plaster techniques and modern digital tools.
This is honestly super cool to watch.
The designs that we try to come up with usually have important elements in it for the person's story. Try to give an indication of a little bit about their background.
It's surreal.
Yeah, I don't know if anybody else finds this as cool as I do, but honestly, I found watching her sculpt that going to be oddly satisfying.
And heartwarming at the same time.
Dan Duster, Ida B. Wells' great-grandson, appreciates the results.
The detail on it, John, is actually intricate and amazing. And so we talked about her hand positioning, the brooch that's on the coin, which is a feather to reflect her commitment to journalism. So, yeah, it was a very involved thing.
He helped pick the winning design and now uses the quarter whenever he can.
Normally I use a credit card, right? So I've been paying for cash with a lot of things, trying to see if I can get a quarter. So I did stumble upon it.
Come on! What? This guy is the grandson of Ida B. Wells, and they can't just give him a roll of quarters? I mean, Jesus Christ.
What you talking about?
That's fucked up. Oh, boy.
Smithsonian staff researched and picked the women who appear on the coins.
This is tangible. History is tangible. It's in your hand.
Elizabeth Babcock is director of the Smithsonian American Women's History Museum.
The idea there was that we wanted to end up with a set of women who really represent all the many ways that women in our country have contributed, whether it's in the arts, whether it's in STEM, whether it's in health and medicine. And I think we ended up with a really great set.
The only woman depicted on coins had been Lady Liberty until the Susan B. Anthony dollar in 1979. The Sacagawea dollar followed in 2000. In 2021, Congress established the American Women Quarters Program. Some of those honored are household names: Eleanor Roosevelt, Sally Ride, Maya Angelou. Others are less well known.
You can look at the beautiful quarter itself, and you can ask questions about, who is this woman? How did she contribute to American society and culture? Why is she important?
Absolutely. And I love this program. I wasn't even aware of this legislation in 2021, and I'm sure it will be canceled
immediately, if not sooner.
Now that PBS decided to do a story about it, I'm sure someone over at the White House found out about this. Canceled. Illegal.
Illegal.
Women on quarters.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Can't have that. All right. Now let's go to another well-known historical figure who has unfortunately passed away in the last 24 hours or so. This story came out. Announcement. Black sports legend George Foreman, boxing legend. I mean, not just boxing legend, but I mean, I think most well known for it. But he does. You may know him from some other stuff as well. Perhaps you've tried to cut the fat in your cooking routine. Maybe you like to grill sometimes. Well, unfortunately, George Foreman has died at the age of 76. Here's France 24 English from yesterday.
Boxing legend George Foreman has passed away at the age of 76. The heavyweight boxing legend was remembered as a devout preacher, devoted husband, loving father, and proud great-grandfather by his family on Instagram. Known as Big George in the ring, the American built an extraordinary boxing career. In 1968, Foreman won the super heavyweight Olympic gold medal, aged just 19. He later turned pro, winning 37 straight matches before earning his first heavyweight title against reigning champion Joe Frazier. His 1974 Rumble in the Jungle against Muhammad Ali remains one of the most famous boxing matches in history. Ali, the older man, came into the match as a heavy underdog against the bigger and younger champion.
It was really strange. I thought I'd knock him out in 1 or 2 rounds, but about the 3rd round, I'd hit him, and he fell on me. I thought, that's it. And he started screaming, "That all you got, George? Show me something." And I knew then I was in the wrong place at the wrong time.
The bout ended in a shock upset in favor of Ali, who finally knocked Foreman out in the 8th round after exhausting him with his rope-a-dope tactics. Foreman won back his title 20 years later after his 1994 knockout win against the undefeated Michael Moorer, making him the oldest ever heavyweight champion at the age of 45.
All right, we're going to keep talking about George Foreman a little bit here. Here's George Foreman talking about his friendship with Muhammad Ali. Even though they fought in the ring, they got along outside of it.
When you throw it, turn it.
He's been out of the ring for decades, but George Foreman still knows how to throw a punch.
George Foreman continues to stalk Ali.
And he remembers the moment his legendary punch failed to knock out his greatest opponent in what was dubbed the Rumble in the Jungle. Foreman was the heavyweight champ when he fought Muhammad Ali in Africa. He expected a quick win, but
I beat him up just like I'd beaten everyone else up, and they knew they would beat. He never wanted to quit. He had a fighting heart, just wouldn't stop.
Not gonna do it.
Foreman says he, Ali, and Joe Frazier were one person, bound together by legendary wins and losses to each other.
I remember Joe Frazier slipped away, and I thought, we'll never be the same again. And then losing Muhammad Ali, I call that was the greatest piece when we lost him. Now, I don't know what to do. I'm out here alone.
The three came together for a boxing event in London several years after Ali was diagnosed with Parkinson's. He arrived with his tuxedo undone.
So I had to pull him off to the side. I didn't want anyone taking photographs. And I fixed his collar, put his tie on, and did his cufflinks. I said, "Now, you're looking pretty." He said to me, "George, I never did think it would come to this."
Did it hurt you to watch him kind of go downhill?
Heroes always lose something, and there's nothing wrong with it. As a matter of fact, that's their attractiveness. Muhammad Ali was attractive.
Why was he so special to you? You say he was the greatest, but not just the greatest boxer.
The greatest boxer, that's a put down. Boxers, reporters, movie stars, anyone who would meet Muhammad Ali would become better at what they did.
All right, last one on George. Just want to give him a galactic farewell here.
At just 19, George Foreman solidified himself as one of the world's greatest boxers, winning a gold medal in the sport during the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City.
Heavyweight champion of the world, George Foreman.
But his path to victory started from troubled beginnings. Born in 1949, Foreman grew up in the segregated South in a rough part of Houston, Texas, where he dropped out of junior high school and took to the streets.
George himself would tell you he was a mugger, essentially. He got himself out of that by joining the Job Corps, which was a place to get like teenagers into a trade.
It was through the Job Corps that Foreman found boxing. After his Olympic win, Foreman turned pro and with a 37-0 record went on to win his first world heavyweight title against Joe Frazier in 1973. Defending the title twice, Foreman met his match when he went up against boxing legend Muhammad Ali the next year in perhaps the most storied fight in boxing history, the Rumble in the Jungle.
It was like I was mugged in the jungle. I thought I'd knock him out in 1 or 2 rounds, started screaming, "That all you got, George? Show me something."
The two would eventually become like brothers, but the loss took Foreman out of the ring for a year. Eventually, he would go on to win 5 more matches before retiring in 1977 after a loss to Jimmy Young. It was then that Foreman turned to religion, becoming a minister. He returned to the ring a decade later in 1987, winning 24 straight matches before eventually making history again in 1994.
I just want to go out there, show the world that 45 and 55 is not a death sentence. We can do anything we want to do. Goodbye.
In a knockout win against Michael Moorer, at 45 years old, Foreman became the record holder for the oldest ever heavyweight champion. Foreman finally retired in 1997, but continued to be a household name with the launch of his popular health-conscious George Foreman grill.
With a lean, mean, fat-reducing grilling machine from George Foreman.
In a post on X, Mike Tyson says that Foreman's contribution to boxing and beyond will never be forgotten. Foreman is survived by his children, including 5 sons, all named George. In an Instagram post, Foreman's family called him a devoted husband.
I did not know he named all of his sons George. Come on, George. You couldn't come up with some different names there, pal. Oh.
That's too much, man!
You will be missed. All right. Now, this next one isn't technically about George Foreman, but it's Sunday Funday, and I felt like this was a great way to wrap this up. Let's go here. God, George! 5 dudes come running. Oh my god. Some people have had some negative experiences with, well, not specifically George, but with a different Foreman product. Okay, there we go. See, George Foreman wasn't just a sports figure, okay? He changed the world, all right? There we go. All right, that's it on George. We're not done with sports, okay? We're not done with sports. It's been a long time since I've seen that one, honestly. It's been a minute since I watched The Office, but I felt like this was the perfect moment to just sneak that one in here. Okay. Let's go on. Talk about other things happening in the sporting world. Let's go to CBS Miami, as basketball season is in full play. I don't mean, of course, NBA has been going on, but NCAA, Sweet 16, March Madness, it's all happening. Maybe CBS Miami can clue us in on what's been going down.
Well, plenty of action on day 3 of the NCAA tournament. Teams fighting for a spot in the Sweet 16. Sports anchor Samantha Rivera joins us now from Center Court with a look at the action. Samantha.
The road to San Antonio is brought to you by your South Florida Audi dealers. Now let's get to CBS Center Court.
Well, Chelsea, if you listen real closely, you can almost hear the sound of busted brackets everywhere. The madness just continuing on this fine Saturday. John Calipari and his 10-seed Arkansas Razorbacks managing to beat Rick Pitino and 2-seed St. John 75-66. Calipari now just the second coach to take 4 different schools to the Sweet 16. Meanwhile, it's the end of an aura for the McNeese Cowboys, falling to Purdue in the Midwest region 76-62. Mr. Aura, also known as Amir Khan, is the star student manager, gone viral and still making more news today. Expected to follow head coach Will Wade to NC State, joining his staff as a graduate manager. And listen, good for him, okay? Racking up all that NIL money, and he doesn't even play. That's how you get it done, though, okay?
That's how you get it done. Plenty of games to follow, it's true. And you know what else is doing? It's causing a lot of people to bet their hard-earned money on these sporting events, which probably mean almost nothing to them. But hey, you do you, people. Let's go Terps. Turtle emoji. I I don't know what this is referencing. I assume it's something sports related. I am not familiar with the Terps. I know of different Terps. I don't know if that's the Terps you're talking about. They're not sport related, generally speaking. All right, now let's go over to Colorado, where downtown businesses are feeling the madness during NCAA March Madness tournament. What a title from Denver 7. Feeling the madness. Boy, jokes. They got jokes over here.
Local bars, restaurants, and hotels are also playing host to thousands of traveling fans. So Denver 7's Sam Pena spoke to one Lodo bar feeling the madness.
Don't be fooled by the quiet.
We have people, flying into town who've never been to Denver.
Soon, this Lodo bar will be dancing.
They're taking in the city. They're enjoying basketball. It's just an exciting weekend. Business is up. Numbers are up. There's more people out on the street walking around. There's more people coming in at earlier times.
For nearly 30 years, Swanky's has catered to all things sports, but they have a special place in their hearts for the Badgers.
This year is special because Wisconsin, our college team we cater to, Wisconsin Badgers, is in town for March Madness.
Manager Ty Savalainen says the local bar is one of many, seeing a boost from the NCAA tournament. But their Wisconsin ties means the tournament has been a slam dunk.
They won the first round of games, so they're moving on to the second.
So it's a slam dunk. Denver 7 ABC, more focused on the puns than the journalism right now, but hey, it's a good time. Not gonna lie. The Maryland Terrapins. Thank you, Narwhal, for explaining that to me. I was thinking more of the flavorful Terps, of which I'm a fan of. And I'm unfortunately significantly deficient in at this moment. It's quite funny. Okay. Now, let's talk more about drinking. But not alcohol. This guy, not a fan of the alcohol, but he does have one particular hydration obsession, that being Diet Coke.
Immediately, if not sooner.
JD Palm brought back his famous Diet Coke button. We're so back. Okay, I was going to start out with something else, but we got to start out with this first. That's crazy.
At the bottom of the desk.
Where's the Coke button?
It's right here. Everyone.
It's right next to nuclear.
Thinks that's the nuclear weapon. They think it's a nuclear weapon.
Right next to nuclear. Whenever Donald Trump talks, grammar just goes straight out the window. The Coke button is right next to nuclear. They're both super important. Gotta have them right next to each other. I'll never mix them up.
Everyone thinks that's the nuclear weapon. They think it's a nuclear weapon. They say if I press this, it's the end of the world.
Oh, And then there's like 50,000.
And it doesn't seem to work out that way.
50.
Doesn't that look beautiful though over there? But to me, you know what looks beautiful? The Gulf of America. Look at that.
Look at it.
No, I'll take the
That's crazy. Dude, he just pressed it. And it's kind of funny because obviously it's the Diet Coke button. It's not the nuclear button, right? Obviously. Having said that, Laura Ingraham is in the room with him. And she's unsure, okay? This is classic Trump, by the way. Very funny. But look at Laura Ingraham's face. Look.
They think it's a nuclear weapon. They say if I press this, it's the end of the world.
And then there's like
and it doesn't seem to work out that way.
50.
Doesn't that look beautiful though over there?
Like 50.
This is how the world ends, huh? Donald Trump goes to order a Diet Coke, accidentally hits the nuclear button. World War III started. All over a Diet Coke. Okay. Let's keep talking about Trumpy. We're going to go right back to sports, though. Just wanted it for that tiny clip. Thanks, Hassan, for the clip. Okay. Forbes breaking news. Donald Trump been busy supporting NCAA sports, but basketball not manly enough for him, apparently. He's more focused on blood sports, I guess. Let's go to Forbes breaking news. Breaking. This is in the title. Breaking news. Crowd goes wild as Trump arrives at the NCAA Division I Men's Wrestling Championship. Oh my god, that's loud in 1 year. Jesus Christ. Great to see everybody. USA! USA! I like the people trying to start the USA chant, but they can't quite get it going. Donald Trump working very hard to make sure the government keeps working. That's why he's here at a college wrestling championship in Philly. Makes sense. This is what hard work looks like, okay? But he wasn't the only one here. No. No. He brought some buddies with him, including his best buddy. Wow. That is one ill-fitting sweatshirt. It's making the undulations of Elon Musk's grotesque body really pop out in all the wrong ways. Gross.
Don't be creepy.
Look at Jim Jordan. Another guy who's got some weird things about attire. Gym shorts, look it up. Susie Wiles is there, of course. Gotta have Susie. Gotta have the Ice Queen. Gotta have the Ice Queen at the fucking...
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and
This is how hard the government is working to make sure that, you know, your grandma doesn't lose her Social Security, or, you know, whoever doesn't lose, you know? This is how they ensure the government keeps functioning, by hanging out here, all together. Jim Jordan genuinely just looks like a villain. Both he and Elon do. They're, you know?
How long are we going to wait until after Christmas before we move?
I don't think we're going to stay super long in this spot, because we got to get out of the way, because they're going to have people come down these carpets.
Like, immediately following him? Or?
Probably 20-30 seconds.
Why is Jim Jordan chewing that gum so voraciously? Settle down, Jim. Gum didn't deserve it. But one guy showed up a little late. You'll see him peek his head out in this next video. Still staying with the Forbes breaking news here. Everybody was here.
Give me a joke.
Well, you can do it yourself, because you're in this next video, aren't you, buddy? A key to our freedom. The key to our freedom is hanging out at a wrestling event. And this is not the first completely pointless event for them to show up to. NASCAR, the Super Bowl, none of that is helping America. I'm going to point this out to people in case, for some reason, people think this is genuinely helping. Where are you? Where is he? Shows up late. Guy, Mark Wayne lives on his own. There he is. There's Mark Wayne. Look at him. There he is, hiding in the background here. Mark Wayne. Woo! Look at this super sticker. PB coming in hot. Moo dang. Skirt, skirt. Skirt, skirt. Really drifting out that computer chair right there. Impressive. Loving it. Loving it. Thank you for the super sticker, PB. Have we seen this one before? I like this. I like this a lot. But yeah, here's Mark Wayne.
I don't want reality.
Hanging out. So I guess like half of our government is here hanging out at the Division I Men's Wrestling Championships rather than them doing their jobs, making sure the government stays open and people get their promised benefits. Yeesh, working very hard over here. Okay, now let's go to talking about what Democrats either should be doing or are doing, have done recently a little bit. In fact, let's talk about something incredibly important, okay? I don't know how many people who watch my stream are from Wisconsin, but if you are, I need you to focus in here for a second, okay? Let's go to the majority report, Sam Seder, to an incredibly important state Supreme Court election. I know that sounds weird, but you'll see why it is important. I think this was from the Friday stream. Pretty sure. Okay, here we go.
It seemed like the Trump administration wanted to lean into something that is popular and that they're on the right side of the American public is, which is deporting criminals who are here.
Oh,
illegally.
shit.
That's something the majority of the public supports. But it turns out as we
Why
get
is
more
this still here?
information about
Why is this still here? I thought I took this out. Yes, this is from yesterday. We watched this yesterday. We don't need this. I guess we can watch it again. Whatever, we're already here. So this was CNN. Doing great journalism again.
it seems like the Trump administration wanted to lean into something that is popular and that they're on the right side of the American public is,
Like
which
what?
is deporting criminals who are here illegally.
Oh.
That's something the majority of the public supports. But it turns out as we get more information about who was actually deported, there were a lot of people who fell through the cracks. And the conditions that
Oh.
they're now in, because they're off U.S. soil,
The
our
cracks.
ability to bring them back is somewhat restricted, are terrible. And it's un-American.
Yeah, oh, it is.
What I would say is this. My
Uh-huh.
one caution is Trump is going right up to the line of violating the courts, of directly saying we're...
This woman is such an idiot. Also, she's the former White House communications director for Donald Trump. But in the CNN title, they said, View host. Oh, yeah, View host. Love that. That's definitely the title you should give her.
Be following your rulings. But DOJ is engaging, and I think people like Chuck Schumer and others saying, right now we are in a constitutional crisis, you risk becoming the boy who cried wolf. There
First
will
off-
likely be a moment that Donald Trump black and white clearly oversteps that line, and no one's going to need to tell
Oh
you.
my
You're
God.
going to need to know, and I imagine the Supremes are going to weigh in a more heavy-handed way. But I do worry about this anytime that he's kind of pushing back or using this language he does, it's a constitutional crisis, it starts to fall on deaf
It's
ears.
also, I agree with that. And
So, shut up. Shut up. You're a tabloid journalist. You and I have basically the same level of seriousness. But I mean, there's so many things to push back on here. First off, when did Chuck Schumer say we were in a constitutional crisis? I didn't hear it. Maybe he did. I missed it. We are in a constitutional crisis. And Donald Trump didn't go right up to violating the courts. He circumvented them entirely. Okay, stupid? Like, what are we talking about here? He completely circumvented. He went around the immigration court system, right? Not giving the courts even the opportunity to stop, to tell him to stop before he deported them, right? That's beyond a constitutional crisis. Forgetting the fact that he's completely done all the other things that have gone against the Constitution, like usurping the power of the purse, or the fact that he is calling for the impeachment of, like, all these things he's doing. You know, it's just I mean, wow. Just utterly idiotic. And I love just seeing it. Instead of calling her in the title like they should have, you know, Donald Trump's former White House communications director, they're like, oh, let's use her most recent credentials. She's a View host. She's just a normal lady. Just a normal lady. Yeah. All right. I'm sorry. I get totally sidetracked because that video was still in here. Although, I don't know. I feel okay talking about that for a second time. Let's go back to talk about Wisconsin. What do you say?
Sam Seder, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure, I believe, to welcome back to the program Ben Wickler, the chairman of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin. Ben, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me. It is a living the dream, fighting the nightmare.
Good question, Simric. What is up with my voice? Here's what's up with my voice. My microphone is no longer what you're getting this sound from. If you're just tuning in this week, Friday, this weekend, I mean, Friday, we found out that my audio interface, piece of hardware, which allows me to route my fancy microphone into my computer, died. No longer does it power on, meaning I am now forced to use the internal microphone on my computer. And if you'd like the audio to be better, well, there's one good thing you could do. You could contribute to the Galactic News Network. And if you want it to happen faster, I'd recommend going to Cash App, PayPal, or Patreon, where I get the money immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Otherwise, we'll be stuck with this terrible microphone audio. It's a fact.
I don't want reality.
That's what I would say about how.
Yes, well, I'm glad to hear at least it's you're.
By the way, can one of the mods tell me, or anybody tell me, how many likes we have right now on the stream? I feel like we probably must have enough likes for an emotional support character at this point. An hour in.
You're living the dream, as it were. It's good to see you. Let's start with this race that is coming up in less than 2 weeks. It is really key one. I feel like, I mean, certainly for the duration of this iteration of my show, and I should say, just full disclosure, we knew each other back in the Air America days when you were producing there, and you came in and gave me some advice on this show probably 10, 12 years ago, I think it was, 14 years ago maybe. But this show has, I could mark it, when I mark it in my head, about the fights that we have seen in Wisconsin over the course of the past 14 years. You had Scott Walker, who basically unleashed the Koch brother experiment that in many ways attempted to sweep the nation, and has in some respects, in terms of like busting unions and attacking Medicaid there. And Wisconsin, though, over the past 7, 8 years, and I know at least you deserve at least a chunk of that credit.
Sorry, hold on. Gotta pause the video. I've gotten a report back on the like count. Simric, by the way, thank you so much for the super chat. Doing your part, you certainly are, and in fact, you just helped us complete the goal, even though it doesn't look like it. I did not intend to do 10 super chats. I always do 5. 10 is too much. I genuinely do want to give you all the content, and so that's why I always do 5 instead. I mean, not that I don't want the money, but you definitely helped. We just crossed over the goal line, because we usually do 5, and that technically gets us over, because it's a golden super chat, and I always count those double. So you're going to get all the content immediately, if not sooner. Only took us 41 minutes to complete the goal. Really impressive stuff. Thank you, chat. Okay. Okay. Let's get some emotional support characters in here. Whoa, that just landed. Okay. Here we go. Back to talking about a very important election in Wisconsin. that could determine the future.
But of course, I think a lot of Wisconsinites do, has been fighting back, has reversed things like the gerrymander there, has taken back power in your state. And a big pivot point for that has been the Supreme Court. Tell us about that history, and then let's talk about this race.
Absolutely. So Wisconsin experienced a kind of micro version of what the whole country is experiencing right now, which is Republicans sweeping in, taking trifecta control, and then immediately setting about trying to smash the basis of the progressive movement, democratic strength, worker power, clean and effective government. What Scott Walker did when he came in, he said on the basis of a trumped up budget crisis that they needed to smash collective bargaining for public sector employees. That was Act 10, 100,000 people protesting outside the state capitol. At the same time, they gerrymandered our maps to high heaven, locking in conservative majorities from Congress to the state legislature. They passed voter suppression laws that had a massive, terrible effect on especially young voters and black voters, which was the intent, as a whistleblower later revealed. It was a full court press. And then within government agencies, they were throwing out the nonpartisan civil servants. They were clamping down on the use of any language. They said the Department of Natural Resources couldn't mention climate change, for example. It was all this stuff that we're kind of seeing now with Trump and Musk. And it almost worked to break democracy in the state. They had a hammerlock for years. And this was all in part because our state Supreme Court rubber stamped a whole bunch of illegal laws. There was a Supreme Court race in the spring of 2011. The more progressive candidate who would have tipped the majority to pro-democracy justices lost by less than half a percentage point. And so they had a state Supreme Court majority for 15 years that they used to just support whatever it was that Scott Walker and Republicans wanted to do. I moved home in 2018. I got to volunteer for Governor Tony Evers, who won that year by 1.1 point, which in Wisconsin we call a landslide because it's more than 1 point. Attorney General Scott Call beat a terrible Republican Attorney General who'd been part of this whole machine attacking everything good. His name was Brad Schimmel. We Democrats swept every statewide election that year. And then in 2019, I was elected chair. While I was running for chair, there was another Supreme Court race that we lost again by less than half a percentage point. So these Supreme Court races have been critical, and I made fighting in these Supreme Court races a top priority for me and for our work at the party, alongside this amazing, the folks who've been on the ground year over year, from candidates to grassroots activists and organizers to our partners and friends in the union movement. So many folks. Spring of 2020, we won a double-digit landslide in a race that seemed potentially lost because it was the first election during the COVID pandemic, and Republicans insisted on going forward, even though in Milwaukee, out of 168 polling locations, only 5 were open on election day because so many poll workers had dropped out because of COVID. And that sort of sparked the rush that we've had since then. We won the 2020 presidential by a hair's breadth, 0.7 of a point. In 2022, we, for the first time in more than 60 years, we won a governor's race when there was a Democratic president in the White House and prevented a Republican supermajority. 2023, we finally won the state Supreme Court majority, another blowout. And now, and then the state Supreme Court, I should say, they struck down the gerrymandered maps, but only after Republicans tried to impeach our Supreme Court justice before she could start doing her job, to prevent her from ruling on whether the maps were constitutional. And we managed to fight and organize and push that back. So the Supreme Court has really transformed our politics in the state by reading the Constitution before approving any set of maps. And we now have fair maps in our state legislature. We still have gerrymandered congressional maps because those have not been adjudicated yet. But in this race now, Brad Schimmel, the guy who Josh Collar, Attorney General, beat in 2018, he's running to become and kind of ultra hyper mega Supreme Court justice. And if he wins with an open seat now, retiring progressive justice, this will determine the majority on the court. So this is like a race that will either pull us straight backwards into hyper gerrymandered state legislative races, attacks on voting rights from the Supreme Court. He has said that Trump keeps losing in the courts and we need a support network. And the only way we can stop that is through the courts. Brad Schimmel, he's like running to be Trump's MAGA warrior in Wisconsin, potentially overturn elections. And on our side, we have Susan Crawford, who, let me put it this way. There was a case called Planned Parenthood versus Brad Schimmel. Brad Schimmel said he was honored to be named in that case.
Jesus Christ.
The lawyer in that case for Planned Parenthood was Susan Crawford, who is the candidate that I'm supporting and Democrats are supporting for Wisconsin Supreme Court. So it's like freedom, democracy, justice, fairness versus mega Musk on the other side. And that is coming up in 13 days.
We should say that these races are technically nonpartisan, but it's quite clear who the progressive justice is and who.
Seriously, that's a great point Sam's making here. So, state Supreme Court races are not, judicial races are not supposed to be partisan. But they are making it incredibly partisan. Elon Musk has been dumping money into this race. I think almost $15 million now is getting put into ads. And like, what do you call them? Like fake. Like he's doing all sorts of really, really sketchy stuff to try and get this guy elected. So if you're in Wisconsin, you gotta vote. You gotta vote for the other person. What's her name again? What did he say it was? Something Walker, I think. All right, that's not fun enough for Sunday Fun Day. We're gonna move it on. I just figured we'd mention that because it is genuinely important. So I don't know. I don't think we have a ton of Wisconsin watchers, but if you are, you know somebody, let them know. Get out there, vote for the right lady for the job. All right, let's talk more about Democrats, ones that are already in office. One, Chucky Schumer. But I'm not going to go to a stuffy boardroom or CNN or something like that. We're going to hit the streets, okay? Let's hit the streets, see what's going on with Chuck Schumer. Susan Crawford, thank you. Thank you, PB.
Everyone knows where he lives.
And everyone who's an activist in New York City knows where he lives.
We're not posting his address.
Walter.
Illegal. That could be any address.
It could be any, yeah, exactly. Two guys just having fun. Missing backbone.
So Chuck Schumer worked with the Republicans. He didn't shut down the government. He passed the continuing resolution to give Trump and Elon Musk everything they want.
Yeah,
he caved. Yeah, he caved.
What are you going to do? It's how the process works. They don't have a majority. But we're adults.
We're adults.
You know, we're not going to be childish about this.
Yeah, we're not going to show up to his house and put these signs up all over his neighborhood.
I don't even know where his neighborhood is.
Come on.
And we're not going to tell you because that would be irresponsible.
Yeah. Illegal. I mean, look at this. Could be anywhere. Look, this is like a very random background.
I'm not even going to.
Where? Yeah, exactly. There's no way to. There is.
Yeah, good luck.
There are no.
State this is in.
There are no clues. There are zero context clues for where they are. No recognizable landmarks in the background anywhere. I can see, although I'm squinting so hard I can barely see anything. 42 likes. Sorry, we're gonna go right back. So, but we gotta go to the cantina. Wait, we already have this one. I just rolled the same number.
Illegal.
There we go. Got it. We got it. Back to some nondescript location.
All right, Yuval.
Yeah, good luck, Yuval. Yeah. Yeah, Yuval's never going to find this.
I don't think it's being petty.
If anything, it's not petty enough.
Yeah.
Because obviously this is someone who.
This is a medical concern. This is.
Yeah, we're gonna help find it. He will teach you how to. There's not a thing you can pull off.
Yeah, that's true. It's propaganda for children. That's why it's down here.
Propaganda.
Yeah, into hating establishment Democrats.
Oh God, that's fucking amazing.
It's gonna be anyone.
Propaganda for children. Hey, PragerU's doing it. PragerU's doing it. I mean, why shouldn't Walter Masterson be doing it? You know? Oh my God.
I think MAGA would be like, you know what? It's about time you jumped on board. And we'll be like, listen.
No.
Like,
we hate him for different reasons.
Like, you have the wrong reason. You hate him because he's Jewish.
Yeah.
I hate him because in my comments, people are like, you support that communist.
Communist, Marxist, Jewish, Chuck Schumer. I mean. Yes.
And Hillary Clinton always talking about the will of the working class.
Help! I'm being repressed!
Am I petty? Absolutely. But is it a problem? No. My pettiness is my gift from God. It's my special talent. My pettiness makes the world a better place.
But isn't it a problem for other people?
Yeah.
Excuse me,
this is truly
grandfather
great.
lost his spine.
My grandfather.
Let me know.
My grandfather lost his
My grandfather
spine.
lost his spine. If you've seen it, let me know. Yeah, thank you. My grandfather.
He liked
lost
it.
his
He liked
spine.
it.
If you've seen it, please call that number. It'd be very helpful. He is very funny. I do agree with that. Yeah.
Softy.
Yeah, just
too much.
Yeah,
because
he's missing his spine.
Who took it out?
Oh, that's a medical
I
procedure.
think the oil lobbyists had it surgically removed on his first day in office.
I mean, he's not a bad guy, but he's got to go with the flow. The pressure, pressure points.
Yeah, he's just a weak.
If you're interested, he's also.
This guy has no idea what's going on.
He also, if you're interested, he teaches you how to cave.
Okay.
Yeah. So he's doing a class on that.
Well, that's one of his great aspects.
Yeah, he caves.
Yeah. He's so good at it. All right, thank you. I don't know if you guys have seen anything, but my grandfather had his backbone stolen recently. He's so pathetic right now. He can't stand up for anything. Hey, kids like Democrats?
Kids like Democrats. Jesus Christ.
Hey, excuse me. I'm looking for my grandfather's missing spine. He.
Kids. I'm sorry.
Don't be creepy.
Kids, do you like Democrats? I gotta hear that again. I almost want this for a sound shot right now.
Can't stand up for anything. Hey, kids like Democrats? Hey, excuse me. I'm looking for my grandfather's missing spine. He,
oh God, I'm broken inside.
Chuck, he lives in the neighborhood.
Oh no.
He's been collapsing just all the time.
Broken.
My grandfather dropped his spine somewhere, and I don't know if you've seen it. Like, he lives in the neighborhood. We have no idea where it is.
Static problem.
Yeah, probably.
What's better than trying to find Chuck Schumer's spine? Better things to do. I'm an influencer. There's nothing better to do than being an influencer. Am I right?
It's a good point. It's a good
What's more
point.
important than this? This is our civic duty. We're going to find that thing. We're going to put it back.
They would do something to Social Security, Medicare and Social Security.
Yeah, but during government shutdown, Social Security payments still go out. He shut it down because he is afraid of everything all the time. Like, anytime you want to do
everything all the time,
engaging, he's like, no, don't do it. It's going to scare people off.
Missing his back.
There you go. Oh.
Yeah.
Subtle.
Yeah.
If you could help find
The subtle.
Yeah, he lives in the neighborhood, so we appreciate you. You're American heroes.
You're American heroes.
Elon Musk, not Chuck. Really, this is craziness.
We need to fight Elon Musk. Exactly right. Chuck isn't. We need a new majority leader who will.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Roll over, then yeah. He's
He didn't roll over. Come on.
He rolled over.
He already did.
You agree with it or not?
Yeah.
Imagine what those guys would have done if the government.
What are they doing already?
Now.
It would have been a whole lot.
Oh, it would have been worse.
Would have gone. Everything would have.
Oh.
Courts would have stayed open for 2 weeks.
And
they're there.
And they would have never reopened the government.
I feel like this lady knows Chuck personally. Just the way she's talking about this. Like, I know Chuck. He didn't cave. Chuck has never caved before. I would know. I go to dinner at his house every Sunday.
ever.
If that's our concern, how are we finding him
Do me
out?
a favor, read
Yeah.
his recline today.
Look, I understand his point of view, but I think I think that he left a lot of Democrats hanging. And like, you want to win midterms, you got to take big political swings.
So have a meeting with him. And
We've been calling and faxing him for 3 weeks.
The problem with Democrats, just do nothing, roll over.
I didn't say do nothing. I do something
said
every day of my
roll
life. I'm working with the major union that's doing work out there.
Great. Then don't bash the people actually doing something.
Supporter.
I'm gonna get the shot like right in front of his place.
They did.
Yeah,
They
I
did
feel like
find
that's going
one.
to be the thing that gets
One
us
out of many.
demonetized.
Everyone knows where he lives.
Many nods.
Everyone who's an
Humor
activist
lovers.
in New York City knows where he lives.
We're not posting his
There's
address.
one everywhere.
Walter.
Come on.
Come on.
Blur it.
Yeah, he lost his spine, and he's just weak and pathetic without it.
Yeah, no, this is great.
Yeah.
Can I take one of these?
Absolutely. Yeah.
She looks like Antifa.
If you're interested, he's been teaching a class.
He teaches you how to cave.
Yeah.
Thank you.
She take
Thank
two.
you.
No, give me two of them.
Put this up
The
right
doorman
here.
was not helpful. No.
How you doing?
What?
My uncle.
Where's the
he lives in
solidarity?
building. He lost his spine. I just wanted to put up some signs in the building, see if anyone saw his spine. What? No, it's he lives in the building. Oh wait, where can I put it? Oh, can I put it inside? Here, wait, yeah, I'll put it inside. Maybe the mail.
You probably slip it through the middle there.
Not in
Oh.
or on
Oh.
the bill.
Oh.
He
Oh.
lost
Oh.
his spine.
Come
See,
on.
this
Come
is what he
on,
looks
man.
like. And he's a weak and pathetic man without him.
There he goes.
There you go.
Yeah, that's right. Under your hand.
Under my hand. There you go.
That's right.
You could get it through the door now.
Okay.
Yeah, the fire put.
You could. I mean, I'm just gonna point this out. I actually haven't seen this. I figured I'd have more fun watching it. There's a few in here, at least, I did not watch. I thought it would just be more fun to Sunday Funday with you all for the first time. But you notice this door. It's an iron door, but then there's holes. There's holes in between the filigree. Right? You could stick it in one of these. Right? You'd roll it up, sort of. You know. Just saying. I mean, this guy does not seem about it, for whatever reason. Maybe Chuck tips him a lot. I don't know.
From the corner, we always just standing right there.
Okay.
Makes sense, right? But not on or in the building, correct?
It's not entirely clear.
Thank you.
Look at that. And but if you have seen it, just give him a call.
Yeah,
Okay?
give him a call if you've seen it, though. But it's really important.
I was whistling and waving because this guy came up to me, saw me putting up these signs, and he's like, you know, I'm a centrist, and normally I don't care for this kind of thing, but like right now, I mean, like seriously, I don't know what to do with this guy. And I was like,
if you've lost the centrist,
like I was like, you know, theoretically,
Why is his mouth being blurred?
Man,
Oh, I know why.
Center.
I see what's going on.
I've seen Gavin Newsom fans upset about this, and I was like, wow, this has got to be bad. Like people that stand Gavin Newsom are like,
legitimately, he's just like, you know, I think I don't believe in protesters. I'm an institutionalist. He's on my last nerve. I like, we got to get him out. I'm like,
it's almost as if he's not a centrist at all. He's sort of a right winger.
Chuck? No, Chuck is a nothing.
Yeah, well, he stands for nothing.
He stands for having press conferences.
Look at these guys doing the work, going from Chuck's house to his workplace.
Whether they've seen his backbone.
That's a great
Excuse
question.
me, can you help find his spine? I'm trying to find this man's spine. If this man lost his spine, if you could help find it, it would really appreciate it. Can't find it anywhere. He lost his spine. He can't stand up to anything. Would you like to learn how to give up? You know, just give up completely. We're in a constitutional crisis. The best way out of it is to just roll over and give up. And this man...
Walter Masterson, he's nothing if he's not consistent. What a guy. Out there on the streets, doing the good work. Now, there's been a couple other Democrats or lawmakers, I guess, out there who are actually doing some of the good work. Going around the country, go here for breaking news from yesterday.
We are here. I want to make sure that we pay very close attention right now, because we are here to make a sacred promise to each other. Because our goal today is not just to come together and share a few inspiring words and then go back to how things were. Our goal here today is to commit to building the kind of country we all deserve. Before we all depart here today, and it is to leave this place connected to a new person you didn't know coming in. So I want you to turn to the people around you and greet someone you don't know.
40,000 people start shaking each other's hands. There's AOC getting people to engage with each other and saying that if we work together, we will build a nation better than before. Which I think is a much better phrase than making America great again, because who are we making it great again for, exactly? Much better to think forward-looking rather than backwards. Let's see what Bernie had to say here. Another individual working hard for the people.
You know, a few years ago, when I used the word oligarchy, people didn't know what I was talking about. Well, they know what I'm talking about now. You gotta be dumb, blind, and deaf not to see what's going on. Trump gets inaugurated, and I had the unusual position, I don't know how I got right on the front row. So there I was watching the scene. Right behind Trump were the three wealthiest people in the country. Musk, Bezos, and Zuckerberg.
What just happened to the volume? Forbes.
Nominated to run major government agencies. So any working person in this country who thinks that these billionaires are simply trying to make government more efficient, you don't know what you're seeing. Now, you know, in Colorado and Vermont, all over, we have a serious problem with people who are addicted, right? We got a serious drug problem, we got an alcohol problem, we got tobacco problems, we have people who are addicted to one thing or another. But I will tell you, what I think the worst addiction in this country is, the most dangerous, and that is the greed of the oligarchs.
There you go. AOC, Bernie, taking it to the streets, taking it to the people all across the country. We already saw a lot of this yesterday and the day before, and we've been tuning into all of these Bernie Oligarchy Tour moments, so I figured we would at least do a little bit of that today. But let's move on. See what some other elected Democrats have been saying. Let's go here. A bunch of Forbes breaking news clips in a row. Here's Summer Lee making an impassioned statement.
So I want to take a second before we get into the question and answer to acknowledge what my concerns are and my fears. Is that, yes, we hear the calls that Democrats need to do more. I'm a Democrat in Congress. That we need to show up louder. That we need to show up stronger. That we need to be more clear and direct.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I agree. That when we talk about a failure of leadership, it's okay to acknowledge that we have to do better and that we can do better. But the reality is that yes, the entire Democratic Party has to do better right now. We have to decide in this moment what masters we are going to serve. And the reality is that we cannot serve two masters. We cannot be the party of our own corporate billionaires and the party of working class people at the same time. It is my belief that when we are clear about who we serve, leadership will also be clear. The direction that we want to take this country in will become far more clear. And that's why these moments are so important. It is so important to hear from you so that when you know that when we push back on leadership, because we do, that when we push back on them, we're not pushing back as just a progressive black Dem from Pittsburgh. We're not just pushing back as a squad member. We're pushing back with the power of our electorate, of our demographics. We have a mandate to change the trajectory of our party, and we know that for our democracy to survive, it is important that we do this work. It is important that we do this work. So I'm here to get better. Every day I'm trying to also figure out how I got to do better. We all got to take responsibility right now. And that's why we want to be here. We want to be here so that we can ensure we're proud of the $2 billion that we were able to secure in our first term, but we know that we're operating in a different country on today, so now we have to adapt and figure out the best ways that it is to still serve you. Because it's our job, irrespective of who's in office. We have to figure out ways of fighting back against agencies being gutted. We have to figure out ways to fight back against those crucial cuts to Medicaid or Social Security or the NIH. We still have that mandate. But tonight what we want to do is we want to hear from you. We want to hear your concerns, and to the best of my ability, we will answer them. To the best of our ability, we will answer as many questions as we can. We also want to talk about the actions that we can take, what we are doing in the legislative branch, but also what we need from our community to take action right now. If you are here today, you are probably someone who is already activated. But we want to make sure that we're helping to direct that so that we are having the biggest impact that we can. At the end of this day, I want to be able to take your voices back to DC. I want them to know that even as we're trying to figure out what direction, some people are trying to figure out what direction we're going, and PA-12 is clear. PA-12 is clear about what direction we want to go back, and I want to be able to take your voices back as we make the argument for a Democratic Party and a government that serves working class people, that serves all people irrespective of their zip code or their backgrounds, and that we are preserving our most basic civil liberties as we are doing that. So I thank you all so much for coming tonight. I thank you all so much for the questions in advance. I thank you for your respect as we do this. But also I thank you for your anger. I thank you for your righteous indignation, because that is welcome here as well. And I don't want you all to think that we don't want that. This is a space where you can do that as well. So I think that the way this is going to go, we're going to have some people start to ask the questions. I think we've seen them collecting them. If throughout this you have a question that comes to your mind, again, raise your hand so that someone can come and get it. If your name is on it, we can also come and get information from you, because whatever we can't get through tonight.
Okay. There was Summer Lee, Congresswoman from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, saying that she's here to serve the working class and not the billionaires. Okay. All right. It feels like we're already blowing through this stream right now. Hour and a half in already. It's flown by, all the fun we're having. Let's go here now. Another town hall. One Democrat made this suggestion, which received a great deal of support. Majority Report with Sam Seder. 2 days ago.
But here's what I found really sort of fascinating. Because he is the congressman from Worcester, Massachusetts, I have been following Jim McGovern's career for quite a while. I don't know how long he's been in Congress, but I want to say like 20, I mean, maybe more. He was very, very good. I mean, he's, one of those very progressive members of Congress who you don't really hear much about. He was quite good on Latin American issues and U.S. involvement there. But Worcester, I've never perceived as being a particularly progressive place, although things I think are changing there. But here he is. This is a clip of him in, I think it's Greenfield, Mass, which a little bit west of Worcester.
Thanks for that. I was curious how it was in relation to Worcester.
I know people are very concerned about it, but I must admit, I don't know how you get there. But here is Jim McGovern, and I don't remember. I mean, maybe there's clips of other Congress people talking about this, but I don't remember seeing Congress people. And he's not a backbencher. I mean, he sits over. He was, I think, chair of the Rules Committee. He still very well may be. Here's Jim McGovern with a very interesting thing to hear from a longtime elected politician.
We need to start thinking about out-of-the-box ideas like a general strike. It's easier said than done because it requires buy-in by everybody. Right? It requires planning. But in Europe, there was a tradition of that. I mean, you saw that in Poland. When the communists were in charge in Poland, when the Solidarity movement, was trying to gain traction, it was a general strike that basically, began to show the cracks in the existing government there, led the way for the Solidarity movement and led Molessa to go to power. We need to start.
There you go.
That's pretty.
That's awesome.
We haven't seen that I don't remember anybody ever talking about a general strike.
There's a reason.
No. I mean, we need more labor density. Like, that's part of the issue. And in European countries, they have, higher labor density. But still, that's something I like to hear that coming out of the mouth of a Democrat.
I hope we hear more of that kind of talk, but it also both indicate.
No, absolutely. I agree with Sam. Now, one of the reasons why I can't remember if they mentioned this or not, but one of the reasons why you don't hear elected representatives talking about general strikes in the United States, even though we see them happen in other countries, even though we supposedly have a bunch of rights in this country, general strikes are technically illegal, kind of. There's a little bit of nuance to the law, like it is a little complicated, but I mean, basically, general strikes are legal. I mean, I think it's insane that we have that law on the books. And the fact is, I support it. Not the law, but I support what Jim McGovern's saying. I support the UAW's intention to do the same thing as well. There's one planned for 2028, but I think we might need to do one before then. All right, now let's go to a problem, plaguing one channel, which we often go to on Sunday FUNDAYs almost exclusively. Good work, plagued by too many subscribers.
What?
Something I wish we had the same problem of over here.
Costco soon retracted their line of Dua Lipa scratch and sniff socks for, quote, selling too well.
Come on!
In other news is Good Work in a Bubble. The YouTube channel hosted by investigative televisual journalist Dan
Who's that
Toomey
guy?
is back at 1 million subscribers, the most since the 1987 market crash, which has analysts calling for a correction, urging the public to remember what happens every time Good Work hits 1 million subscribers.
There's no fundamentals behind what's happening here.
The growth is unsustainable.
Look, we've seen this story before.
Hopelessly overvalued versus the fundamentals.
The bad boys of YouTube business news comedy have a checkered history of driving subscribers away en masse with debilitatingly bad financial advice. In the late 90s, Good Work claimed to take down all of the sketchiest companies in the market, while claiming to uplift what they saw as the most promising ones, like Enron and SpankTheMonkey.com. When the dot-com bubble collapsed, so too did their subscriber count, only to rise again like a mighty phoenix from the ashes in the mid-2000s, with videos about the promise of the housing market and why you should get as many mortgages rolling as possible, all at the same time. Meanwhile, they were absolutely raking in the dough thanks to a multi-million-dollar Bear Stearns advertising deal featuring Toomey's trademark tagline, "Bank with the bear."
What's the worst that could happen?
Well, the worst did happen. By 2010, they suffered the monumental blow of losing 300,000% of their subscribers. And that's absolute worst case scenario, right, Deb?
Definitely. And we haven't accounted for all the
Only
changes.
to rise again like
Jesus
the phoenix from the
Christ.
ashes. In the last 3 years, this latest iteration of Toomey's Good Work investigative news team has taken on the likes of private equity, investment banking,
Actual
accounting,
videos.
business school, and so much more. And while many are calling on the channel's bubble to pop yet again, which makes sense considering how fucking boring this shit is, its founders think, quote, no, this is one of those bubbles that doesn't pop when you poke it.
Ah, interesting. Well, here at the Galactic News Network, we're still trying to get ourselves over 1,000 subs. So if you haven't subscribed yet, hit that button. What are you waiting for? Are you not enjoying? Are you not having fun?
Are you not entertained?
I mean, come on. Maybe this will tickle your pickle. By the way, how are we doing on likes right now? Any updates? Do we need more emotional support? Look at me caring about
Here is Jesse Waters, and it's interesting. I wonder if they're nervous about the walls, or if it's just a sort of a generic knee-jerk response to having anybody who getting up and showing some type of fight. But
well, they were weird. They were upset about the weird stuff when he was deploying it, and then it was effective, and then he was put in the closet, or in the corner rather. Like they are self-conscious about their lack of presence in popular culture, right? So right now they think they're back because Trump's on with Aiden Ross, and
he's from the demographic that they think they monopolize in their mind.
But I do think like they want to be perceived as the cool ones. Everybody wants to look like us. We're the Chads. We're the football players. So when they're mocked for being weirdos, it triggers something in them because they're the bullies. They don't want to be made fun of.
here is Jesse Waters. This is the guy. Oh, well, we'll talk about it in a second.
Well, his nickname's Tampon. No real man has a nickname like that.
Jumbo.
Well, that's what it is. I'm sorry.
I
didn't make it up. He wants them in boys' bathrooms.
You didn't make it. You did make it up. You absolutely made up that nickname. What are you talking about? He didn't give himself the nickname.
Well, that's what it is. I'm sorry. I didn't make it up. He wants them in boys' bathrooms. Real men don't talk about how they can beat other guys up. They don't talk about how masculine they are.
Just to be clear,
he looks good.
His
and he
nickname
looks
is not Tampon. Any more than Jesse Waters' nickname is, date rapist.
Gets punched
It's
in the
not
right room.
It's not a nickname.
Tire slasher.
Good.
Well, no, but also I'm sorry. He wants to say real men. What did he say there? Real men don't get beat up.
Let's go back and.
I'm just curious if Ryan Grimm has anything to say about this.
Make it up. He wants them in boys' bathrooms. Real men don't talk about how they can beat other guys up. They don't talk about how masculine they are. Maybe if you're a professional fighter, you can do that, but I don't know people that do that, and I know a lot of tough guys, like this guy, Greg Gutfeld. I have rules for men. They're just funny. They're not that serious. Like, you don't eat soup in public. You don't cross your legs. And you don't drink from a straw. And one of the reasons you don't drink from a straw is because the way your lips purse. It's very effeminate.
Don't be creepy.
His excuse was, well, I was drinking a milkshake. Again, you shouldn't be drinking a milkshake. Milkshakes are for kids.
I love how this guy has this ridiculous list of things that he's determined make you not a man. It seems incredible, like almost self-repressive. How could you possibly go through life
Well, his nickname.
never drinking through a straw or a milkshake?
Do we have these pictures?
Look at you. Did you send me them somewhere? I'm looking.
Look at how ladylike I look with the straw.
Ooh.
First
I mean,
off,
this woman is dangerous, ladies and
all
gentlemen.
we hear from the right is this notion of defining what constitutes manliness. I mean, the entire Daily Wire crew of men. Oh God.
No.
It looks good. It looks good. He looks good. And he looks hard.
Wow, effeminate. Jesse Waters drinking through a straw. Breaking news. Jesse Waters, now a lady.
Come on!
Okay. Let's move on from that. Go to something else comedic here. I don't know if this particular thing is comedic, but the individual saying this thing is a comedian, George Wallace, who's apparently now a CNN contributor, had some stuff to say about Elon Musk.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Elon Musk's popularity is certainly lagging Donald Trump's. Donald Trump still has tremendous support within the Republican Party, despite the fact that the cost.
This woman is hella annoying to me. Hold on. Sorry. Sorry, everyone. Really just want this part. There we go.
Yeah. I like this lady. I like the way she's talking. She's talking about Elon Musk and Social Security. Now you're getting in my territory. Now, I can't cuss on this show, but you start taking my money, you're going to hear, not only me, the Republicans going to be cussing. You cannot take our money back. You know, we work for this money. We put this money in the bank for us, for our social living right now. And that's very important to us. Don't touch our Social Security money. And I think the Republicans are going to.
Yeah, that and the veterans, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
and
I mean,
the veterans.
Those are the two issues where they've been pretty callous with the cuts and then have tried to claim that they're not doing what they're doing. The other interesting thing, I mean, Trump today, they're all focusing on the vandalism, which is abhorrent, right? Like, people should not be burning cars of any kind. Now the Trump administration is taking this personally. I mean, listen to Donald Trump in the Oval Office saying essentially that this is worse. This is.
I just realized it was later on, wasn't it? Hold on. Where is it? God damn you. I don't need to hear this part of it. All right, whatever. Let's move on. Basically, George Wallace saying on CNN, Elon Musk better not take my money. Him and other seniors all paid for that Social Security, and they have no right to fuck with it. Okay. Okay, we're going to keep talking about Tesla. Now, a couple of days ago, Elon Musk tried to reassure his employees and stock shareholders. Here's NBC News, talking about the turmoil going on over at Tesla.
Tonight, more turmoil for Tesla. CEO Elon Musk live streaming an all-hands meeting Thursday, trying to reassure his employees as Tesla stock tumbles amid a Tesla takedown protest movement against the company.
Mandatory meeting because Elon's decision to be involved in government while also owning and running multiple multi-billion dollar companies suddenly, needs to get a mandatory meeting, everybody. We got to talk about how I'm ruining the company. Everything's fine.
Read the news, it feels like, Armageddon. I understand if you don't want to buy our product, but you don't have to burn it down. That's a bit unreasonable, Stop being psycho.
The company that helped make Musk the wealthiest person in the world, now a target, seen by some as a way to demonstrate against Musk's politics and growing role in the Trump administration.
How are you feeling right now in this moment as a Tesla owner?
Embarrassed. I love the cars, and I really wish I could keep them, but I just can't be associated with that brand anymore.
Edward Sanchez says he's looking to sell his Tesla after also just dumping all 150 shares of his Tesla stock. And he's not alone. Data from car shopping website Edmunds reporting that this month has seen the highest ever share of Tesla owners trading in their vehicles.
Why do you think going after Tesla is the way to really get at and go at Elon Musk?
It's my only way, right? It's the only thing I have. You just want to distance yourself.
But some taking the
Yeesh. Even Tesla owners striking back at Elon. But not just Tesla owners. People have been protesting Elon, Tesla, DOGE all week. There were protests all across the country. Let's start in California. Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Crowds gather in Pasadena, California for a Tesla takedown protest. Look at all these woke, retired, Soros-funded protesters who all appear to be definitely, nearly, almost all approaching retirement. Why are the elderly so angry at Elon? My God.
I'm staying in the race.
All right, we're going to stay on this topic. Let's go to Utah, where protesters came out to protest multiple things, including their own representative, Blake Moore.
Tonight, hundreds of Utahns joined a growing nationwide effort to express their opinions with U.S. lawmakers. They gathered as Ogden in Ogden as Utah Representative Blake Moore attended a luncheon this afternoon.
That's right. News specialist Emma Benson spoke to some of them about their concerns.
Yeah, the GOP luncheon is happening inside the steakhouse here while 300 people are across the street protesting, saying Utah leaders are not doing enough.
We are a community of peaceful protesters that want to fight for our rights.
With signs echoing statements like, quote, stop the billionaire takeover and do your job. Utahns urging Representative Blake Moore to do more.
Mr. Moore, I went to Ogden High. You went to Ogden High. This is not you.
This rally was part of the nationwide 50-51 movement, which stands for 50 protests, 50 states, one movement.
I don't feel like they're listening. I don't feel like they care, so that's why we're here.
Let's be single file.
Organizer Cameron, who did not want to use his last name, telling us Congressman Moore has ignored his constituents for too long.
His support.
Yeah, and the chatter makes a good point. Utah is a very conservative state, and I'm almost 100% positive Representative Moore is a Republican. Could be wrong. Hold on. Nope, he's a Republican. Ogden, Utah, 1st District. My God. All right, now let's go to Illinois. They're not joking about 50-51. All the states having protests.
Buy a Tesla. Elon Musk with DOGE is kicking ass. DOGE, baby. Go DOGE.
By the way, I forgot to mention, there are two sides to this protest. Because everyone's getting paid. We're paying right-wing and left-wing supporters same time. Honk for Elon Musk $5,000 dividend. This sign is so misguided. We talked about that stupid fucking dividend. And you know what? I gotta say, I am thrilled to see this sign. I am thrilled about it. Do you know why? Because the more people on the right, the more people, more conservatives who are thinking about that dividend, the better off we are, honestly. Why? Because they're never going to get it. They're never going to get that DOGE dividend, okay? Not even close. We did the math a while back, and I don't have the figures in front of me. But there is literally no fucking way that the cuts that they're going to do will pay for a $5,000 dividend for all U.S. citizens. Okay? It's not going to happen. You know what is going to happen instead? Those tax cuts, which probably aren't even going to be paid for entirely by the DOGEs. There's going to be deficit spending to make up for it if they get that tax cut passed. But never will anybody be receiving a $5,000 DOGE dividend. And hopefully, this will wake at least a couple of idiots over there up from their stupor, their fantasy. Oh, Democrats hate cops. Look at this. Look at this Proud Boys. Look at this terrorist right here. This guy should be in jail.
Illegal.
But instead, Donald Trump is planning to put protesters who protest against. Now, are these protests illegal? Is this terrorism too, or is this are these great American patriots? It's confusing to me. I guess I just don't understand what terrorism means anymore.
Freedom, baby, freedom. Bring out this nasty government we got wasting our money. This is what democracy looks like.
Elon Musk has got to go. Hey, hey, ho, ho.
the Trump impersonator ran away from that sign. Oh, it's amazing. He was trying to win in this sign war. Hilarious. That poor Trump impersonator.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
All right. Now let's go from Illinois to Rhode Island, where more protests were happening. What did I say? State to state, from sea to sea.
We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? Bring back Russia, Louisiana now! Bring back Russia, Louisiana now! We want justice, you say how? We want justice, you say how? Bring back Russia, Louisiana now! Bring back Russia, Louisiana now!
But despite the Trump administration trying to terrify, silence, and remove students and workers from the campuses and the streets, despite them searching through immigrants' phones for deleted pictures of political undesirables, we are here in the streets anyway. We are not cowering behind our phones. We are not putting away our keffiyehs. And we are here right now, and we are here to stay. We're going to stand up for our community, and we're going to be as loud as possible when they're under attack. Because Russia's deportation is not an isolated incident. It is a part of a broader pattern of political repression against those who have a different position than the U.S. empire, those who refuse to be complicit in genocide, and who refuse to support U.S. colonizing and cannibalizing.
Yep. Okay, we still have more protests to look at. Here's New York City, another anti-DOGE protest. right. Now there's one protest which was perhaps the biggest of them all. Not in attendance, but in size of sign. Let's go here to end the first half with this.
Can't happen. Thank you.
A 250-meter long "Don't buy a Tesla" message was carved into the sand. The words were carved into the sand along with the silhouette of Musk's infamous Nazi salute.
My name's Prama, and I've been a Tesla owner for 6 years. We used to joke that Elon Musk was like a real-life Iron Man. But then I think there's so many things that have happened. He's gone into becoming someone who is obsessed by power, and that's really changed my view of him.
British political campaign led by donkeys made the sign on Black Rock Sands near Porthmadog, Wales.
I'd say the absolute pinnacle was the Nazi salute that, of course has become very infamous now. But at that point, there was no turning back. My message to anyone who's thinking of buying a Tesla: don't put your money towards this extremism and division of society. Please don't buy a Tesla.
The music is so good. It's a great choice. A great choice of music. I gotta hear this one more time. There we go. All right, chat. Well, that's going to do it for the first half. Just want to remind you all that the reason that my microphone and my voice sounds weird is because I'm not using my regular microphone. My audio interface broke on Friday, so we've been going all weekend with horrifyingly bad audio. So, if you want to help us replace that hardware, please do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network. Well, I hope everybody is enjoying the show right now. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too, so you get the latest in galactic content. While you're doing all that, I would also like to suggest to you, if you're enjoying the show, to contribute to the Galactic News Network. One of the myriad ways we have available to you to do just that. YouTube, Super Chats, Super Stickers, memberships, Twitch, bit subscriptions, and on-screen celebrations. We got Cash App and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving a cut of that money to YouTube or Twitch. Instead, have it all go to your favorite Galactic News Network. And of course, though, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a patron on Patreon. That's right, Galactic patrons get access to a cornucopia of bennies unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Avatars, shoutouts, unseen content, and much, much more. Anyway, chat, that's going to do it for me on the Galactic messaging. Make your choice how you want to support us. Always remember that only a few dollars from each of you, YouTube subscribers, Twitch followers, is all we need to keep this little spacecast afloat. Anyway, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. space fams, I think you know what that sound means. It means that the show is about to get started incredibly soon. So you better get back in those seats, otherwise you're going to miss the latest galactic content.
Don't be creepy.
This is Peter Thiel 2 weeks ago on his Rubin report. I don't know, is he funding Rubin report? Do we know?
He's on there quite a lot.
Interesting.
Maybe just friends hanging out.
Listen, it's hard to make assumptions. It's just that I remember, because I'm old, when Dave Rubin was having all these libertarian guests on at one point. And I was like, wow, he must be reading somewhere, until we found out that he was being sponsored by, who was it? What was that? What's that university? What university is it that had a Koch-funded libertarian program or something? And
Oh shit. Was I muted that whole time? That's my bad. Ah, you missed the segue and all that. That's terrible. But we also have 2 more support characters we need, according to Moanoip. No, why do I keep rolling doubles? Oh my god. Okay, there we go. Now we got it.
he ultimately revealed that he was being funded by them, and all they did was give guest suggestions and pay him money.
Probably made some introductions, too.
Oh, yeah. But so one always wonders, particularly after he's not getting $4 or $5 million that was coming from the Russians.
From Edward Gregorian.
Yes, from Mr. Gregorian.
He has a Gregorian-shaped heart, shaped a hole in his heart that only Peter Thiel can fill with cash.
Here's Peter Thiel, who is increasingly looking like some type of like evil villain character from God knows where. It's very, very
the blood infusions aren't working.
Exactly.
From True Blood, maybe.
Extraordinary is the only party, the only group that still believes in the elite universities in a way are the conservative Republicans. And so if President Trump were here, he would tell you that he went to Penn, Ivy League school. Only very smart people, David, go to Penn. Yeah. And he talked about that for quite a while. And J.D. Vance went to Yale Law School. It's the top law school in the country. And, you know, at the margins, there are other reasons we think he's good, but this is a credential we like about him. And any sort of elite credentialing has collapsed on the left. It was, Bill Clinton was a Rhodes Scholar, Yale Law. Hillary Clinton was Yale Law. Obama was Harvard Law. I think Kerry was Harvard undergrad. Mm-hmm. And there was some way, the Democratic Party used to be more elite. And then when Biden said he was a transitional candidate, it wasn't a transition. he was not going to have a sex change operation, but he was transitional from smart to dumb, from elite to very non-elite, and then Kamala was even Howard was not Harvard. You couldn't even point this out. This is probably a racist thing to say.
Kind of.
And then by the time you get to Walz, it's way worse. It's the credentials are even dumber than Kamala's. There are no smart people left, and it's like a generational change.
Pause it for a second.
Generational change.
This is bat crap crazy. This is the party of, incidentally, Peter Thiel backs the party of the working man.
They're not
and he's
elitist.
now
The working
complaining
man.
that the Democratic Party is not elitist enough. That is quite a pivot.
Yeah.
Probably from what Dave Rubin had said the day before. Where did Dave Rubin go to college?
Remember how elitist it was?
Where did this genius David Rubin go to
question.
college?
But remember how elitist it was that Obama put mustard on his hot dog? Don't you remember that?
Yes, but the Democratic
Don't
Party
be
has
creepy.
left those.
Dave Rubin only went to Binghamton. I mean, come on.
SUNY Binghamton?
Yeah, I went to NYU at least.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I'm sorry, but the Howard thing is something racist to say, because HBCUs, historically black colleges and universities, Howard is an incredible college. It's the probably in terms of like HBCUs, it's the most lauded one out there, and it was in part created because of segregation, because black people were excluded from the institutions that he's saying are so important now. But a year ago, Republicans were mocking Democrats for being East Coast liberals. One of the things I liked about this ticket, they didn't run in this way eventually, specifically after the convention, was that both Harris and Walz had never worked in the private sector, really. I mean, outside of her McDonald's thing, but they had both been, working for. Walz was he's a veteran, but Harris had been working for the government basically her entire life. Those are things that I think are kind of, I don't know, stuff I want in public servants. Not
I want
folks
less
that
Ivy League, I'll tell you that for damn sure.
and not folks that are in the revolving door of going to private and then going back into public so that they can serve the private benefactors so that they can go back into private service, maybe with a bigger fat paycheck. These are the kinds of things that we don't want in our public officials.
So he means it to be elitist, and the truth is, I went to NYU, but I also went to Minnesota State University Moorhead, which is not quite as prestigious as Minnesota State University Mankato that Tim Walz went to. But as somebody who went to both like a state level school and NYU, which isn't quite Ivy League, the difference is vastly overstated. And the main difference is,
seriously. Yeah, it's gross how they both sides this. Really is. And I just don't know how their voters just let them continue to get away with it. Honestly, it's very strange. Not that anybody's voted for Peter Thiel or whatever, but I mean, Republicans are basically guilty of this across the board. It's kind of crap. All right. Now, you missed my lead into all this, but we are talking the podcasting content creator space a little bit here. We're going to ease our way into this discussion about it. But if you missed it, well, thank God you're here, because we've been holding on to this for days now, ever since I found it. I think it was like Thursday or something. But Sam Seder, he's been making the rounds ever since that Jubilee debate. He's been going to all the different podcasts. Maybe he'll even show up on the Galactic News Network someday. Although I'm not counting my chickens yet on that in any way, shape, or form. But let's go here to a little podcast I had not been familiarized with until I watched it. But yeah, here's Sam Seder on the Fast Politics with Molly Jong Fast podcast from 4 days ago.
Hello and welcome to Fast Politics on YouTube. Today, I am beyond thrilled to talk to Sam Seder. He is the host of the Majority Report, and we are going to dive into the many policies that could help Dems get back the support of working families. Welcome to Fast Politics, Sam Seder.
Thank you so much, Molly. It's a pleasure to be here.
The child tax credit is an obsession of mine for any number of reasons, but really because cutting child poverty seems like, call me a lib, but seems like a no-brainer, right? We live in this wealthy country. We have, Elon Musk has billions of zillions of, has planes and rockets and whatever. Should children be hungry, right? And it did actually cut child poverty, and then it was allowed to expire.
There are two things that I am really befuddled by that Democrats don't talk about more, and frankly, to the point of like suspicion, and that the media also fails in talking about.
Would you drum up?
One is that we cut child poverty by 45% in a matter of months.
Yeah.
Like, we have been talking about how
Immediately, if not
intractable
sooner.
poverty is in this country for decades.
Yeah.
And over again, you hear conservatives argue the Great Society failed, or the war on poverty failed, et cetera, et cetera. And to a large extent, that's because there were so many hoops that we put into it. This was a very straightforward, it wasn't universal, but it was about as universal as you can get without it being universal. In other words, there wasn't like a huge, it's very simple to do. We know how much people make every year because we have the IRS. It is done through the IRS. It's a payment that's delivered there. It was $300 per child, and it would change. It would diminish depending on what your income level was. I think it went up to a household worth $145,000, maybe a little bit off. We cut child poverty in 45%. The idea that this wasn't talked about by every single media outlet and every day and by every Democratic politician. And part of it was because we trusted some of the Senate elders, frankly, and the president to negotiate or to figure out how to get Joe Manchin and Kristen Sinema on board. They never pounded Republicans enough for being responsible for preventing this. We never hear it brought up again by anybody. I mean, what is a more basic, fundamental, that supposed agreement on cutting child poverty? What is more? What theoretically does everybody agree upon more than that?
That's a great question.
What it would be. I mean, and yet the country will talk for months and hundreds of millions of dollars expended in having a conversation about protecting elementary school and high school girls' sports and protecting the kids.
It's much more
when we
important.
talk about cutting child poverty, the conversation evaporates.
Yeah.
And then the other thing is this notion of tax cuts and how
No, but seriously, I mean, there's just crickets. Like, they will shout from the rafters, from the rooftops, with a microphone, a bullhorn, from the Senate, from the House, or from the White House. All about women's sports. Oh, we must get rid of the trans people immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Then someone brings up, hey, how about child poverty? Something that affects all children. And they're just, what? Can we talk about something else? I wonder why that is. Maybe because Republicans want to force their parents into a second, third, fourth, whatever job to, who knows? Who could say?
taxes will create more revenue, which is the premise for every tax cut that we've ever heard from Republicans. This is all based on the Laffer curve, which came out of the Reagan era. Arthur Laffer on the back of a napkin drew a graph where,
Sam loves talking
the higher
about
the
the Laffer
taxes
curve.
go, the less people are willing to work, therefore revenues drop. We have a great experiment
don't
with
want
that. It's called
reality.
the state of Kansas.
It certainly
When
is.
Sam Brownback was governor.
Sam Brown is
2012, he
Sam's
came in, he
second,
did
Sam's
that.
second
Within
favorite
2 years,
reference.
the Republicans raised taxes because it destroyed their education system and revenue didn't come up. And we never hear those two fundamental sort of real life experiments.
Yeah.
It's as if they've just vanished into the ether.
So you brought up a really interesting point here, which is why these popular things are not talked about. Child tax credit, even like chips and science, right? Manufacturing, growing the economy. I don't know if you know this, but we used to have a Goldilocks economy before we went into a trade war with our biggest allies for seemingly no reason, and China. So I wonder if you would explain to us a little bit about why you think these really popular policies don't get talked about by Senate elders, and also what you think the Democratic Party should look like, when it comes to clearly there are a lot of very old members of the Democratic Party, and I'm wondering what you think, sort of how that should go.
I think the messaging follows the policy. And I think with the Harris campaign and without getting into what I perceive was happening internally, you have Mark Cuban out there basically saying that she's not going to be attacking corporations. We're going to get rid of some of the antitrust stuff.
Wouldn't be prudent.
There was
at
a
this
lot of
juncture.
mixed messages. And I think part of that was because there was also a mixed sentiment from a policy perspective.
Right. No question. But if you look at the Biden, I want to follow up for a second. If you look at Biden administration, they did not have mixed feelings. They were very, Lena Khan and monopolies. And Lena Khan got everyone in business world furious. But Biden never got any credit from voters for what he was trying to do.
My theory about that, to a large extent, is if you look at where the polls went south for him, it's attributed to the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And I'm sorry, I will never in a million years believe that the American public is that engaged
They are not.
In that.
Yeah.
It happened when there was a stall in his agenda. You'll recall that in 2021, they passed the American Rescue Plan, $2 trillion worth of spending. You know what the Republicans were talking about in the weeks following that? When that came out, if you turned on Fox News, if you turned on any Republican podcast, you know what they were talking about? Dr. Seuss.
Right.
They were talking about there were 3 Dr. Seuss books that were not public. They had no response.
Right.
To it.
Right.
And, and what
Not
Joe
Dr.
Biden should have
Seuss.
done
down on Mulberry Street.
Mhm.
Continue, yes.
He should have immediately, you remember, he waited a couple of months.
Should have
he
hopped on
allowed
Pop.
the Republicans to come in. He allowed them to gum up the works. That failed. Then he allowed Sinema and Portman to come in. It gummed up the
Manchin.
works. No, it wasn't Manchin. Manchin during that time, you'll recall, it was Sinema and Portman came in
right.
to pitch something, some bipartisan thing.
Ooh,
And
bipartisanship.
that summer.
Fun.
Prior to that, those two things stalling and killing about 4 or 5 or 6 months and the momentum,
Right.
Manchin is caught on audio deep into that summer talking to
Yes.
donors, looking to
Yes.
raise money. Now, prior to that, Manchin was out there saying, I think it should be, Build Back Better should be $6 trillion. He was to
Yeah.
the left of Bernie on this.
Yeah.
And I am convinced that in stalling, Biden allowed the sort of the disease that Democrats have from that generation. It has to be bipartisan. That voters care more about bipartisan than they actually care about material benefits.
Right.
And they absolutely don't
Terrible.
ever care about that.
They
Yeah,
do not.
That's a terrible calculation to me. I don't know how long it's been since people genuinely cared about bipartisanship, even though they talk about bipartisanship constantly as if it's this incredible achievement every time they do it. I don't know how long it's been, but it's been, I think, before I was in this timeline on Earth. Anyway, here's a little snippet of Sam Seder's appearance on the Molly Jong Fast podcast, which I've never seen before. But I thought it was a good conversation. Got to some of the hits of Sam's favorite references: Sam Brownback, the Laffer curve, child tax credit, all the good stuff, all the hits, all the best things. And we're gonna go straight back to talking about Sam. We're talking to Sam, I guess. With Sam, listening to Sam, whatever you want to call it. We're going back to the Majority Report. God damn it! Talk about this guy, Steve Bannon, the War Room podcast, and his very, very arduous journalism he's doing over there.
Here's Steve Bannon. I want to say it was 10 years ago. Maybe it was even more. There was a right-wing talker named Michelle Malkin. I don't know if she's still doing anything. I haven't heard from her in years. I think she even had a book that was basically espousing the wonderfulness of Japanese internment. Maybe is she still on a news?
Still on social media sites, it looks like.
And I think she just got a little bit less. People were slightly embarrassed by that. In defense of internment, and that was back in 2004. This is like when we were at peak. Oh my God. Yeah. And now, and that put her in many respects in the sort of the cuckoo column.
Conservatives are like, let's invite her to everything, please.
Immediately, if not
But
sooner.
apparently now it's just sort of mainstream. Like, of course, we were going to intern Japanese American or American Japanese citizens, I should say. But here is Steve Bannon. It was just, we figured we could just pull the trigger on this.
All-out war in the other line of work, of deportations. President Trump finally had enough of it. Aliens Enemies Act of 1798. President John Adams, this is about the French, this kind of fallout from the French Revolution, of cracking down here. Didn't want us to get sucked into European wars. That sound familiar? And they passed this act. President Trump used it. It was the same act to deter or do the internments, I guess, of the Japanese after Pearl Harbor. Always very controversial, although there was a lot.
Not just the Japanese, the Americans. Right. It was not the Japanese. We were not capturing prisoners of war and interning them in camps.
Seriously.
It was Americans.
Japanese Americans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, they don't count to Steve Bannon. Also, the aside of sound familiar about getting sucked into European wars, dude, what does that have to do with Ukraine? What does this policy have to do with Ukraine? Like, what connection are you making there? The targeting of mostly Latino immigrants, and also anybody that dissents on Palestine that may have some sort of Middle Eastern background. What connection are you trying to draw here with Ukraine and basically the War of 1812? It's so clumsy and lazy.
To deter or do the internments, I guess, of the Japanese after Pearl Harbor. Always very controversial, although there was a lot they don't talk about today. There was many voices saying that should have happened after Pearl Harbor, given the fact that we didn't know what the hell was going on. Mike Davis.
There are many saying that's what because we didn't know what was going on. What is that supposed to mean? You don't know what's going on, just take Americans, you put them in a camp, and then, and everything's fine, I guess. What's interesting is that, of course, almost zero, not entirely zero, but almost zero Italian and German Americans were put in camps. I mean, there was a few, but in comparison to how many Japanese Americans and in comparison to the populations of those different ethnic groups in the United States, it was a tiny fraction. And it's weird. It's a weird vibe. I wonder if Steve Bannon's upset that we did, or maybe we knew what was going on with the Nazis. Is that what he's saying? We knew about the Nazis, so we didn't have to intern all the Germans, and that was fine.
Didn't know what the hell's going on. I mean, well, even if you, in his God knows what substance-addled mind, can justify putting Americans in camps because they're of Japanese descent during, in the wake of Pearl Harbor. What is it that we don't know what the hell's going on in this country that supposedly justifies it?
I don't know if he's doing it purposefully, but that was Trump's opening line after coming down the escalator
100%.
about we've got to, until we can figure out what the hell is going on.
Now, what's interesting about that also historically is that, I mean, there are suggestions that the U.S. government was aware of the potential for this to happen. That not in entirety the plan, but knew to some degree that the Japanese army intended to attack Pearl Harbor, because they viewed it as a threat, being, you know, situated in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. I guess we could have thought through it a little bit more, but hey, because we just didn't know enough, and we just had to, you know, put people into, you know, barracks is surrounded by barbed wire, American citizens, but, you know, their ethnicity is the wrong ethnicity, so into the camps you go. Speaking of Steve Bannon, we have not watched this. We're not going to watch a lot of it, but let's talk a little bit about the right-wing podcast grift. Because I'm fairly certain this guy, not Steve Bannon, the guy's podcast we're about to go on to here, is actually looking to get in on the grift. That's right. Gavin fucking Newsom. Homeless camp destroyer. He had on Steve Bannon for a very thoughtful conversation.
This is Gavin Newsom. And this is Steve Bannon.
Go fuck yourself, douchebag.
Well, Steve, thanks so much for taking the time to be here. And I want to take this opportunity to sort of, go back a little bit and talk about your history, a little bit about your motivations and where you see this country and, for that matter, the world going. But it's impossible not to note the world that we're living in relationship to everything happening with the markets, everything happening with the with tariffs, everything happening with CR and a potential government shutdown.
Don't be giving tariff stink eye. I don't want to start off with you.
Don't give tariff stink eye.
We'll stress.
I'm a tariff guy. I'm a tariff guy.
Oh, look how jovially Gavin. He loves it. Look at him. He's smiling. He's having a great time with the old stinky Bannon.
Off with you giving it stink eye already.
We'll stress.
I'm a tariff guy. I'm a tariff guy.
I appreciate that, and we'll see.
I appreciate that.
We'll stress
the purpose I want to do this is I want to convert you to be a tariff guy also. This is part of the process to unwind you from being a globalist to make you a populist.
Look,
nationalist.
Gavin loves it. He loves it. Look at it.
It's a long journey, but
look at that. Look at that, Gavin. He loves that globalist joke. Yeah.
To make you a populist nationalist. It's a long journey. It's a long journey, but I think you'll get there.
This is part of the deprogramming, isn't
it? Dude, this guy is worthless. Do you not have enough to do cleaning up after the LA wildfires, buddy? Is it all done now? Is everything's fine now in LA? Is that what I'm to take from this? You have just a copious amount of time on your hands. Is that what's going? God. You governed your ass off, and now you know what? Let's just enrich ourselves with a little podcasting, a little right-wing grifting here. Help launder one of the most horrifying individuals in the space. Let's just watch how they end it.
Capitalism and corporate welfare,
except for oil and gas, apparently, Steve. Come on, $3 billion right there.
You've got to generate lower energy costs.
There are exceptions apparently to the rule.
I got you. First off, you finally admitted for the first time the net carbon fetish is.
I didn't admit it. I've been pretty clear on this whole frame, but I'm not naive about it. But also, by the way, I don't know what more evidence you guys need of Mother Nature's fury than we've had in the last year, but that's another conversation.
Well, for another day.
And that's not fanaticism. That's called pragmatism.
Eventually, you work with Ro Khanna and Fetterman, you'll become more of a populist nationalist, and then you'll probably have a bright future.
Yes, bright future for Gavin. Yeah, Fetterman's popularity numbers are just they are going up. I'm sorry, imploding. That's what I meant to say.
Hey, Steve, I really enjoyed this conversation. I
So
think it's
great.
incredibly valuable.
Such a great conversation.
And I appreciate the spirit to which we were able to engage.
Oh, the spirit.
And I hope we could continue the conversation and I hope we get out of this week without any further disruptions. It's been a hell of a beginning of administration, and I appreciate your advocacy. I also appreciate that you call balls and strikes as it relates to what we're seeing.
Gavin Newsom appreciates Steve Bannon's advocacy, and he thinks that Steve Bannon just calls balls and strikes. That's all he is. He's an unbiased observer, calling it like it is. Balls and strikes. He's an umpire, if anything. You know, he's not an insane ideologue. Holy fucking shit! This guy is such a joke.
Give me a joke.
Now we have to watch this to the end. The reason we have to watch this to the end, so I want you to see how they end this. It's fascinating. Pay attention to the body language, please.
I also think that for your audience, you know, there's a saying that there are decades in which nothing happens and there are weeks in which decades happen. We're living in that time right now. So whatever happens this week, next week, it's going to be quite intense. We have an economy to turn around geostrategically. The beginning of the kinetic part of the Third World War has got to be stopped. So we're living history every day, and I'm just honored you had me on here, and you know, we were able to conduct this in some level of decency.
I appreciate it, Steve. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Look at that. So cordially giving each other a salute. So lovely. How much do they care? They love each other so much. Gavin Newsom, governor of California for I don't know how long. It feels like it's not going to be that long. Not going to lie. With this kind of shit that he's doing, I don't see how Democrats will be able to stomach voting for him again in California. Maybe I'm wrong. But just unbelievable lack of seriousness coming from Gavin Newsom in the middle of a huge crisis in his state. He's just letting it all just sort of, you know, go by the wayside. Who cares about all the homeless people? Who cares, you know, about trying to get people housing who just lost their housing, right? It's not just the people who are already homeless, but the people who have become homeless over the last few months. He's got plenty of time, though, to talk to Steve Bannon. Let's see how it went with Tim Walz, because apparently Tim made an appearance as well on the Gavin Newsom podcast, but he wasn't having it.
So there are predominantly two different types of reactions that you're seeing in the wake of Donald Trump getting back in the White House. And I would say one of the reactions is correct, and the other one is embarrassing, if I'm being honest with you. Some people are saying, well, look, I mean, he won the popular vote. Maybe I just don't have the faith in my ideas that I used to have. Maybe it's time to compromise and negotiate and be bipartisan and hear them out and meet them halfway and go towards MAGA, right? This is one reaction. You've seen a number of places. There's a number of politicians who are doing it. There's a number of media figures who are doing it. That's the one that I would call embarrassing, that reaction, right? Because, I don't know, man, you look at a campaign where Trump is talking about they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs. You look at a campaign where Trump is filleting the microphone. You look at a campaign where he's talking about Arnold Palmer's cock.
He was really, really big.
And you look at that and you go, the fact that he ended up in the White House, I don't know. I don't think the move is for us to fillet the microphone and for us to talk about Jack Nicklaus's balls. like
a big white aubergine.
You got to look at it and go, maybe the thing that was appealing about him is that he sort of says fuck off and he's an asshole and he like stands on business with what he says, right? And so that's the other reaction, which I think is the correct reaction and the majority reaction, to be fair, among the Democratic base, is holy shit, man. We need to fight 18 times as hard as we ever have, right? Batten down the hatches, double down, triple down, stand on business, become more aggressive, become more dismissive, more arrogant, right? Because this is the lesson of the modern era. People want authenticity and anger and directness and for you to fucking stand for something. And Trump, for all of his flaws, everybody knows what he stands for. Fuck the immigrants. Fuck the trans people. Trigger the liberals. Like, that's the core of MAGA, right? So, all right, look, you want to play that game? That's your narrative. Trans people and immigrants are the problem. Ours is, they aren't the problem. We actually love them. They're our brothers and sisters. The real problem, it's the billionaires, it's the oligarchs, it's the robber barons, it's the multinational corporations, it's the legalized bribery. And by the way, if you are siding in the class war with the 1%, you are our enemy, MAGA.
Follow the rich
right?
way,
So
man.
that's the fighter mentality. That's the right reaction. Well, there's this podcast that went on between Gavin Newsom and Tim Walz. This is the first person who's left of center that was brought on by Gavin Newsom. His first podcast episodes were Sloppy Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and Michael Savage.
Now, I know I shouldn't take this personally, but Gavin Newsom starts a podcast out of the fucking blue and starts doing some of the worst sort of centrist grifting, I guess you might call it, although it feels like he's heading towards the right now. I mean, he was dismantling homeless camps with his bare hands. You know, he's done all sorts. I mean, he was married to Kimberly Guilfoyle at one point, right? I feel like he's just a fraction away from just announcing he's running as a Republican. But he starts a little podcast, and bam! I mean, sure, he's the governor. People are going to subscribe regardless, just to see what the fucking governor is saying. But 47,000 subs in what, like 2 months? Why can't we get to 1,000 over here? I gotta work harder. I thought I was already working pretty hard, but I gotta work harder. Come on! I'm disappointed.
Hard right-wingers, right? And why is Gavin doing that? Because he believes in the first philosophy I told you. Oh, maybe we got stuff to learn from him. Maybe, like that dumb bullshit. But what you're going to see here is Tim Walz, without even trying, really ends up exposing how hollow and vapid Gavin Newsom's approach to politics is right now, and why he's massively falling out of favor with Democrats, which I'll prove to you in a minute, by the way, after we watch this clip. And why Tim Walz is more on the positive side of the Democratic base. People are looking at him more favorably now because of how he's been acting. So let's watch and we'll break it down.
Where we want to, we challenge you to a WWE fight here type of thing.
No, but it's a natural reaction. I think it's one of the reasons we're losing so many men. And again, it's multi-ethnic. It's not just white men. We're losing them. We're losing them to these guys online. We're losing them people that I'm bringing on this podcast as well. That's why I brought.
These are bad guys, though. These are
bad
guys,
but
they exist.
So but they exist.
Charlie Kirk, Steve Bannon, Michael Savage, people like that. Oh, we're losing to these guys, bro. So I'm bringing them on the podcast. Now, if Gavin Newsom brought these people on the podcast and fought them tooth and nail, I'd be saying, great. I'd be giving him credit. I'd be covering the clips. But he's not. He's playing fucking patty cakes with them, right? Look at Tim Walz's reaction. When these people are brought up, he's like, these are bad guys. Which reaction is more in alignment with Democratic voters and the Democratic base?
Seriously. You know? Yeah, he's pathetic. He's fucking pathetic. He needs to get out of here. You know, we're getting rid of Nancy Pelosi. You know, Psychic Chakrabarti. Hopefully he wins there. Now we need a replacement for governor as well. I'm trying to think of who we should put in there. That dude's done. But I've been holding on to this one for a second. I thought it would be fun to do this on a Sunday FUNDAY. Let's talk about the right-wing grift. Talk about how easy it is. This guy I've never heard of, never seen his channel before. This video just crossed my feed earlier this week. I'm holding on to it for Sunday FUNDAY. Let's go to this never-before visited YouTube channel called Ben a Minute. I became a right-wing grifter to prove how easy it is. Okay. Tell us more.
I'm going to take a wild guess and assume that this isn't your first time on the internet. I'm also going to assume that during your time on this big, beautiful invention we call the World Wide Web, you've probably come across a grifter before. As a quick refresher, a grifter is defined as a person who engages in a small-scale petty scam. Well, in today's modern and politically charged world, these scammers, swindlers, and con men have taken on a new, more lucrative form. And a lot of them just so happen to be conservatives.
But I can safely say I've never felt more optimistic about the United States.
Really intervened, like we need this guy to come back in and make America great again.
But let me know your honest thoughts.
I think it's incredible.
Okay, Trump knows there's plans to kill him. One of my favorite things Trump has ever said.
Seems like just about everyone and their dog is grifting their way through this mass cultural right-leaning vibe shift. And with all of these people wanting to profit and get their hands on a slice of this big right-wing pie, I thought it'd be helpful to walk you through exactly how to pull this off. So today, we're gonna go through my 12 essential steps. And by the end of this video, you too will have all the tools necessary to grift some right-wingers. Don't worry, folks. It's not as hard as you'd think.
Ooh, exciting.
Oh, there he is. Let's go.
They got that money.
The woke mom demands total obedience.
Blue-haired baristas are trying to take that away
The
from
blue-haired
you.
baristas.
Hey, it's been a minute. And today, I'm going to show you how to become a conservative grifter.
Why specifically baristas? Because they're always getting your drink wrong? Is that what it is?
So first things first, if you want to be a good conservative grifter,
It's maybe it's they got her name wrong, right? Oh, they're always getting the names wrong on the cup. It's Dakota spelled with 3 Ks, stupid. Let me talk to your manager.
you need to craft a unique style, one that will stand out against your competitors while still feeling somewhat similar. Let's start with the head. Now, we have a few options here. We could do a yarmulke, but I'm not Jewish. We could do a Great Clips haircut, but I unfortunately don't have one near me. Or we could do a hat. I think we'll just go with a hat.
Yeah, that's a good plan.
Talbot Henley, what the hell are you doing here?
Okay, now for our clothes. Looks like our only 2 options are a black shirt or a suit jacket, so let's just do both. Now,
nice, that's a good
a
choice.
white
That's a
guy,
good choice.
but if you're not, that's totally fine. You can still pull this off, and I'll show you how in these next few steps. Well, I'd say we were just about done, and all we need now is a name. Something cool, maybe a little bit edgy, but still smart. A moniker that screams Patriot Freedom Fighter. What about Slade? Strider Slade.
Nice.
Now we just have to figure out what platform will be best to use for grifting. We have plenty of different avenues to utilize because luckily the internet is set up perfectly for a person like Strider Slade. But before we pick our platforms of choice, we need to set a goal for this video. We need somewhat of a North Star to follow.
Sure.
Hey, not that star. So I decided that the objective would be to try to upload 1 video a day covering a current political or newsworthy event. And wow, was there a lot for Strider to cover for the 2 weeks that were about to take place. I thought that 2 weeks of daily uploads would give us some idea of how successful our grift was.
But before we start making our own content, we have to understand how those on the right are thinking. See what they're seeing in the media. We have to put ourselves in their mind, as our algorithms are probably showing us different things. For example, take this story about the U.S. Commerce Secretary announcing that most tariffs on Canada and Mexico will likely be delayed another month. Shocking, I know. On the left, they describe Howard Lutnick, Trump's Secretary of Commerce,
Oh, it's a ground news
being
ad.
cornered and
God damn you. God damn you, sir. Slider, Slade, Slater, Slide, whatever your new nickname is.
oh yeah.
Well, to be a successful content creator online, it helps to start things off with a bang. And I thought live streaming on the platform Kick would be a good way to kick things off. Why Kick and not Twitch? Well, because Twitch has a bunch of socialist libs like Hassan Piker.
Oh, that's a good point. That's a good point.
That's probably also funded by USAID.
Anyway, we need to find something interesting to react to for our very first stream. To successfully do this, we can't just sit there riffing conservative talking points for 2 hours straight. Not for Strider's very first stream, at least. If only there was something political going on today that I could cover.
We playing Christmas music now?
What's up, guys? If you're just tuning in, we're watching the inauguration of Donald Trump. Guys, I'm excited about this.
He's actually.
Hey, would you look at that? What perfect timing. Oh, there she is. The First Lady is back in action. Interesting hat, though.
Everybody be based.
It's definitely unique, and I think that's what the Trumps are all about. Every time it goes back to Barron, I just keep thinking about how he's 6'9". Look at him, like unit. He's like an oak tree. Dude, this guy he kind of looks like the Penguin. I'm not gonna lie. You know a guy can sing well when his undershirt barely fits him. Oh, there he is. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. All right. Let's go. Been waiting for that one for 4 years. Let's go, baby. Hell yeah. Well said. Well said. Yeah.
This genuinely feels like real right-wing content. Almost. Almost there.
Right. So I'm gonna try to upload a video on Rumble. This is so bad. Categories. I guess it'd be how to. Secondary? 7 days to die. 7 minutes in hell. God, there's so many categories. Battle crush, battle bit, battlefield, beauty and the fashion. This is so bad. Like, this looks awful. This might be the worst UI I've seen on a website since 2009. Like, how do you even upload a video? I think I might need some help navigating this thing. Carter, thanks for coming on to help us out. I have no idea what I'm doing right now.
Me neither. I don't know what you're doing. I can't wait to see. I think it's going to be great. I think the world needs more conservatives and right-wingers because, you know, blue-haired liberals are taking over the world and they must be stopped.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like it's I can't, you know, get a coffee anymore without seeing liberals.
Right. Hi, my name's Carter. My channel is Doxy Carter on YouTube, and my videos are always a surprise, and you never know what you're gonna get. So, yeah.
So, I'm trying to teach my audience right now. I'm trying to teach...
Okay, hold on. All right.
So now that we had a better idea of how to use these apps, Strider Slade's content machine was up and running. This is the part where we need to start honing in on the type of personality we want portrayed in our commentary videos. What type of conservative grifter is Strider going to be? A crypto-fascist?
What does a fascist mean?
A vaccine denier?
The vaccines are causing injuries, including death.
Illegal.
52%.
A facts don't care about your feelings kind of guy?
I know a few females.
We were still kind of working out the kinks of Strider, but I thought as long
this
as I
woman
kept
is
making more and more
dangerous, ladies and
content,
gentlemen.
his true personality would eventually shine through. Let's start with the Federal Bureau for Intimidation. Oh, sorry, the Federal Bureau for Investigation, whatever. So now this leads us to arguably the most important part of becoming a successful conservative grifter. And with this part, you can kind of do whatever you want, as long as you follow this one rule. Both agencies have been running cover for the deep state. RFK Jr. and Kash Patel will classify all of it, from secret pandemic deals to the FBI's political blackmail. With these daily commentary videos, I wanted to be as milquetoast conservative as possible. Basically, pick a topic in the current news cycle and just write the most average and lazy right-leaning talking points you could imagine. I made sure to put almost no effort into these, and I tried to provide as little substance to the viewer as possible. All right, well, thank you so much for joining. Today we are going to be tier ranking all of the executive orders signed by President Donald Trump.
Jesus Christ. All right, let's see how this all went. See how it all turned out.
Way to grift too. Just because I know everybody wants to see it, I'm gonna go through some of the results after posting a video almost every single day on YouTube, Rumble, and Truth Social for 2 weeks straight. So here are my results after following 11 of the 12 steps. YouTube, I got this many views and this many subscribers. Truth Social, I had this many likes, this many retruths, and this many replies. and this many followers. And Rumble loved Strider Slade because I got this many followers and this many views. So now this leads us to our final step of becoming a conservative grifter. Now, I actually haven't seen any of the other big ones get to this step yet, but maybe it's just because they don't know how to do this part. So, to all of my conservative grifters out there, here's the very last thing that you need to do.
Okay.
I never thought I'd make
You're ridiculous. You know, the problem is he didn't go extremist enough, right? He tried to do milquetoast Republican. There's already enough of that on whatever, Fox News. Should have just, should have done what the rest of the right-wing grifters are doing. Just, saying horrifying things every day. As racist, as unhinged as possible. That was his downfall. It's very sad. Could have been great. He could have been one of the greats. All right, let's see how conservatives have been doing at these town halls lately. What do you say? There's been quite a few of them. Although seemingly lacking some of the Republican representatives from time to time. But still, people are showing up.
I support Elon Musk and the Department of Government Efficiency.
Boo! Before we do that, let's do some hog watch. And by that, I mean, we're not even watching hogs, really. We're watching the hogs rise up, liberate themselves from their chains.
For 39 years from New Jersey. I've never been involved in politics before, but this is getting really scary. Okay, so the things that frighten me is the way this insane president talks about Canada as a 51st state. Yeah. Taking Panama by force and buying Greenland. Yeah. How does this person qualify as sane? Why is he not being impeached right now?
You better be like, get that traitorous flag out of here. It's illegal. It's terrorism to have the Canadian flag. You will only fly the unionist flag of Canada now that Canada is officially under the American protectorate. Yeah, look out, lady. You called Trump insane. That's terrorism. You might get some serious penalties for that sort of thing nowadays,
So, in short, I don't support us absorbing Canada. Canada, that would be like taking. Canada's been a good neighbor. Canada is much more liberal and left wing than the United States. If we took Canada. Taking Canada would be like taking another California. It would tilt things towards the Democrats.
I do love that. It's not because it would be threatening the sovereignty of our neighbor. It has nothing to do with that. It's got everything to do with the fact there's too many liberals in Canada. And if we took over Canada, suddenly we'd have a liberal, wokist government.
Oh, that's what's stopping.
That's right.
Brilliant. Yeah, the real issue is if we take Canada, they're too libtard. We're just going to be liberal. That's
China.
Ironically, the reason why we didn't seize more Mexican territory back in the day, because people were so racist. They were like, that would mean we would have to live alongside more Mexicans. We don't want that.
Well, numerous town halls are scheduled to take place across the country. And if recent town halls are any indication, tempers will be running high. Here's Republican Congressman Michael Baumgartner's town hall in Spokane, Washington last night. Watch this.
You have a perception that
It's so cooked. Like in 2016, 2017, there was this attitude
Why is
amongst the
Hassan always
Republicans
eating?
to at least like openly acknowledge that it was shameful. Like Trump was behaving in a shameful manner. They're so gone. That's gone are those days, baby. And with no opposition whatsoever, the only thing you're gonna see is just like voters actively freaking out.
Respect us! We already decided on medication.
This one's my favorite. This is the best one, especially
Goated.
because he's such a funny looking guy, and his facial expressions throughout this process are hilarious. When they start screaming "tax the rich," he's just like, "Oh, I don't know what you're saying."
What words is that?
Heated town hall.
Whoa!
These blue-haired baristas.
Showing a lot of leftists out here. Hey, yo, chill out with these radical Black Panther Party Maoist third worlders out here. Yo, I didn't know Nebraska ran like that. I didn't know Nebraska was equipped with the revolutionary potential of a developing nation that has been undermined by global capital, Western Empire. I didn't realize these were the real Maoist guerrillas. Yeah, we went from Antifa to Grand Tifa. Antifa. Goddamn. Someone said baddies. They are baddies. That's a bad bitch right there. That's a bad bitch that wants Social Security to remain what it is. That's the baddest bitch.
Mike Flood. Politics, it can be passionate, it can also be polarizing.
Tonight, all of that is on display as Nebraska voters want answers to real-life decisions impacting them. First Alert 6 reporter Bella Caracta has our coverage.
As Republican lawmakers are being discouraged to hold town halls, Nebraska Republican Congressman Mike Flood powered on.
Let's talk about this. So your proposal to solve this is to tax the rich.
He's like, yeah, okay. So your proposal to solve the budget is to tax the rich. You're so stupid.
This tense town hall is just a snapshot of politics across America, with others in North Carolina highlighting discontent with Republican political leaders for not pushing back against President Trump's cuts in federal funding programs such as the VA or support for Russia's Vladimir Putin.
Would you agree that your constituents are the boss of you, not President Trump?
I am accountable to you.
For 90 minutes, about 400 Nebraskans attended the town hall.
It's so funny that all of these guys have been.
All these paid protesters, woke leftists invading town halls everywhere. Just like these ladies here. And that elderly gentleman all the way over there on the right. You can tell. You can just tell. Let's keep talking Republican town halls. We're going to leave Hassan behind and go to the Majority Report.
House Republican Chuck Edwards, Republican from North Carolina. This is in the Asheville area. In fact, it's at, I think, a literal town hall in Asheville, North Carolina. This is the guy who had the problem regarding a self-identified vet who was mad at Chuck Edwards for going along with 30% of federal workers are vets. Thousands of them have lost their jobs. Plus, there's been cuts at the VA.
Because they're part of the diversity being included.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Literally, you know, I had that debate on Jubilee with the guy who thought that government agencies had tax cuts, and he was confusing government agencies with the private sector, and then also totally confused about his initial premise. There are tax breaks if you hire certain people, but not if they are black. If they're on any type of government assistance, or not any type, but some government assistance, part of those programs to require people to have a job if you're going to give them food or give them Medicaid. But also, one of the biggest classes, you get a discount if you, or I should say a tax break, if you hire vets. Because they're vets. Here is Chuck Edwards, though, responding to the idea of annexation of Canada and Greenland.
Do you support the annexation of Canada and/or Greenland? And this is a yes or no question. I don't want you to wander off into the woods. I don't want to hear about your latest week in your office.
Oh, they'll take the microphone away from him.
Okay, so I'm trying to get your opinion on this as a yes or no. Do you support Trump on annexing Canada or Greenland? And do you like the way he treats the premier or the president of Canada, calling him governor? Is that the way you do as a diplomat? Is that the way the United States should act to our closest neighbors? You know, is this? And I've still got a little more time. Do you enjoy the way he's tried to extort minerals from the Ukraine? Do you like bullying people at need?
I love the way this guy basically pulled the congressperson move. I reclaim my time. I got more stuff to say.
Your help? Do you go for kicking the guy when he's down? Do you support Trump in these things? And this is a yes or no.
The no's in there. Let me answer the first one, and then there was one that really stuck out that I'd like to also answer.
Okay.
I believe your first question that you wanted yes or no is, do I support annexing Greenland and Canada? The short answer to that is no, I do not. There was another question in there. I think it was, do I support a deal? I'm going to paraphrase a little bit. A deal with Ukraine in obtaining minerals and helping the United States taxpayer recoup the $140 billion or so that we sent over there. The answer is yes, I do support that.
Wow.
They're not happy with him.
No.
Also, just the way that those deals work out, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I believe there's some stateside beneficiaries to our arms deals that make a lot of money every time that we ship bombs to these foreign countries. Maybe we should just tax those people more.
Yeah.
Maybe you should be able to make massive profits off of war material.
It's interesting too, because maybe I'm observing this anecdotally, but I think there are some young people who are, obviously more further removed from World War II and the post-World War II order. But there's a group of folks that see how Donald Trump is behaving on the international stage and bullying our allies that is so, I feel like, shocking to everything a lot of people have understood about politics, that a guy like that is just outraged at how he's behaving. I mean, Trump has broken every rule of decorum, but there's a certain level where you can't just take it as if he's being poorly mannered, right? Like, this has ramifications for the country, and that's what he's speaking to.
Let's go to the phones. One last call, I think. Maybe we have time, one more. Calling from a 617 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from? 617.
Yeah, hi, Xavier from Detroit, originally Boston.
Xavier from Detroit, originally Boston. What's on your mind?
Hey, guys, thank you so much for taking my call. I don't know if you saw my IM. I'm actually a member just over a year, and so happy to support you guys. You guys provide just so much. I'm sorry, I'm one of the nervous callers.
No, you're great.
You guys are so important to the left. I mean, you and Amy Goodman are basically, the only way I survive.
Did you see Sam's face?
So thank you so much for everything you do.
Did you see Sam's face when he said Amy Goodman? Sam was like, "Whoa!" Like, he was like, did a double take almost. He was like clearly taken aback. He was like, "It's Amy Goodman."
I mean, you and Amy Goodman are basically, the only way I survive these days we're in. So thank you so much for everything you do. Also, Emma, you were amazing on MSNBC. Your, poise and just clarity was just amazing. You need to get out there more.
Thank you.
Sam on Jubilee, amazing. I hope you gain a lot of viewers from that. And basically just want to thank you guys. I could go into things even though my mind just went blank about what I actually would want to talk about. But
appreciate it.
I'm just going to leave it there. Just going to compliment you guys.
Thanks so much.
To the moon and back. Thank you so much.
Appreciate the
being
call.
a member.
Nice. Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
Okay, we will have time for another call. That one was uncharacteristically brief. Calling from an 859 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Sam and Emma, this is Perry from Lexington, Kentucky. How are you all?
Perry from Lexington, Kentucky. What's on your mind?
I am also a My Bourbon Gamer in the Twitch chat, and they told me I had to say poggers or else I would get kicked out.
Poggers.
We'll do that too.
Hog you, chat.
So I wanted to talk real quick about something that I also sent in the IM, which is something that is not getting any national attention, which is the passage of a very late hours bill that was sponsored by House Republicans, which was blocking of a massive amount of aid to trans Kentuckians, especially at the Medicaid level, especially for trans youth in the state. And this was sponsored and passed with overwhelming majority by House Republicans. This was House Bill 495. Governor Beshear has already come out and widely disavowed this bill, so it's likely that it's going to be vetoed. But one thing that I really wanted to point out is that something that I think folks are paying the most attention to, of course, is at the national level. We have a lot of dissent against the Trump administration. Bless you, Sam, also.
Thank you.
But you're very welcome. But also, there is a lot of consent that is being manufactured for our lawmakers at the state level, too, and they are kind of doing it without us even knowing. And there is a wonderful trans councilwoman in Lexington here by the name of Emma Curtis, who is not only the first trans councilwoman in Lexington, but also in the state of Kentucky. And she has been an incredible advocate for trans rights, and I hope.
Okay. Let's keep this moving. Where am I? Okay, let's go back to talking about town halls. Got a little sidetracked listening to those callers. I do enjoy the calling portions. On the majority report, it's been a staple of the MR show for a long, long time. But let's talk a little bit more about those town halls. CNN attempting comedy over here. Roy Wood Jr.'s new show decided they would talk about some of the heated moments at town halls. Let's see if some comedy was had here. So far, the times we've turned into this, it has not been great.
Welcome to Have I Got News for You. I'm Roy Wood Jr. In the news this week, Republicans lay out their economic plan for the country.
It's good to have some good boots and you can barter it for a load of fish on my wristwatch.
Democrats get behind a candidate who can finally win.
Why? Why did you use that interview to pretend? Oh my God. I am Werner Herzog, and I support DOGE and its great efforts to help the American people. Jesus Christ.
Security experts stress the importance of two-factor authentication.
They say if I press this, it's the end of the world.
Jesus
On Amber's team
Christ.
tonight, he was a Democratic congressman for 20 years representing Ohio's 13th and 17th districts. So tonight, we're finally going to find out why they put chili on spaghetti. It's Tim Ryan. Come on! And joining Michael, you know her from jokes Seth can't tell on Late Night with Seth Meyers. Tonight, she'll be saying jokes Michael can't tell. It's Jenny Hagel. Now for the biggest stories of the week. Amber and Tim, watch the clip and tell me what's the story.
Oh, the story is the TV show Bewitched. Oh, wow. There's a new kind of bunch of animals? What do you think the story is?
Democrats were running, so that scared me a little bit.
At least the Democrats are moving at all, Tim. The story is Trump is doing exactly what he wants. And in town halls across the country, Americans are mad about it. So
I mean, I've never seen white people.
It's interesting to hear Tim talking about Democrats running. Something he didn't do, or well, failed in doing, as he lost his seat in Ohio. So it's kind of a weird joke from you, Tim. Not gonna lie, but you're not a comedian, so.
So publicly angry.
Here's GOP Representative Harriet Hagman of Wyoming calling out her haters at a town hall on Wednesday night.
Trump's plans to cut these programs and the people who administer them, coupled with the tariffs, will decimate Wyoming farms and rural communities. What are you doing about that? I disagree.
It's so bizarre to me how obsessed you are with federal government.
Wow.
But here's the thing.
Wow, Harriet. Of course, Harriet Hagman is in the federal government, so it's weird for her to be sort of poo-pooing her constituents for caring about the part of the government that she is literally a part of. It's almost like she's hoping that they are all so stupid. I mean, they did vote for her. So maybe they are that stupid, but they seem angry, so I'm guessing at least some portion of them knew that was an incredibly disingenuous thing to say. Oh, where's my sound?
She literally said, "Why are you so obsessed with me?"
When she was walking over there, really slow to the podium, maybe I've watched too much Yellowstone, but I thought she was going to grab a fucking shotgun and shoot.
Hagman isn't the only lawmaker facing public ire at town halls. There's also Nebraska Rep. Mike Flood. During his recent town hall, what did Flood's constituents start chanting when the topic of balancing the budget came up?
Go fuck yourself.
I believe we have a clip that holds the answer.
Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. So your proposal to solve this is to tax the rich.
All right, there we go. Maybe not as cringe as some of the episodes we've seen, but it still feels a little forced in here, especially with Tim Ryan doing this smile and laugh. I mean, Jesus Christ, Tim, settle down. It's okay that you never learned how to laugh properly, but that's off-putting.
Don't be creepy.
Okay. Let's keep it going. What do you say? And people have been voicing their concerns about Social Security having Elon deep in our data and government, fiddling around with Grandma's Social Security. But one former Nelk boy, now podcaster, Andrew Schultz, had some things to say about Social Security. But more specifically, he had some stuff to say about... well, you'll see. You'll see. Let's just get to it. I don't want to ruin it. What's happening? Go Webgo.
is this from the Comedians podcast?
No, this is from Calacanis's and the Venture Capitalist Bros podcast.
All in.
Because they're gamblers.
Was this the podcast where they basically admitted to doing a pump and dump?
Yeah, with Solana, Jacob Silverman has a famous clip where they're like joking about, are you holding that or are you getting out from under it early in sort of pump and dump style fashion?
You can't say that on a live stream. Well, I guess
These guys can.
under Trump you can.
I'm not familiar with these guys or this podcast. I recognize the comedian in there.
Well, comedian, I
Andrew
mean,
Schultz.
he's Rogan-verse guy who has parlayed that into a Netflix special, so he's promoting it on,
Wasn't he originally an MTV guy too?
I feel like I actually think I saw him at the Comedy Cellar one time. But regardless.
All right, sorry.
Regardless.
I've never thought he was funny, but he's a comedian, yeah.
This is like, it's fascinating. And I think the guy is, he seems like a smart guy to me on some level. I saw like a podcast, I think it was his, where he was talking about the Theocrat, the exchange on Jubilee with the Theocrat that I was in.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody sent me that, but they weren't really addressing what we were talking about, and they apparently didn't see what the premise of the thing was, which is when I was arguing, if you're a Theocrat, you're going to be happy about Donald Trump. I don't care about arguing the morality, the philosophical basis of my morality.
Haven't you read Foucault, sir?
I don't know what deontological means. At the end of the day, tell me what your policies are going to be. And if it involves women can't vote, I'm going to, regardless of the complete lack of the philosophical basis for my morality, I'm going to sign off. I'm going to depart in that moment.
Soy boy.
But the point is is that these guys offer something which on its face sounds enticing. And without knowing the history of this proposal, this is what George W. Bush tried to do in 2005, without understanding the reasons why we have Social Security and what it's supposed to provide for our retirement, you can get sucked into this. So I want to go over this so you understand why this is such a bad idea.
And regardless if the concept is good or not, the emotional connectivity to the success of American industry is really important. When you know at 22 that you could get this thing that's been compounding for 22 years.
All right, pause it for a second. Now, they're talking about retirement funds.
Yeah. But I think beyond the substance of it, I just find it hilarious that he starts it off, regardless of, I don't remember exactly how I said it, but regardless of the merits of this actual idea, regardless of whether or not it would actually work, the idea of it is just so fundamentally important. Just the idea, just the concept of it. Regardless of it. Feelings over facts.
Now, here's what we know. Prior to the 80s, most pensions were guaranteed benefit. That is as opposed to guaranteed contribution. Guaranteed benefit means that when you're 21, or whatever age you are, 18 or 24, you get a job, and they tell you part of your compensation package is that when you retire, 20 years, 25 years from now, you're going to get X dollars a month. $1,000 a month, $1,500 a month, $2,000 a month, whatever it is deferred compensation for you. Guaranteed, though, $2,000 a month. You can count on that. That is traditionally been one element of the three-legged stool that will provide for you in retirement. The other is just savings that you might have or assets. Maybe you bought a house and you sell it, you downsize, you take money from that. And the third is social insurance, which anchors it, and that is Social Security. That was the plan for Social Security. One leg of a three-legged stool, and it was the most secure one. In fact, so much so that they call it Social Security. In the 80s, because people didn't want to fund these pensions, they turn them into defined contribution. In other words, the amount of money that you pay in, that's defined. But the amount of money you get out, well, we're going to put it into the gambling thing.
We're going to put it, leave it to the whims of the market.
To the market.
As opposed to being just a traditional defined benefit pension plan.
And they promoted things called 401ks.
Yep.
And if you Google the words, the failure of the 401k experiment, you will see that people, for better or for worse, left to their own devices, underfund their 401ks, pull money out of their 401ks. We are on the verge of a retirement crisis because of this. These are just starting to hit. People have been counting on these 401ks to hit retirement.
I don't want
5 minutes of research will tell you what everybody on Wall Street knows. These things, they've enriched Wall Street people because somebody's going to manage them.
Yep.
Somebody's getting fees. But they have not provided for people's other legs of retirement. But they are thinking, what if instead of taking Social Security and investing it in treasuries like our government does, which is basically investing in the financial soundness of the most widely used currency in the world, the US dollar, what if we took all that money and put it into the stock market where we're going to get much higher returns? Listen to how they talk about it.
You get this thing that's been compounding for 22 years. You could pay off some college loans. You could put something down on a house. You could pay for trade school, whatever it is. I think you have a different energy towards America and its success. And then you have a lot less of these kids who are just like, America's this horrible place and capitalism is bad. Yeah, capitalism is bad when you're left behind. When you're invested in capitalism, it's
okay. I'm sorry. This is actually perfect to pull up that chart just really quickly from FT. This is from Gallup data that's been aggregated.
I love that. I'm fairly certain that Andrew Schultz is a millionaire at this point. I love that. You know, if you're invested in capitalism, it's growing great. But, you know, if you're living below the poverty line and you can't afford rice, can't afford whatever, can't afford a hamburger, can't afford to feed your kids, can't afford to pay for your health insurance, whatever it might be, yeah, you might not have somebody, you might not be invested in capitalism, and then it sucks. Oh. Jeez. It's almost like that's an argument for how capitalism is failing America.
And it's a very small sample size of 70,000 people, according to the Financial Times. Views of young people in the United States on aspects of politics and society have deteriorated. And it's unfortunate Financial Times doesn't do the greatest y-axis, but it's all starting at 2010 to 2024. The respondents are age 15 to 29 years old, and it's a rolling 3 survey average. And you can see confidence in the judicial system tanked since 2010. Good affordable housing in the city. This is extremely material and borne out by data. Housing prices are as high as they've ever been and are a part of the cost of living crisis we're living in right now. Confidence in the national government plummeted. I mean, this is also Trump's.
The only graph that's gone up is experienced stress yesterday. So, these are the vibes right now. Everything plummeting, aside from stress, which is exploding into the stratosphere. See a little bit more what do these idiots have to say. Where are they?
This is all part and parcel, and it sounds sexy. If you have skin in the game in American industry, and you see the wonder of compounding interest, well, just play.
Absolutely. We're on the express train.
Let me give you guys, I did an analysis. I wasn't sure if I should put it out, but I'll tell you guys the numbers. the U.S. Social Security program is meant to be kind of the retirement program for folks that don't have access to private retirement accounts. Okay.
Pause it. That is a lie. That is not what it's meant to be. It's meant to be one leg of a three-legged stool. It is supposed to be the anchor, the guarantee that you don't live in poverty. That's it. It's not to make you a millionaire. It's not to make it so that you can, winter in the Bahamas. It is to make sure that you do not end up literally eating cat food in your retirement.
Help, help, I'm being
It was introduced because we had almost 2/3 of our elderly living in poverty. So he's lying about what Social Security is supposed to do. And it's the premise of everything that follows, which sounds reasonable as long as you have a wrong premise.
And he's also implying it's not universal.
Good.
I don't want reality.
And this program was set up in the 1930s after the Great Depression. And there's a trust fund, the OASDI, which is the fund that they invest the capital. So every year we all put money in with our Social Security taxes out of our paychecks, goes in there, and it gets invested. You know what it gets invested in? It gets invested in one thing, U.S. Treasuries, which have averaged about 4.8% return since the beginning of the program per year. Meanwhile,
What if you put it into the market?
Meanwhile, the S&P has been averaging 11%. So here's the math. If in 1971, which was the year that we went off the gold standard in the United States, if we invested the Social Security Trust Fund in the S&P, the balance of the Social Security Trust Fund today would be $15 trillion. That would be roughly...
Why are these people so obsessed with the gold standard? Are they all just they actually probably are. They're just sitting on, vaults filled with gold, and they're like, if only we had a gold-backed dollar, then everything would be fine.
1/3 of the value of the total S&P 500, which would be jointly owned by all Americans who took their capital.
Does this guy not have teeth?
What's fucked up is that the middle-class people who had access to private retirement accounts benefited by buying the S&P 500.
Oh, there
and
they
the
are.
wealthy were able to access it. So all of the equity value that accrued from American enterprise and the prosperity of the American system accrued to the people that had access to the private accounts. Meanwhile, the people that only had access to the public accounts got stuck owning treasuries. Today, the Social Security Trust Fund has $2.7 trillion balance, and based on the outflows and inflows, it's going to go bankrupt in 2032. That means Social Security is either going to get cut, or the Fed's going to print a ton of money to keep Social Security benefits
Retirement
rolling.
age goes up a little bit. Yeah, there's a lot of levers. Yeah.
All right, pause it. So some of what he's saying is true. Not necessarily print money. It could also be increased taxes on those same wealthy people who have had all this enjoyment. And the idea that somehow the middle class has also had access. They've had access to these things, but they don't have that much invested in it, frankly. And here's the key. The numbers that they're giving you, 11% over that time, is a backward-looking number, not a forward-looking number. We don't know what it's going to be in the future. And here's the other thing. If you can tell me with 100% assuredness, because this is, again, think about it as fire insurance. That's what this is. It is a social insurance program, and they want to convert it because they don't want there to be a floor on this. You put it in the stock market, and the reason why we have pension problems for municipal pensions and state pensions.
What's fascinating to me is I feel like so many Republicans, support like what the Supreme Court did last year in the Grants Pass case, criminalizing homelessness. Meanwhile, they are also supporting the destruction of things that keep people off the streets, right? It's completely backwards. And I just don't see how it is that you can hold both things to be self-evident or true in your mind. Is very strange.
And we had real problems with this in the teens, is because in the real problem and why we had so many pensions go bankrupt, and the U.S. government had to come in and bail it out. The last one being the UAW, is because if you tell me that I'm going to manage your pension, And how much money do you got to put in? Well, I'm assuming 11% return. What happens if it's an 8% return after 40 years? Or a 7% return? You don't put as much money in, and at the end of that, you find out I'm screwed. I'm absolutely screwed. I'll remind you, over the course of 90 years, a lot of people who retired in between those years. And so you can look over the course of 90 years and say it's 11% return, but maybe not for any type given 30 or 40 year period.
Absolutely.
And the point is, Social Security.
I mean, for instance, say you invested in, you started investing during one of the bubbles that the markets experience, which we've argued here is currently the state of our markets. We are in a massive bubble across assets. I've certainly suggested that. But forgetting this current bubble, say that you were buying up stock. You were young, in the early 90s, you were getting a job and you were buying up stock as they were hitting all-time highs. For a moment, it was looking really good for you. And then, I don't know, you look at your retirement account, 10 years later, and you still have less money than you did, right? Or in 2008, I mean, there's so many instances in which you don't have an 11% return. It all depends on when you're putting your money into the market and where the market is when you're taking it out. Zero guarantees. Line does not always go up. 70 likes. Thank you, Mono, for reminding me about the likes. So helpful. So helpful. Wait, do we have? We don't. Okay. We do not. All right. Let's move on from this discussion. There's some other things to talk about. How are we doing on time? We'll watch this one, then maybe we'll take a break after this. Let's go here. PBS News. This is really our only discussion of this part of what's been going on today. But yeah, let's get into talking about the NIH a little bit more. We've been talking about them a lot recently. Let's hear what PBS NewsHour has to say about the effects of NIH funding cuts.
The National Institutes of Health has terminated dozens of grants for scientific research projects related to vaccine use and hesitancy. Researchers got written notices that their studies no longer aligned with the administration's priorities and that it is the policy of NIH not to prioritize research activities that focus gaining scientific knowledge on why individuals are hesitant to be vaccinated and or explore ways to improve vaccine interest and commitment. Dr. Sophia Newcomer was one of the researchers whose grant was canceled. She's an associate professor at the University of Montana. Her work focuses on access to health care in rural communities. She spoke with Ali Rogan.
Thank you so much for joining us. What was this NIH grant funding?
My work focuses on figuring out ways we can improve vaccination services, particularly for rural families. And so for this specific project that got cut, we were working to develop tools to measure the quality of immunization services that children receive.
So you were looking at the quality of immunization services. This grant cut was about vaccine hesitancy. Specifically, they said, how much of your research was looking at specifically at that issue of vaccine hesitancy?
Sure. So my project involved analyzing existing data on vaccinations across the U.S. And even though we were only partway through our project, we already had some important findings. And one of the things we were finding is that when children in the U.S. fall behind or are missing vaccines, a main issue are practical challenges to accessing high-quality vaccination care. So while we did see that some under-vaccination in the U.S. might be due to parental hesitancy, practical challenges to accessing vaccines, such as having clinics nearby that you can access, having a regular medical home for your child, having regular medical insurance, are all also challenges in accessing vaccines in the U.S.
We asked the Department of Health and Human Services about these cuts, and they said in a statement that the decision to vaccinate is a personal one, and funding would be better directed towards more urgent public health priorities. What is your response to that?
So it's sometimes said that vaccines don't save lives, vaccinations save lives. We have safe and effective vaccine products, but we also need to make sure that we have the medical and public health infrastructure to ensure that high quality vaccination services are available in all corners of this country. And high quality vaccination care looks like this. All families, no matter where they live, should be able to access vaccinations in clinics in their communities. These clinics need to be equipped with the right technology so that doctors and nurses can look at a patient's entire vaccination and medical history so that they know when to recommend the right vaccines at the right time. We want every...
Jesus Christ. Yeah, unfortunately, Republicans are dismantling all the important things that our society needs, including important research. My God, $500,000 401k. Killing it. Some of the chatters here. The doctor have AI. I didn't notice anything weird with the fingers. Didn't notice anything weird there. What was I saying? Oh, right. Oh, yeah, right. Yeah, funding. I mean, we should be funding the NIH more, honestly, not less. But yeah, let's take a quick break now before we move on to more topics. We got more topics to get into before we move on to another half here. Oh my God, Mo and Noep. Incredible generosity. Gifting galactic memberships to the Space Fams. Who got them? Winnie Rose gifted a galactic membership. Becky D gifted a galactic. I'm sure she'll be very pleased since Becky just became a galactic patron earlier this week. Amanda's Esoteric Corner getting one. Nights and Days. Also Germ. Everybody. Thank you, Monope. I appreciate you so very much. What a wonderful woman you are. Okay, chat. Gotta do some galactic messages here. And I'm going to point this out again, as I have been doing for the last 3 days. Going to keep pointing it out every single day until we get this thing solved. Because we are still using this, internal mic on my computer, which is pretty bad, instead of my regular mic, which is very nice, because, unfortunately, a piece of hardware broke, and I can't hook up my microphone to my computer anymore. So, if you want us to have better audio here at the Galactic News Network, do consider contributing, anywhere, but especially to the Cash App or the PayPal, as that will really help facilitate us funding a new piece of equipment here to ensure that we get the very best in galactic audio. Just important reminder for everyone. Unfortunately, audio interfaces, they aren't free. And if you want to have good audio on this stream, help us crowdfund our way to a new interface. Okay, chat. Enough of that. Let's get on to the real galactic messages. To the pool, where you can relax momentarily until the next half. Yes, alright chat, I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button, don't forget to subscribe, both very important. and maybe even hit that little bell icon as well so you get the latest in Galactic notifications. While you're doing all that, do also remember that we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. You are our only hope, chat. Now, there's many ways for you to show your support for the stream. You could donate on YouTube. Super chats, super stickers, memberships, like Moe Nope here, helping us get closer to emotes. New emotes are the only way to get new emotes on YouTube is to increase the number of members we have. We got Twitch, bits, subscriptions, Cash App, and PayPal. If you'd rather not give money to YouTube and Twitch and rather just all go directly to us in funding this show. Patreon. It's actually the best way for space fams to get the most galactic benefits for their Earth dollars. Get yourself a little avatar on stream, a shout out at the end, and all sorts of other stuff. Go on to the website where you can find out all about the benefits of Galactic patrons. But remember, don't start your membership on the Apple app because they have been using their monopoly powers to hold on to the money. Alright, chat, that's enough for me. Enjoy this short space break, grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Whoa, before I come back, Sasha G gifting more Galactic memberships. Takado Apak getting a Galactic membership. Teddy, Jeremy Stick, Nathan Nelson, and Juliet. Thank you so much, Sasha. I love you all so much. Helping us get back on track with getting more Galactic emotes. Well, I think everybody knows what that sound means. Time for us to get back to the show. The third half is coming in hot, and we're still doing U.S. politics. But worry not, we will get through all of it tonight. That is a promise. Cat Jam. Yes, indeed. Got the Cat Jam emote on the streets, on the billboards in the Galactic streets. It's actually a legacy Galactic scene, as a long time ago I streamed for a short period of time doing Among Us on Twitch for a few months back in the day, before I decided to switch to space casting in recent history. Okay, what are we doing? Oh yes, going back to the United States. Let's talk defense policy, specifically relating to Donald Trump. Yeah, I'll start here. CBS News 3 days ago. Republican leaders warn Trump against abandoning NATO. Yeah, there it is.
Welcome back. Here's a trivia question. In the history of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, or NATO, when is the only time the alliance invoked Article 5? Article 5 says an attack on one member nation is an attack against the entire alliance. The answer? One day after the 9/11 attacks. Despite decades of cooperation fueled by NATO, a report from NBC News finds that President Trump is considering something that's never been considered before, ending the United States' history of having a four-star general oversee NATO military operations. This prompted the Republican chairs of the House and Senate Armed Services Committees to put out a statement calling on the Trump administration not to make any strategic decisions like this unilaterally. I want to bring in senior national security correspondent Charlie Daggett, who joins us from the Pentagon. Charlie, the new leadership at the Pentagon has made it pretty clear they're reviewing everything top to bottom. Does it fit within that structure?
Yeah, Major, that's exactly what we've been told. Now, they won't officially confirm it. We've spoken to everybody, but the fact is these discussions are underway, and really it focuses to the COCOMs, the combatant command, and it's a restructuring. So they want to find different ways, first of all, to cut back the budget or to refocus the budget in this huge building, in this huge organization, but then also refocus exactly where that money is being spent and where troops are being sent as well. So there are about 85,000 U.S. forces throughout Europe, in EUCOM, as we would call it, European Command. They would be responsible under that sort of SACEUR, the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe, as you said, traditionally held by an American four-star general, would be under that command. But we also have CENTCOM, at least 40,000 people around the Middle East area. So they're taking a close look at that. So in terms of when we ask those questions, you say, yes, of course, there is going to be a reshuffle. We're talking about a refocusing. NATO in particular, as you just mentioned, has been in the firing line of President Trump, where, you know, even Trump won in his last administration. It's been called the Trump effect, where he has essentially pressured NATO members to pony up their amount of defense spending to between 2% and 3%. And some of those countries have fallen in line. In fact, many of those countries have fallen in line. Where this becomes critical mass is Ukraine. Because if you are going to be the U.S. general in charge of Europe, your number one priority at the moment and looking forward is going to be Ukraine. All the weaponry, all the aid, some of the strategy, some of the intelligence, all flows through that command.
And Charlie, would this, if it were to happen, essentially deprioritize U.S. attachment to NATO?
Well, Major, it's interesting because on one level, it could be seen as a symbolic position, but it's also a very serious position, right? The United States is the driver, the main driving force behind NATO. European partners are fully aware of having this sort of patriarch, as it were, to have the United States there. It's not only the amount of weapons and the amount of forces, but the sophistication of those weapons. So it really depends on the devil in the details, because if the current Supreme Allied Commander, Army General Chris Cavoli, he is supposed to end his tenure this summer. It's a 3-year term. That will really be the turning point. We're going to take a look at what's going to happen there. That will give us an indication as to whether these, again, preliminary, I can't stress that enough, these preliminary plans that they are discussing will be put into force.
Yeah. Let's see what Donald Trump had to say about NATO. Here at Forbes Breaking News.
Is the U.S. planning to give up the position of NATO's Supreme Allied Commander, and if so, why?
NATO is something that I saved. NATO was gone
saved
until I
it.
came along. In fact,
There was no
previous,
NATO.
Secretary General, very good man. Both of them are.
I saved NATO, actually. You asked about the Supreme Allied Commander, but actually I saved NATO. So he's lucky to even have a job. Okay, it would have been gone without me.
What you talking about? The current man is fantastic. But both of them said if it wasn't for Trump, you wouldn't even have a NATO, because we were paying the cost of almost all of the countries. And now they're paying. I said, we're not going to do this. We're not going to continue. You heard us on trade. You do bad things on trade, and then on top of it, we're
Very
supposed to pay
nasty.
for your military. And because of what I did, hundreds of billions of dollars flowed into NATO by countries that just weren't paying. They were delinquent. They weren't paying their bills.
Delinquent.
So
Terrible Europe.
NATO is solid. They're strong, but they have to treat us fairly. They
Are
have
we going to
treat
give
us-
up the...
Because look, without us, NATO's not the
And we're
same
giving-
thing.
we're
And I
giving-
can tell you, I've
Without
been
us.
having very good discussions, as you know, with President Zelensky and with President Putin. And President Putin will tell you that without the United States, he wouldn't be worried.
Wow.
But he is worried.
Okay, so let me unpack this here real quick. So he's saying that you talked to Putin. Putin said, hey, without you guys, Europe stands no chance. while Donald Trump is literally trying to pull the United States out of NATO, and also saying that he's for peace and for a ceasefire in Ukraine. What?
When the United States is involved. And I have to tell you, I've dealt very well with both gentlemen, and we have, I think we have the confines of a deal. I hope we have the confines of a deal. I'm doing it for two reasons. Number one, and by far most importantly, thousands of young people, and they're not American people, they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, are being killed every week, thousands a week. And also the United States has paid, because of Biden, 350.
Wait, I thought that he saved NATO by pulling the United States out of NATO and threatening NATO allies, tariffing NATO allies. Biden, he didn't save NATO. He spent $300 billion. Okay? It's the opposite of saving NATO. Why does Trump have a giant penny behind him? I'm pretty sure he has a giant penny behind him because he just signed an executive order over deleting the penny. Remember that? I know there's been a lot going on over the last couple of months, but you remember that freaking executive order he signed? I don't know if he can actually do it himself. It's not clear to me. But he directed the Treasury, the Mint, to stop making pennies. I assume that's just like a little reminder to himself. The great big boy job that he did. I'm a great man. I ended the penny. Even though it's going to really complicate things, it's actually fine. Ono makes a good point. Everyone should turn gifts on. If you don't have gifts on, you can't receive a free Galactic Memby. Okay? I mean, sure, you could buy one yourself, but if you're in the middle of a situation where you might not have the money to be able to do that, well, you could have the generosity of other space fans bestowed upon you without even noticing. You wouldn't even have to be at the stream. Right? You could be sleeping, you could be at work, whatever. You can still get that Galactic membership gifted to you. And then you come back to the stream, like, oh my god, I have emotes. I got almost 20 emotes right here. What am I going to do with all these emotes and all this feeling of galacticness? I mean, just saying, there is no reasons not to turn gifts on. From what I understand, it's pretty easy. A couple clicks, and you're good. Let's talk about some more defense stuff. Although this one's less defense, more tacky-tack. CNN from 2 days ago. Trump announces. Ooh, Trump announcement. The new Boeing F-47. I wonder if that's an accident. Come on! Here, military experts' reaction. The F-47? Anybody think that's an accident that he's naming this fighter jet the F-47? The last president of all time. First dictator in the United States. Unless you count King George.
I'm thrilled to announce that at my direction, the United States Air Force is moving forward with the world's first sixth-generation fighter jet. Number sixth generation. Nothing in the world comes even close to it. And it'll be known as the F-47. The generals picked a title.
Oh, did they? And, they picked it from a list of one?
Number.
It's
F-47.
It's a beautiful number. The very best number ever. And I definitely didn't tell them to pick it. They picked it themselves. They came together to say, let's make America great again.
Something the likes of which nobody has seen before in terms of all of the attributes of a fighter jet. There's never been anything even close to it, from speed to maneuverability to what it can have to payload. And this has been in the works for a long period of time. After a rigorous and thorough competition between some of America's top aerospace companies, the Air Force is going to be awarding the contract for the next generation air dominance platform to Boeing. As you know, was highly competed for. There was a lot of
Boeing, highly competitive. I don't know if you've heard of competitive before. It's not an actual English word, but I like to say it. People say it's actually better than competitive. And as you all know, Boeing did such a great job with those astronauts. We thought, hey, maybe they'll do really good with a fighter jet.
Boeing, as you know, was highly competed for. There was a lot of competition.
Highly competitive.
Generals, and it's been going on for a long time. Very, very tough competition, but this plane is produced numbers that nobody's ever seen before. The F-47 will be the most advanced, most capable, most lethal aircraft ever built. An experimental version of the plane has secretly been flying for almost 5 years, and we're confident that it massively overpowers the capabilities of any other nation. There's no other nation. We know every other plane. I've seen every one of them.
I love this. What's hilarious to me, I mean, it's not just the Starliner failure, but like, remember last year? Anybody remember last year with all of the wild news about Boeing and the fact that the FTC was investigating the FTC and the FAA were both investigating, and there might have actually been another agency investigating them for multiple things, including their inability to ensure the safety of aircraft. Those guys, they're the ones who Donald Trump is giving the F-47 best number. I don't know if you know why that number's so great, but they're going to make it better than anyone's ever made a plane before. Boeing, very competent.
And it's not even close. This is a next level.
Like, do you remember when Republicans...
Level 5 is good. This is level 6.
Remember Republicans like losing their fucking minds over the over all this stuff? Of course, they think it's just DEI. So I guess as long as Boeing gets rid of all the DEI, the nasty DEI, all those black people and women and all the LGBTs, it'll fix Boeing.
They say. The F-47 is equipped with state-of-the-art stealth technology. It's virtually unseeable and unprecedented power. It's got the most power of any jet of its kind ever made. Maneuverability, likewise, is there's never been anything like it.
Okay, I just want to say something with it. I hope Ukraine and Russia don't use. I hope you know that Ukraine doesn't have nukes, just Russia. And the reason why Ukraine doesn't have nukes, even though before, at one point during the 90s, Ukraine had the second largest stockpile of nuclear weapons on the planet. Because they were a former USSR state, they had they were, you know, one of the regions where many of the nukes were kept. And in an attempt to denuclearize during the 90s, the United States, Russia, Ukraine, and the United States helped broker a deal between Ukraine and Russia, which led to Ukraine denuclearizing. So they have 0 nuclear weapons now, right? And within that agreement, the United States promised to ensure, essentially with a guarantee, right, in the case of Russia invading them, which is why this peace agreement was necessary, essentially, in the first place. You know, like that's why they don't have nukes. I don't know why that comment popped out at me. Probably because you're a new chatter.
The power and speed. Its speed is top. So over 2, which is something that you don't hear very often. America's enemies will never see it coming. Hopefully we won't have to use it for that purpose, but you have to have it. And if it ever happens, they won't know what the hell hit them. A new fleet of these magnificent planes will be built in the year during my administration over the next couple of years. It's ready to go. They've already built much of what has to be built in terms of production.
Already building in terms of
Including the
production.
sheds. Will ensure that the USA continues to dominate the sky.
Very wet in terms of water.
We've given an order for a lot. We can't tell you the price because it would give way to some of the technology and some of the size of the plane, good sized plane. This contract also represents a historic investment in our defense industrial base, helping to keep America at the cutting edge of aerospace and technology. Our allies are calling constantly. They want to buy them also.
They also want them.
Certain allies will be selling them, perhaps toned down versions. We like to tone them down about 10%, which probably makes sense because someday maybe.
Wait, Donald Trump is talking about making planes we sell to other countries worse? Oh, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I'm sure that will really incentivize people to come buy weapons from us. We're actually gonna maybe, put little problems in your planes. Maybe Elon will get the data. Little manufactured, what's it called? I was going to call it manufactured consent. Oh, God. What is the word for this? When manufacturers intentionally make a product to break. There's a fucking word for this. Oh, my God. My brain's not working right now. Yeah, we're just going to make them a little worse. Everyone will still like them because of how great they are.
They're not our allies, right?
This is a big day. This is a big day for our United States Air Force as well. Air dominance is not a birthright, but it's become synonymous with American air power. But air dominance needs to be earned every single day. And since the earliest days of aerial warfare, brave American airmen have jumped into their machines, taken to the air, and they've cleared the skies. And whether that be clearing the skies so we can rain down destruction on our enemies from above,
Jesus Christ,
or we can clear the path of the ground forces below. That's been our commitment to the fight, and that's really been our promise to America.
There you go, America. There's your promise. We're going to destroy all of our enemies with the F-47. Planned obsolescence. Thank you, chat. Obsolescence, indeed. That was the word I was looking for, although I appreciate the opalescence. I think that's better. Planned opalescence. It's going to be very pretty. Worth a lot, just because of how good it looks. Now, Donald Trump has some other plans for the United States. Not just naming planes after himself. Narcissist. Yeah, no, Donald Trump also wants the iron. Well, not the Iron Dome. Iron's not good enough, Everyone knows iron, not that great. You actually want gold. The Golden Dome is coming to the United States.
Immediately, if not sooner.
It's the block from the Golden Showers.
As the Trump administration works to drastically shrink the U.S. government, Donald Trump is pushing the Pentagon to build what he calls a Golden Dome defense system to protect the country from long-range missile strikes. Now, this would be similar to Israel's Iron Dome, except Israel is only the size of New Jersey, with America obviously much larger. Experts say it would be virtually impossible, but sources tell CNN the White House is signaling no expense will be spared to make this happen. Joining us to talk more about this is retired Air Force Colonel and CNN military analyst Cedric Leighton. Always good to see you, Cedric. Let's start first with this idea of a Golden Dome defense system for the United States of America. Could that even be effective in a country that is this geographically large?
Well, yeah, geographically large is, I think, a very relevant point here, Jessica, and it's great to be with you. The size of Israel is a little bit over 8,400 square miles. The United States has a square mileage of approximately 3.8 million square miles. So there's a large geographic difference between what the Iron Dome would cover and what the Golden Dome would cover.
We're going to spend $50 trillion protecting the United States from all those missiles that are always coming over the border. Can't have those missiles coming over anymore, okay? The United States looks like a demolition area from all the missiles that are coming to our country. Iron's not good enough. We need a golden one. Golden Dome. Even though, of course, Israel's about the size of New Jersey. So we're talking about, New Jersey is certainly not the largest state in terms of area. So it's very strange. I know, you know how much money we've spent funding the Iron Dome over in Israel? It's a lot. And that's just a tiny, tiny area that it has to look over. And now we're talking about doing the entire United States. That seems idiotic. First off, who's in Canada? Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe, considering all the shit Donald Trump's been saying about, maybe we gotta protect ourselves. Canada, sneaking over the border. Nasty, nasty Canada.
Of that geography. So normally what you have in a case like this is you look for the kinds of things that you want to protect. So you'd want to protect a city like New York City or Washington or San Francisco. And you would want to make sure that everything is set up so you protect those areas. If an incoming missile goes after an area that is not populated, that is less of a risk than if it goes after an area that is populated or that is an important part of our infrastructure or our government. So those are the targets that you want to protect. So whatever they come up with when it comes to the Golden Dome is going to have to really concentrate on the areas that we think need the most protection. And that's going to, I think, drive the plans for it, the architecture of this.
This guy seems genuinely excited about it. I don't know what's wrong with him. We don't need this. You know, the only reason that we might need this in the future is because Donald Trump is starting a war right now. The anti-war. I hate wars. I love peace. In fact, Obama never should have gotten the Nobel Peace Prize. I should have gotten it for taking us out of that nasty, nasty deal that made it so Iran wouldn't make nuclear weapons. I was like, Iran, make as many nuclear weapons as you want. This terrible Obama deal has to go. America. But I don't know if you saw that Chevron. White House says, according to source, no expense will be spared. Fantastic. I'm so glad about that. We wouldn't want expenses spared. We're already spending almost $1 trillion on defense. But maybe we should spend $1 trillion more. No big deal. American people can pay for it. DOGE will just take away the rest of the services that your grandma and grandpa and the poors count on. We don't need them. We don't need the olds or the poors. Just the young and rich. When you're 40, we're going to kill you. If you're not working, we'll ship you to El Salvador. All right, let's get to talking about a few things here. Immigration. That's right, immigration, things like that. I've done this in a slightly circuitous way. We're going to talk about a number of things. So let's just go here to Hassan from 2 days ago. Trump can do anything now? What does that mean? Trump can do anything.
Illegal.
What just happened? Why are we back on this video? You piece of shit. He said Hassan. The Hassanabi Industrial Complex.
That's not what we were doing at the Pentagon.
I might add that I think Elon, if they ever wanted to do that, I think Elon wouldn't do it. I think he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't want to.
He wouldn't even do it. I forgot. This one isn't the immigration. We're still on I could not remember, partially because these goddamn Amazon videos are so long. We're still on defense. It's my B. That's my bad.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
That's not what we were doing at the Pentagon.
I might add that I think Elon, if they ever wanted to do that, I think Elon wouldn't do it. I think he wouldn't do it. He wouldn't put himself in that position.
God. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's so good. Oh, dude. Yeah, totally. Yeah, no, Elon cares about America. Oh my God, that's an amazing take.
Some of the things
First
that I
of
say
all,
will be incorrect.
No billionaire cares about anything but putting another zero next to their net worth, okay? Now let's get back to the state of affairs at the national level. Donald Trump.
Releasing that because many presidents have gone through it and they haven't released. And I said,
they haven't released.
We even released Social Security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted.
Other presidents, they wanted to release the. What was that? They wanted what?
Because many presidents have gone through it and they haven't released. And I said,
they haven't released.
We even released Social.
They haven't released. Why haven't these presidents released?
Phrasing.
Security numbers. I didn't want anything deleted. They said, sir, what about Social Security? People long gone, but they're long gone, so I can't imagine. But I said, if you don't delete it, if you do delete it, we have people are going to say, why did you delete it? There's something in there. So we gave Social Security, we gave everything. And the rest is for you to look at, Peter. You're going to see whether or not you see anything. But we've given it. We're doing it with Dr. Martin Luther King, too.
We're doing it with Dr. Martin Luther King.
They're going to release everything. And
that's crazy. Okay, that's wild. Wait, what do you mean? So he's going to release the files on MLK's assassination? Ain't no way, dude. Ain't no way are they going to release the full files. There's no shot. I guess maybe because he hates the FBI, right? Maybe he's like, yeah, that's right. I hate the FBI. They came after me just like MLK. They killed him just like
people say I'm a lot like MLK.
Whoever else they want. I mean, you know, we have nothing. We really have nothing to hide. We should.
It is amazing how much play podcasters get. Like it is. We are.
Okay, you know what? I'm sorry. I can't do it right now. I can't do the Hassan. It's too much. It's too much, Hassan.
That's too much, man.
It just these clips are often they just jump back and forth from topic to topic. It's too much. Okay, let's talk about some of the deportations that have been going on. And what you can do to stop forest fires. I mean, ICE deportations. Here's the majority report with Sam Seder from yesterday. Okay, why are you being a dick? Don't do this. No, don't do this. I hate you. I hate you guys.
In the podcast world, dude. This is the
That's the only way to do it. At least I figured out a way to fix that. Okay. Here we go.
Hi there, it's Mimi from Colorado again, and I also have a PSA from Colorado, if that would be all right.
Mimi from Colorado. Well, let's hear it.
Alrighty, so I had previously called with a PSA regarding our public lands. I have one specifically concerning ICE this time, as well as another public asset. First, I wanted to say to my fellow Coloradans that I am so proud of the response this far from neighbors, coworkers, friends, people who care. Your actions during the last ICE raid did have actual effect. My real PSA today is a continuation of that. To all immigrants and non-immigrants who know people in that demographic, consider a visit to the library in the future. That sounds silly, but just hold on. It's a nice place to spend 8 to 11 hours every day that it's open. You do not have to be a citizen to possess a library card to enter and use the facilities. You only need one to leave with material, so this is viable for any resident. Libraries have free water, seating, Wi-Fi, charging stations, computers, etc. You could easily spend a day in a library, especially one of the city ones, like the big, beautiful, comfortable, private Denver libraries. Libraries are a unique public asset. They are not totally sovereign, of course, but head librarians have the right and ability to turn down any kind of officer, feds included, from viewing security footage or entering the premises in uniform or for work purposes without a warrant. They require a special warrant to override this, and still no library employee has to speak to any of them and has the right to plead the fifth if summoned to court. Librarians, historically, I think a lot of folks know, are anti-fascist, so you have a good likelihood, in my personal experience, of your local librarian choosing to operate in favor of the oppressed. And I am almost done here. There are specifically for my Coloradans, there are 3 library branches in Denver alone with Latino and immigrant members on their boards. You are not alone. Not all ICE raids will be as big and obvious as the last, so please call 1-844-864-8341 to report ICE activity. Please keep it going. Fight to the last breath. That number, one more time, is 1-844-864-8341. That is the official number to report ICE activity to.
In Colorado or across the country?
At the very least, that is the one to report to in Colorado. There is a different number for recording it broadly. I can't recall what it is right now.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
But there you have it. So, yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Ten cuidado, mis amigos. And shout out to Denver DSA. Left is best. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks Mimi. I believe Mimi called in when I was hosting on Thursday to give some advice on protecting our national parks. So lots of practical advice from that caller. Appreciate it.
Hey, folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button and check out our daily show. We do it every day at 12 p.m. Eastern for about 2.
Yeah, if you didn't quite pick up on it there, caller was essentially suggesting, and I think she was trying to watch her words carefully because of threats that have been getting made by people like Tom Oman, but essentially educating people on maybe a place where they might be able to, avoid being targeted by ICE. Perhaps a different kind of sanctuary of learning. All right, now we're going to skip back and forth between some things here. Going back and forth between deportations and DEI. Because, of course, one of the reasons that the United States is so diverse is because of the fact that we have had a pretty, reasonable immigration policy, or, for much of our, not the whole time, there's been some definite lapses in that. But we are a nation made up of all sorts of groups of people. Unfortunately, some people are being repressed.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Including children. Like the kids who were supposed to do a concert with the United States Marine Band after Donald Trump canceled DEI entirely. Said, actually, racism's good. It's good. We want more racism in government. See what these poor young musicians have had to deal with. Yeah, and unfortunately, these kids played a concert for no one because the event didn't really happen. It was essentially, sure, maybe it's good they got to play with older musicians and gain experience. But the concert itself that was supposed to happen wasn't held. Because, oh no, a black clarinetist. Oh, God. No.
That's too much, man!
Sorry, son, you're wrong. It's the home of the...
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
Yes, awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak. It's much better, actually. DEI is no good. Yep, including DEI of opinion. Having different opinions than that of the administration might get you deported, like Mahmoud Khalil. And apparently Mahmoud's lawyers, attorneys, have been speaking out at a recent NYC event. Let's go there. CBS New York from yesterday.
And attorneys for detained Columbia graduate Mahmoud Khalil continue to draw attention to the case. At a forum tonight, they called Khalil's arrest a suppression of free speech.
In punishing Mahmoud for standing for the rights and lives of Palestinians, the government is trying to condition liberty and immigration status on agreement with its political views and priorities. What's at stake in this case is the very ability to dissent.
Khalil was taken into custody by federal agents as his Columbia-owned housing on March 8th. Despite being a legal U.S. resident with a green card, he was quickly taken to a federal immigration facility in Louisiana. This week, a judge ruled Khalil's lawsuit against the government must be heard in New Jersey, where the suit was filed.
Okay. Now let's go back to talking about music. Two musicians went on to Democracy Now! With a political message.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. President Trump visited the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts on Monday to preside over a meeting of the famed art institution's new board. In his first weeks in office, Trump fired the president of the Kennedy Center, replaced the bipartisan board of trustees, and named himself as chair of the Kennedy Center. New members of the board include his chief of staff, Susie Wiles, and her mother, Second Lady Usha Vance, and two hosts on Fox News, Laura Ingraham and Maria Bartiromo. Last week, Vice President J.D. Vance and Usha Vance were met with a chorus of disapproval as they attended a concert Thursday night at the Kennedy Center. The audience loudly booed as they took their seats for a performance of the National Symphony Orchestra. Trump's move to take over the Kennedy Center has been met with widespread condemnation from the artistic world.
Illegal.
Earlier this month, the producers of Lin-Manuel Miranda's Broadway hit Hamilton pulled out of plans to bring the production to the Kennedy Center next year. In a statement, producer Jeffrey Seller said, quote, "Our show simply cannot in good conscience participate and be a part of this new culture that's being imposed on the Kennedy Center." On Monday, Trump criticized Hamilton.
Come here and see a show. I was never a big fan of, I never liked Hamilton very much, and I never liked it. But we are going to have some really good shows. I would say this, come here and watch it, and you'll see over a period of time it'll improve very greatly physically. And we're
physically better.
shows. The thing that does well,
The shows might suck.
hits. And we have some beauty. I guess we have.
It might not be better in terms of attendance or in terms of the shows as everyone's pulling out, but the building is going to be very great, greater than it's ever been. People tell me, sir, that Kennedy building is very nasty and it needs to be physically better. So I'm like, okay, I'll take care of that. Right on, I'll get right on it. I'm a builder. I know how to build things, okay?
Is coming, and we have some others, but the Broadway hits have done very well. So I'm going to spend some time. We have a good board. In the meantime, we're running the country, and we're running it well.
Rhiannon Giddens has also canceled an upcoming appearance, as did the actor Issa Rae, who had sold out, and others. We're joined now by two musicians who decided to go ahead with their Kennedy Center concert on Thursday, but opted to use the stage to protest Trump's policies. The folk musicians Nora Brown and Stephanie Coleman unfurled banners during their concert that read, "Reinstate queer programming, and creativity at the Kennedy Center must not be suppressed." Nora also read this message from the stage.
We are outraged by the tyrannical change of leadership at the Kennedy Center. By weaponizing the Kennedy Center's stages, Trump has systematically sought to silence queer and BIPOC artists under the flimsy pretense of rooting out wokeness, a dog whistle for anything that dares challenge his hateful and dangerous administration. Protest comes in many forms, and we want to honor the legacy of the Kennedy Center as a radical space.
Nora Brown and Stephanie Coleman join us in our studio here in New York. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! It was Thursday night when Vance was booed that you were there. Nora, start off by talking about the banners you unfurled and your message, why you decided to perform but also share this message of protest.
Yeah, thanks, Amy. I guess, well, there was a lot of lead up to this decision, you know. There are many people canceling, as you mentioned before, and we're really considering what the most effective means of protest would be for us as smaller artists who have access to this stage. And we ended up deciding that our voices would be loudest on the stage, and that was the place for us to kind of raise some awareness of the situation, but also like create a space for collective singing and you know, use folk music, which is what we do best, to kind of allow for that that resistance to exist in the music itself. Yeah.
Stephanie, what's at stake in your viewpoint for the arts and creative freedom under this Trump administration?
Oh man, what's at stake for the arts under this Trump administration? I mean,
She sounds.
This is, the arts are a fundamental way for people to express ourselves and for us to recognize other people's stories and experiences and struggles. And for the arts to come under attack by the Trump administration is just seems like such a blatant and disgusting way of trying to divide people. And, you know, as musicians, this is our way of connecting with others, and it just feels like that's just such a clear, like, step in the authoritarian playbook. Yeah, and I feel like art is a unique medium of resistance because it's all about self-expression, and self-expression invites critical thinking, and that's what...
It does. It does indeed. Very important part of our democracy, being able to express ourselves. Let's see how these ladies express themselves musically here.
Play it for you now.
Go right ahead. Yeah. We welcome Nora Brown and Stephanie Coleman on the stage here at Democracy Now!
Somebody who will make us new to hold in the night.
Musicians Nora Brown and Stephanie Coleman. They performed on Thursday. That was the day the Vances were booed as they came into the Kennedy Center. Nora and Stephanie performed The Unicorn and much more. They also unfurled banners at their concert, reading "Reinstate queer programming and creativity at the Kennedy Center must not be
suppressed." Well, there you go, people. I mean,
Are you not entertained?
Sunday FUNDAY, getting music, sports, grilling, history, comedy, protest. I mean, what are we covering here today? I mean, trying to make it as fun as possible in the middle of a fascist takeover of our government. Everything's fine. Everything is fine. Okay, let's go here. See how things are holding up over at Fox News. Maybe Janine Pirro's got some sage words for us in this moment. Judge Janine.
Here you have a former prosecutor, basically, not seem to know anything about the immigration system, B, also not care about due process. I mean,
I don't want reality.
The funny thing is, just put up this on the screen. These are monsters. Now, exactly, who are we talking about here?
Great
Are we
question.
talking about the hooded guys who are holding the guy on his knees who we have no evidence is a member of a Venezuelan gang? Zero evidence. All we know is that they've been scooped up. We know that at least 4 or 5 or 6 people were just, in this country awaiting court hearings, or we're here, as part of the TSP, the temporary protected status. So the Chiron here on Fox News, these are monsters. I would agree. I think there's 3 monsters on that screen.
Yeah.
And
then the guy in the yellow jumpsuit.
We'll play this clip.
Okay,
I'm
and
not
how about
adamant
the
on this. I'm
apartments?
just saying, if you don't believe in due process anymore, then be honest about it, because that's what's going on here.
The only due process I believe in is the legal way to enter this country.
But claiming asylum is legal.
Yeah, well, only if you do the legal process.
But they
You don't
tried,
come
and then
illegally.
they're being disappeared from their court hearing.
They're being disappeared. Fucking Judge Janine. This woman is just a horrible human being. Maybe we should check her papers. See if, she should be here. I don't know. But seriously, we've been talking about this too much, in my opinion. But, of course, they weren't able to go through the entirety of the legal process. Why? Because Donald Trump, rather than making them go to immigration court, circumvented, usurped the legal system, and just sent them to another country without any due process. But hey, I guess Judge Janine only cares about certain kinds of due process. I guess. Whatever.
If you do the legal process,
But they
you
tried,
don't come
and then they're
illegally.
being
I wonder how
disappeared
drunk
from
she
their
is right
court
now.
They're being disappeared. Americans are being disappeared.
We're losing out on a lot of eligible.
Pause. Wait a sec. I got news for you. Americans aren't being disappeared. Although, certainly, we know that legal residents are. But the fact of the matter is that international law, U.S. law, says if you step into this country and request asylum, you are then due a due process, and there is a procedure. And if you are waiting for your asylum case and they come and handcuff you and ship you to El Salvador, there is a failure of due process.
It's a very nice law. When did we come up with that, and for what reason, about accepting asylum claims? Was that maybe after something horrible happened and we decided maybe we should be more open to asylum
Something bad
seekers?
in Europe, you mean?
Yes. Well, don't worry. The Trump administration is on top of anti-Semitism. You know, the guy that said that there's good people on both sides at Charlottesville. He's deporting pro-Palestine protesters. So I hope everybody feels much safer now.
Apparently, she was not just a prosecutor; she was also a judge. Right? I guess Judge Pira.
Oh, Judge Janine. That was the name of her show.
She was in the Jinx.
She was in the Jinx. She was interviewed in the Jinx, right? Because she was in
she was the prosecutor.
Part of the Robert Durst case.
Oh my God.
As long as you come in the right way. I wonder how she feels about Melania. Because, I mean, Melania came in on... I don't know exactly how Donald Trump managed to get this for her, but got her the Einstein grant. Now, I don't actually know what field of research Melania is in. Maybe it's just in general being your best. But she's from, of course, Slovenia, received the Einstein grant, which is usually given to verifiable geniuses, people best in class in their field of study or research, to help the United States. What has Melania fucking Trump ever done in any field of research, ever? Okay, and then chain migrated her parents in, so maybe we should deport those fucking assholes. Okay, they don't deserve. She didn't deserve to come to this country on an Einstein grant. Does Judge Janine object to that? I'm sure that's fine. As long as you had the paper. It doesn't matter if you lied or someone else lied to get you there. As long as you have the paper, that's fine. That's fine. But if you said nasty things, you know, if you said, I don't know, like Palestinians don't deserve to be genocided, well, then you should just get out of here. Or, you know, if you're here and you're just a little too brown, which I would say Judge Janine should watch out for, because she is, of course, Lebanese. You might not be aware of that. She might be next. All right, I figured I'd just chuck this one in here for fun. Why is James Madison's house, a historic Virginia property, being stopped from being sold? Oh no.
A historic real estate deal. The owners of the former home of President James Monroe in Virginia
James Monroe.
are looking to sell
James
for
Monroe.
far less than the property is worth.
Madison.
While it might seem like a slam dunk for someone with deep pockets, the sellers are holding out for a very specific buyer. Jan Crawford shows us what's holding up the deal.
Who do they want to buy it?
It's a hidden piece of presidential history. Our fifth president, James Monroe, lives here at Oak Hill, the only home of one of our earliest presidents still in private hands.
I think he loved the
Built
place.
by slaves.
Bill DeLashmud and family have owned and cared for the property for more than 70 years. They're ready to move on, but there's just one catch.
I had no idea it was going to be so hard to give this place away.
Give it away. They're just trying to give it away. Maybe I'll take it. I mean,
more than 200 years ago,
if you're giving it away, I mean, I'll take it. You know, just saying.
when you walk through this place, built by enslaved people more than 200 years ago, you can feel the history.
You can feel the slavery and
where
oppression.
Monroe drafted the Monroe Doctrine was here, in what today is a dining room. Since acquiring the property in 1948 at auction, the family has carefully maintained the home and its 1,200 acres.
Jesus Christ.
Over the years, they've gotten top-dollar offers from developers, but the family wanted the house and its stories and expansive grounds preserved as a state park. Heather Richards is with the Conservation Fund, which agreed to buy the property for $20 million and has helped put together another $32 million to turn it into a state park and museum and fund operating expenses for at least a decade.
This property can be acquired, opened, and operated with the funding that is being provided well into the future.
But last month, the Virginia legislature said no thanks.
I was surprised.
And why were you surprised?
Because we're practically giving it away.
Virginia State Senator Scott Suravel supports the proposal, but said other lawmakers worried the state would end up footing the bills.
There's a lot of concern amongst some of the Finance Committee members about the future economics of the property. I
thought these guys loved America. The Virginia government unwilling to turn James Monroe's, massive estate into a state park, huh? That's too much, is it?
That's too much, man!
Okay, you say so. I guess we'll turn it into a Trump hotel. Actually, it would be way better. Speaking of Trump, I just want to watch the very beginning of this before we move on to talking about Canada, as we are just now 5 hours in, ending strictly U.S. news. It didn't feel like trying to clip this off of Twitter. Thankfully, someone else has done it already.
The American dream is dead. They say a wall is medieval. Well, so is a wheel.
I see the
Wheels are evil.
Injection inside, almost a cleaning. As you take a shower, the water doesn't come out. So what do? You
There's
just
the
stand there
water.
longer, or you take a shower longer? Because my hair, I don't know about you, but it has to be perfect.
There's nobody that understands the horror of nuclear better than me.
I'm a very stable genius.
Stable?
Still Donnie.
I don't know what I said. I don't remember.
Well, we do.
Okay. On to Canada. I just thought that was great. It wasn't on the Lincoln Project's frickin' YouTube page. They left it on their Twitter for some reason. I don't know what's wrong with those people over there at the Lincoln Project. They're very weird, but some of their videos are quite good. Okay. Let's go on. Very stable genius. France 24 English. 19 hours ago. Guess what, people? I told you about that election that's going to happen in Canada, and it's coming. Immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
As I don't actually have the video of him calling for it, but believe me, it happened. The election in Canada for Prime Minister is about to begin. Technically, it's already begun.
A new rallying cry is echoing through Canada. This Torontonian crowd is adamant Canadians are getting their elbows up.
Elbows up, everybody! Let's do it!
The phrase has caught the country by storm since Canadian actor Mike Myers brought it back during Saturday Night Live. It is now seen by many as a battle cry to push back against Donald Trump's tariffs and threats of annexation.
Fighting for this country is worth it. I would do it all over again. And I think being here is the best I can do at this point in my life to stand up for Canada.
This is a good rally word to say, like, yay, we're like, you know, we're not going to be treated shitty. And it's kind of like to see other people who feel like the same way you do, right? It's community building.
Elbows up!
Okay, this woman put an incredible amount. It's truly an artist, really. I don't know if she is the one who drew it. I'm going to give her credit for it, though. Really well made sign here. Look at the artistry. Look at the coloring. Look at the, you know, it's all, oh my God, so much effort put into this sign. It's overwhelming me.
Who feel like the same way you do, right? It's community building.
Elbows up! Elbows up!
The elbows up saying originates from ice hockey, associated with the legendary player Geordie Howe, who famously used his elbows to battle for the puck, earning him the nickname Mr. Elbows in the process. Canadians are gearing up for a fight both on ice and in the ballot boxes. Canada's new Prime Minister Mark Carney is expected to announce snap elections to be held on the 28th of April.
These guys, overcome adversity, always getting better. It's a lesson for all of us, right? Lesson for me, lesson for the country. It's great. And we're going to win. We're going to win, baby.
Mark Carney. Who knew he could skate? Oh, wow, really showing off his Canadian bona fides over here on the ice. Look at this guy, relaxed, enjoying himself out there, showing voters perhaps that he's the guy to vote for in this upcoming election. That one beaver had 2 tails. Did it? That's too many tails.
Too much, man!
Okay. Let's keep talking about that elbows up. Vibes seem to be taking over Canada. Back to Toronto. Global news from yesterday.
We are proud Canadians! Many in this crowd say they're feeling more Canadian than ever.
Extra proud to be a Canadian.
This is the first rally I've ever been at, and it just touches my heart.
This a result of growing tensions with the United States. Truth is, Canadians are mad as hell. So they're here to send a message that Canada is not for sale, and they want the world to know
that this isn't about being anti-American. We love the United States. I think Canadians as a whole, look at Americans as our friends, our neighbors, our cousins, but we don't want to get married. We're happy to be Canadian, and let's stay friends.
It's brought out, I think, a lot of questions of self-identity here.
Well, you heard it here. Canada, keeping America in the friend zone. It's very sad. But, you know what, I'm okay with that. I think we should continue being friends. Not enemies, not rivals, not competitors, not people who are getting threatened by insane people in power. The fabled two-tailed beaver. Yes, a mythical beast of epic proportions. Now, this guy might be, honestly, in a little bit of trouble. Not for anything he's done, but because of the shifting in Canadian politics. As we've been talking about, NDP has been losing its support, I don't think for any reason, aside from people are essentially drifting to Labour because they feel, I think in many ways they feel like it's strength in numbers right now. And since the NDP had less support than Labour did, after Donald Trump started attacking Canada, everybody started shifting support to Labour. But let's go to Jagmeet Singh, I think that's his first name, who was in Ottawa detailing NDP's dental plan, which is in its final phase, intended to make dental access to dental care more available to Canadians.
I want to begin by thanking all the folks that fought so hard for dental care. I want to thank all the activists that were saying that we need dental care to be part of our healthcare system. All the folks that would meet on the street that would tell me to keep on going, keep on fighting for this. My incredible MPs, my team, my staff, all New Democrats, everyone who fought hard for this. We fought, and now we can say very proudly, the final phase of the New Democrat dental care plan is being rolled out. And that means all adults who earn under $90,000, who don't have coverage, will be covered by this plan. This is amazing, because for a lot of people, they've been living in pain, and they can't afford to get it fixed. They've been living in the pain of not being able to get their teeth looked after, and now they'll be able to get access. So I'm really proud that this has happened. But I want to point out how we got here. From the beginning, when we first proposed this idea, the liberals said no. When we put forward a bill, they voted against it. We put forward another bill, they voted against that as well. They kept on saying no. Even when we fought hard to bring in the idea, the liberals said it would take 7 years to bring it in. We said, no, it's got to happen quicker. It's got to happen for people now.
Immediately, it's not
every
sooner.
step of the way, they either dragged their feet or said no. We did not give up. We did not back down. We kept on fighting, and we were able to deliver this for people.
Jagmeet Singh, getting it done in places where people said it could not happen. Ensuring dental care for Canadians. Olivia E-Girl, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Galactic Stream Nation. Wow. Okay, where are we going next? Actually, hold on 1 second, chat. I have to use the Galactic Space Station's bathroom momentarily. I'll be right back. Please hold. Alrighty, I am back, chat. Sorry for the delay. Let's get back to the content. One more thing on Canada, just for fun, on this Sunday FUNDAY. I figured we'd talk about why Canada is on the metric system. Here's CBC News from yesterday. Why did Canada switch to metric? Good question.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
For some of us Canadians, the metric system is all we've ever known. Temperature in Celsius, gas in liters, cereal by the gram. But it wasn't always that way, and converting from imperial to metric was a long and bumpy process. So why did Canada make the switch?
Why? Why did this metric system come in?
I think it's going to be great.
Celsius, what is it? It all started in 1970. The main benefit of the metric system is it follows a simple rule of decimal structure. That makes it easy to go from small units to big units without having complicated conversion factors in between.
I'm still old enough to remember pence and shilling and pounds, and one needed to know the conversion in between. And the same goes for miles and yards and feet and inches.
Europe had deep roots in the metric system, which started in France in the late 18th century. The UK, founders of the British imperial system in the early 19th century, made the switch to metric in 1965, just years before joining the European Union. Countries around the world followed. So in 1971, Canadian Prime Minister Pierre Trudeau's Liberal government formed the Metric Commission.
The government has stopped short of legislating a compulsory changeover. The reason? This gets Ottawa off the hook, paying the costs of conversion. A 1971 white paper just says the metric system is advisable and inevitable. As this board shows, every day, somewhere in Canada, one of 60-odd committees is discussing the problems of metrication. It could be the new sizes of tomato juice cans, sugar packaging, or screws and nails used in construction. By 1980, for all practical purposes, Canada will be a metric economy.
With that, they set out to inform Canadians, but not all of their marketing campaigns went over well, like this ad in the early 70s.
In sexist days of yore, a woman's figure was given a linear translation by a tape measure. Well, the Metric Commission thought that was a good idea, so they produced a poster with a young woman on it and a caption reading, "Girls measuring 90, 60, 90 are inevitable." The Women's Division of the Department of Labor didn't think that was such a good idea, and the poster was pulled. So now we'll have to learn our metrics another way.
There was one other massive issue: the United States, Canada's largest trading partner. Americans had thought about switching to metric too, but President Gerald Ford made it voluntary. And many didn't want to deal with the hassle and money, so the imperial system continued on. The head of Canada's Metric Commission expected that would make things harder for Canadians.
It's going to be a tremendous temptation always to think in the customary terms of inches and pounds and yards and so forth, and then to convert from the metric to the yards to understand it. That's inefficient, and you have to try to train yourself not to do it.
Think about all the mental math you'd have to do as things changed around you.
The big problem is that the old sizes come out to odd figures in the metric system. 25 pounds of dog food, for example, is 11.34 kilograms, and if we're going to get nice, neat calculations, the package sizes are going to
not 11.34.
The toothpaste people have taken the plunge in advance. Those tubes you see are all in even numbers of milliliters. The housewife, well, it seems she goes by giant economy size or whatever. She simply doesn't pay too much attention to measurements anyway.
Do you pay any attention to this labeling when you buy things at the store?
No, I don't. Probably best to have it in the hospital, and that's what we're doing now here in the metric system.
As the last shopper noted, the hospitals are well in the front. More than 60% have changed over already. The old apothecaries' measures are disappearing fast. These weights are already getting corroded. They're kept only as curiosities. 2 drams, this one says. And as for the smaller ones, the pharmacists have thrown their scruples to the wind and measure in milligrams. Upstairs in the nursery...
Oh, God. Milligrams.
It's science.
Okay, that's enough metric talk. But yeah, eventually Canada did make the switch entirely to the metric system. Because it is better. Everyone else uses it, aside from, like, the United States. Even the people who came up with it stopped using the imperial system. Okay, let's talk business and tech a little bit before we transition into the Earth and environmental halves. Here's a big, salacious story. A heist has happened on Netflix. And it's not what you think.
It's like a scene out of a movie.
Was all this legal?
But instead, it's about a movie, or a movie maker, that is. Carl Eric Wrench, arrested Tuesday over charges including wire fraud and money laundering, alleging he defrauded Netflix out of $11 million. Acting U.S. Attorney Matthew Podolsky in a statement saying, quote, as alleged, Carl Eric Wrench orchestrated a scheme to steal millions by soliciting a large investment from a video streaming service, claiming that money would be used to finance a television show that he was creating. But that was fiction. While Netflix isn't named in the indictment, in 2018, the filmmaker sold a sci-fi series, White Horses, to the streamer for $44 million, as first reported by the New York Times. And a year later, he said he needed more money to complete the series. In March of 2020, Netflix paid $11 million more to finish the show, according to the indictment. Prosecutors say, quote, Wrench began transferring the funds he received through a number of different bank accounts before consolidating them in a personal brokerage account. And in 2 months, lost more than half of it. Our attempts to reach representation for Rinch were unsuccessful.
Likely the transfer to these different accounts contributed to the government's decision to charge money laundering.
And what else do prosecutors say he did with the money? According to the indictment, there was money spent to speculate on cryptocurrency, $1,787,000 in credit card bills, over $1 million on lawyer fees to sue Netflix, and even more for divorce. He spent $395,000 to stay at the Four Seasons and other luxury.
Oh, you gotta take some of that money and sue Netflix with it. I love that. Mind if I use some of this money to sue you or pay for my divorce lawyer?
For divorce. He spent $395,000 to stay at the Four Seasons and other luxury
Gotta
rentals.
do it.
Almost
Gotta do
$4
it.
million on furniture and antiques.
Jesus
Nearly $700,000 on 2 mattresses. And
Mattresses?
$300,000 on the sheets.
What?
Plus the
What kind of mattress costs $300,000? 2 mattresses for more than $500,000. How? What? I'm sorry. What the fuck are these mattresses made of exactly? Like, it's just a big brick of gold. What are we doing here? What is happening? What? I'm sorry. I need to know what these mattresses are made of. Plutonium? What in the fuck? Jesus Christ.
5 Rolls Royces, the Ferrari, the watches, and the clothing.
Oh,
totaling over
gotta do it.
$3 million.
Expect the defense.
Gotta live the life. Oh my God. This is some of the most irresponsible spending I have ever heard of before. Oh my God.
And almost $300,000 on the sheets. Plus the 5 Rolls
$300,000
Royces, the
on
Ferrari,
sheets.
the watches, and the clothing. Totaling.
How much better can those $300,000 sheets be than regular ass sheets that cost like $10, $20 or whatever? What are we talking about here? There's no way that they are 15,000 times better than your regular sheets. Of course, you gotta get a couple of cars. 5 and a Ferrari, whatever. I mean, you can't be seen in the same Rolls Royce all the time. I mean, come on, people. That's unfair. Yeah, this guy... I have no idea how he's planning on explaining all of this.
$3 million.
Expect the defense to try and characterize these expenditures as not personal, but instead income that he was entitled to and income that he went out and spent on. That still may be a difficult argument to make.
Oh, yeah.
He reached out to Netflix and a spokesperson has declined to comment. The arrest coming less than a year.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you go to whatever company that you're going to deal with and say, hey, I need more money to finish making this movie, and then instead of using that money to make the movie, you spend it on $100,000 sheets, $300,000 mattresses, a garage full of Rolls Royces. Yeah, that might be a misappropriation of funds, sir. Oh, boy.
Illegal.
Wow. I mean, the brazenness of this is just truly impressive, I gotta say. Really impressive. Taking it to the next level. That movie better be really good. All right, let's talk about a different financial story. This one is unrelated to misappropriation of funds, but instead it's about potentially illegal practices car dealers are using to oppress people buying their cars.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Imagine this. You're driving on the highway, and all of a sudden, your engine stops. You frantically try to merge right as your car rapidly decelerates, all in the hopes that you can get to the shoulder before something horrific happens. Now imagine the reason your engine randomly cut out was because the company that sold you that car shut it off remotely. That's what happened to Victoria Carter and her children in June of 2021. The used car company responsible was ultimately forced by the government to pay millions back to consumers who fell victim to their faulty engine kill switches and other illegal behavior. And that money might never actually reach consumers like Victoria due to our present political environment. This is more than just a story about a scam. It goes deep into how DOGE is really running the government, and why each and every one of us is now more vulnerable to the kinds of illegal behavior that almost killed Victoria.
Before I was fired, I was working on a case against a loan servicer called USASF. The company was affiliated with a buy here, pay here used car dealer called US Auto Sales.
This is Lindsay Siegel, a former lawyer at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, or CFPB.
The company was very focused on selling cars to low-income people, people who might not have access to traditional credit, people who were desperate for a car to get to work, to pick their children up from school. The enforcement division in my team opened an investigation into U.S. auto sales because we got many complaints from consumers ranging from, that they were overcharged by the loan company, that their cars were being shut off when they shouldn't have, that cars were being unlawfully repossessed. So there was investigation opened into it, and we filed a lawsuit against the company in August of 2024.
What are some of the stories that you heard from the affidavits that you collected as part of this lawsuit?
One of the claims in our lawsuit was that U.S. Auto had defective starter interruption devices. A starter interruption device is a tool that US Auto placed on the cars that it sold to consumers, where consumers had a loan for the car. The starter interruption device emitted a warning tone or a series of warning tones, allegedly when consumers were behind on their payments. If consumers then didn't make the payment that US Auto said they owed, the starter interruption device several days later, after emitting these warning tones for several days, would shut the car off. So it would be totally inoperable, undrivable, and that the car would be stuck wherever it was. One consumer told us that she and her husband had to sleep in their car for 3 days in a fast food restaurant parking lot. She and her husband had headed out of town. They stopped for dinner. And then when they went back out to their car after dinner, the car didn't start. They called the company right away, but because it was after 5 p.m. on a Friday, the company said that they could not turn the car back on, even though the representative on the phone admitted that the starter interruption device should not have turned their car off because they were not behind on a payment. They didn't have money for a hotel, so they slept in their car and they had to wait until Monday morning to get their car turned on.
Wow.
Even though the starter interruption device had activated by accident.
That is fucking gross. But as it turns out, these individuals all knew this entire time these devices that they're putting on cars to essentially take cars without even having to show up to tow them was actually very faulty, would misfire, malfunction, leaving people in all sorts of horrifying binds and jams relating to the vehicle that they paid for. I don't think these should be legal at all to put into cars. Okay? And I think it's kind of wild just how far these people are willing to go. And by these people, I mean capitalists looking to take advantage of working people. They seem to be willing to go to any lengths available one day in pacemakers. Yeah. Didn't pay for your pacemaker, shutting you off. Sorry, buddy. You're gonna have to repo that pacemaker. All right, let's go to some tech stories. Got a couple of tech-related stories. Let's talk about robots real quick. Boston Dynamics, maker of those creepy-ass dogs, and others, have come out with a new video posted to their YouTube channel. They're making strides in robotic maneuverability. See what I did there? Strides, whatever. Whatever. This thing is creeping me the fuck out. Jesus Christ. Wow. This shit is freaking me out. And the fact is the fucking assholes who are in charge of all this shit right now, they're planning on replacing us with this stuff, regardless of what they say. Oh, boy. Well, getting your ass kicked by a robot coming to a street corner near you soon. iRobot vibes indeed, chat. Joshua Keller. Fucking hell. You know, I don't have a problem with technology, but I do have a problem with the fact that we haven't figured out how to take care of people before replacing them with robots. And it's problematic. It's really problematic. We keep pushing towards hitting this point where robots can genuinely take over shit while still not having come up with any solutions on how to give humans health care. Especially in the United States where, this company resides, Boston Dynamics. Oh, boy. Jesus Christ. Okay, last tech story. Euro News from 5 days ago. Is glass the answer to increasing data center efficiency? Great question. Let's talk about it. We have been talking about how the lack of efficiency in data centers is creating a massive amount of global warming and strain on our energy infrastructure, causing your energy costs,
the growth of energy,
your gas, electric bills to go up.
From data centers will keep rising. Company
Shut up, Dick.
Building in the tech space, it's harder in Europe.
Okay, here we go. What the fuck?
The growth of energy consumption coming from data centers will keep rising. Company building in the tech space, it's harder in Europe. Let's keep funding that because prosperity ultimately comes from there.
Welcome to The Big Question, a series by Andrea Rocchetto, the CEO of EFOS. Andrea, thank you very much for joining us on the show
here in Brussels. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Now, chip manufacturing, a hot topic at the moment, and where they're coming from, where they're going to. But can you explain what photonic chip manufacturing is? Because EFOS is a photonic chip manufacturing company, and not everybody watching is going to know what that is.
Well, photonics is the science and engineering of light, because our chips process information that is encoded in light. So our chips are special in one way in particular. We build chips with glass rather than silicon. So all the semiconductor industry builds chips in silicon. Most of our competitors in the photonic chip space build chips in silicon. And glass has a certain special property, which is the same material of which optical fibers are made of. And that's how we get internet in our homes and in our offices. And by using the same material as the optical fibers, we can minimize signal degradation that occurs when you stick together an optical fiber and a chip. It can be 100x more powerful in terms of data rates than a copper wire.
Okay, and what are these chips being used for at the moment?
So the range of applications of these chips is varied, from data centers, where they're used for networking, to building quantum computers, quantum sensors, quantum communication systems.
If a company wanted to use your chips, for example, what would be the benefit?
Now, my understanding, I mean, the way that...
Chips over
shut
silicon?
up.
And the
Thank you. Now, my understanding is that, I mean, this guy, he owns this fucking company, right? And while he's speaking real optimistic about what his chips are doing, my understanding is that they're not being utilized in that many applications at all right now. So... I feel he's being, what's the word? I don't know if it's disingenuous, but it's not exactly, they haven't been adopted in mass or anything like that at this point.
The context of data centers is mostly a reduction in energy consumption. Quantifying that is a complex endeavor because the overall energy footprint of a data center is extremely complex. There are lots of variables. We can use the example of Google. They are the only ones that really deployed this technology at scale in a data center.
Sorry, glass technology at scale?
Just the photonic technology.
Photonic technology,
for networking.
okay.
Yeah. And in the case of Google, we have a 40% reduction in energy consumption. That resulted in a 30% reduction in financial cost of setting up the network infrastructure of the data center. With glass chips, you could do even better than that. But again, there are lots of variables at play, so let's stick with a conservative estimate of what the savings would be.
And using your glass chips, you say there that, you know, less energy will be used by using these glass chips that you're manufacturing. Can you explain how?
One of the reasons we waste energy when using photonics is because we lose information at the interface between the optical fiber that carries the information from A to B and the chip, which instead processes the information. By virtue of using the same material, we can keep the light happier so that it doesn't go away at this chip-to-fiber interface. We can be 20x more efficient. Our chips function at room temperature and in general help to reduce the overall energy footprint of a data center. So bear in mind that about 10% of the energy cost of a data center goes into networking, and about 40% goes into cooling. So there's roughly 50% can be reduced by using photonic technologies like the one built by EFOS.
Well, I mean, if those numbers are correct that he's citing here, this would be, in fact, a huge energy savings. Now, would all these people just start using using these things for bad things, or, you know, just use it as an excuse to use even more energy? Who knows? I mean, honestly, with the way capitalism is set up, I often fall on this kind of stuff. Like improving the way in which we're using energy, great. The fact is, the way that we're getting the energy right now is still bad, right? We're still mostly powering our energy infrastructure, at least in the United States, with fossil fuels. And I just worry that this kind of stuff is going to, you know, essentially give people the justification to just keep doing whatever they're doing. Actually, everything is fine. We're you know, because like a lot of times people use these kinds of things. Like we were talking about it earlier this year. I can't remember when. Who was it that was doing something like this? They were like, "Oh, we've actually really cut down our emissions," but actually, they hadn't. Actually, they had, you know, continued producing even more and more and more. And it's just, I don't know. I just wish we were solving other other problems. Like, maybe, and the fact is glass is probably a good technological improvement on efficiency, data transfer wise, seeing as we already use it in fiber optic cables. But it's just I don't know. I don't know. I got concerns because it's the techno feudalists that are taking over our fucking society right now, right? I'd rather we improve efficiency in other places than for them. That's just my thinking. They don't need faster and better ways to repress us. Like earlier, we talked about how Amazon built one of their data centers, one of their AWS data centers, directly next to a power plant, so that they could plug in directly to the power plant and circumvent the fucking power grid that everyone else uses. And I just don't feel like empowering them at this point. They've already got plenty of tech. Settle the fuck down over there already. Okay. I guess we'll transition here into talking about environmental issues, but of course it's Sunday Funday, so we're going to try and have fun while we do it. Let's go to Keihan 2 News. Hawaii. Why? Because it's spring, that's why. And some people might be thinking, hey, I'd like to, get out of the crappy weather I've been living in, soak up some rays, maybe take a little spring break vacay. Keihan 2's got the recipe for a good time.
It's time for some spring break fun and thrills over in West Oahu.
Chris Latronic joins us now live from Waikiki with more. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning to you, Sarah, Sam, and everybody on this beautiful Aloha Thursday. Yes, the sun is up. It's now illuminating the lookout, which has a fantastic view. But yes, we're checking out the thrills, including the food thrills. And you don't want to miss this new offering right here at the Lookout and Waikiki. Here to tell us more, Mickey Lassiter, Director of Food and Beverage. Tell me a little bit, for people that don't know, the Lookout. Great spot here.
Yeah, absolutely. So Lookout's over here in Ella Beach. It's the top point of Waikiki, if you will. So like you said, it has an amazing look, the view out over the surf, the lagoon, the ocean, all of it. So 4 nights out of the week, Thursday through Sunday, we got live music here, Pauhana every day, 4 to 6 o'clock. Got a lot of really good stuff going on out here at the Lookout.
Yes, and speaking of good stuff, I see the advertisement here, and I heard this is your boy right here, but also the other baby that you guys made here. Tell me about the Surf Monster and how you could conquer it right here at the Lookout.
Yeah, so the Surf Monster is 3-pound dessert. It's our new exciting dessert that we have here. It's got brownies, 5 scoops of vanilla ice cream, decadent chocolate cake, whipped cream.
Okay. Jesus
hold
Christ.
Hold that. Let's look at it right here. Okay, here we are. The Surf
Oh
Monster,
my God.
all in its glory. Okay, where'd you lead off? What else is in here?
All right, yeah, so we got the blue chocolate chip cookies, chocolate drizzle, and then on top of it, to finish off, we got a...
It's diabetes in the world's largest martini glass. Holy fuck. Yeah, no, Donald James, that's basically where I'm at. I mean, not agreeing with myself, but like in terms of I'm not anti-technology. I want us to be making strides in technology. But it just seems like all of the strides that we're making in technology are just being used to enrich the few and to ramp up AI production or whatever else. And it's just, or coming up with new ways to get people's jobs gone before we deal with how we keep people with no... I mean, the fact is, our government's trying to push people back to work while also the technocrats who are in charge are also trying to get rid of the jobs, right? It's completely, devoid of any, consideration for, you know, the little guy, regular folk who aren't multi-millionaire or multi-billionaire fucking, you know? It's just a little much. It's a little much for me. Well, they're not just offering diabetes in a glass. You could also hit up the wave pool for little surfing.
It's time for some spring break fun and thrills over in West Oahu.
Chris Latronic joins us now live from Waikiki with more and ready to go surfing. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning to you, Sarah, Sam, and everybody on this beautiful Aloha Thursday. Sun's up, the weather's nice. Waikiki wave is going. You can see Luke already going with instructor Mo, and it's just always amazing to see this machine going, making artificial waves that we can surf any time of the year. Here to tell us more is Adam Muller. He's the director of guest experiences. Good morning to you, Adam.
Chris, what up, brother?
Surf's up, eh?
Yes, sir. Every day here at Waikiki, all about that surfing. Let's go.
Yes, so tell me a little bit about this wave for people that never experienced Waikiki wave before.
Right on. So Waikiki wave is created by City Wave. We're actually the largest install in the world of its type. It's simulated after river surfing, so it's a deep water wave. And as you can see, we have two different channels on here. One for a 30-foot wave, which is great for the novice to intermediate riders. We do surf lessons. We get everybody out there. And then we also have our 65-foot wave, which is awesome for the intermediate to advanced riders. And the ocean surfers can really fine-tune their skills out here on the wave. So it's a great element of surfing here.
That's amazing. Plus, it's a pretty cool promotion for people that come early to surf, and they get to surf for free, right?
Yeah, essentially, we want to get everybody out on the wave, right? People from all over the world come out to Hawaii to learn how to surf, but it's not as easy as they expect, right? Going down the ocean, you got the lineup of the crowd out there, you got the reef underneath you, and of course you got sharks and other elements in the water, plus trying to paddle and pop up. It makes surfing a little bit more difficult than people think. But as you can see with Luke here, I mean, he starts standing up, and he gets in the wave, and you can really experience the thrill of surfing. So we got surf lessons here for everybody, and this week for spring break and next week spring break, Monday through Thursday. If you have any activity booking here with us at Waikiki, we invite the first 24 people checked in to sign up for the 30-foot wave and try the wave for free. So it's a great way to get introduced to the sport of surfing here at Waikiki.
That is amazing. Okay, I haven't done this. I think I've done this twice. This will be my third time. I'm gonna go over to the intermediate. What's some tips as I drop in?
Yeah, let's go, Chris. I'm excited to have you out here for a dawn patrol session. I know it's been a while, but I feel like you'll pick it back up. The 65-foot wave has a little bit of a steeper face. You can get a lot more speed on it and do some more advanced maneuvers, but we'll get you out there. Just remember those basics of your surfing, and then keep your weight towards on that back foot. And then nice and easy, we're just using the front shoulder and our eyes to kind of aim us where we want to go.
Okay, that sounds good. Okay, I'm gonna go head out there, and you can too. Chris Latronic, Luke Latronic, Adam, they're looking for Hawaii.
Yeah, Luke.
Look at Luke shredding out there. There goes Chris. Here we go.
Dude, oh my God.
So,
he's running this
if you don't
way.
know, folks, Chris is a expert surfer. I would
Expert.
say.
Interesting.
Sponsored surfer. He's incredible. Always out on the North Shore. His home up there next to Sunset Beach Elementary. Okay, we're gonna see him drop in right here.
Okay.
Although this wave a little bit different. So yeah, you gotta get on the back foot a little bit more.
Start.
Oh, look at that.
Wow. Okay, that's very impressive, Chris. He said this is like maybe his third time?
Yeah, third time. It just drops right in.
Wow.
Ready to go. Shred.
Oh!
But you know what? He also does a good wipeout.
Yeah, he really, sometimes he turns it on for us. Yeah, he was over at the
Well, there you go. You could go to Hawaii, and instead of going in the water to surf, you could play around in the wave pool. All right, that's enough Hawaii spring break action for this stream. Let's take a break before we get on to the rest of this stuff. By the way, I just want to remind everybody that we are running on a very shitty audio setup situation right now, since on Friday we found out that this audio interface that I've been using to run my microphone through for the last year, that's 13 plus months now, actually. We have really made it a long ways here, galactically speaking. And yeah, unfortunately now I'm forced to use the internal microphone on this computer, which is really bad. Forces me to lean into my computer when I want to talk, rather than holding the microphone by my face and sitting how I'd like to. So it's kind of causing multiple inconveniences. Bad audio for you, bad posture for me. So if you got a couple extra bucks, you enjoy the stream, and you want us to have better audio, and for my back to not, you know, break itself trying to talk to you all, well, do consider contributing to the Galactic Fund. Cash App, PayPal, good ways to do that. Of course, there's other ways. Let's get to those messages now. Alright, chat. Hope you are enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Maybe even hit that little bell icon too, so you get the latest Galactic notifications, ensuring that you don't miss a single stream. While you're at that, I would recommend considering contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by viewers such as yourself. So many great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, super chat, super stickers, memberships over there. Twitch has got the subs and the bits. Cash App and PayPal. If you'd like to circumvent giving either of those two aforementioned social media companies their money, and instead giving it all to the Galactic News Network, ensuring our continuation in this space-casting adventure of ours. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to become a Galactic patron on Patreon. Myriad of sweet, sweet space bennies available to you over there. Shoutouts every stream, avatars hanging out here at the pool or the bar. So many great options. I would recommend you just go onto the website and check out the different tiers that are available to you. Anyway, chat, yeah, just a few US dollars a month to become a Galactic patron, so what are you waiting for? Get in there. Fact is if everyone either became a YouTube member or a Galactic patron, subbed on Twitch, we would have no financial woes here, galactically. So many ways for you to show your support. You choose your own adventure. Alright, chat, enjoy this short space break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. Well, everyone here knows what that sound means. Time for us to get back to the show. I come back to chat and you're summoning Cthulhu and you didn't wait for me.
How rude.
I'm sorry, Charlie, I wasn't involved in that. Okay, back to the stream. Let's talk environmental issues. Let's talk about cats. Let's go to Seattle. Bring awareness to homeless kittens.
And this morning, we're taking a look at a problem that comes up just about every year. This time of year can be known for a challenging time for local animal rescues as they brace for an influx of abandoned female cats and their litters. It's become known as kitten season. And today, Seattle Area Feline Rescue is inviting the public to support those new little families in need
So
and learn
cute.
about the importance of spaying and neutering. We have Lindsay Nablina, and if you couldn't tell, some
Aw.
tails going by, a couple of guests.
Look at
Lindsay's
these
here
two.
from the Seattle Area Feline Rescue. Outreach Coordinator is her position there, but also Kitten Wrangler today. Ashley's joining us because Ashley is a cat expert, basically. She can speak cat. Lindsay, let's first start out with these two little rascals we got here, Willow and Ember. Could you tell us a little bit about their story?
Yeah, so Willow and Ember came to us from California from one of our partners. They are both 10 weeks old, they're both girls, and they are definitely here to have a good time.
Yeah, and so are most of these kittens abandoned in litters? Just people find them, start letting different rescues know, hey, we need help?
Yeah, they definitely come in through a wide variety of ways. There certainly are your strays and your found kitties, and you know, there's your accidental litters as well that kind of pop up over the course of kitten season. They come to us in a few different ways.
And we have this amazing kitten shower. Sorry if I seem a little distracted, but can you blame me? Can you tell us about this kitten shower?
Yeah, so our kitten shower, which is going to be tonight from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m.
This whole time, I thought this woman on the left was with. I did not take any context clues to the fact that she was not wearing this T-shirt. Probably because I wasn't reading it. I thought that she was part of the feline rescue. In fact, no. She's a reporter being just completely consumed by cuteness.
Yeah, so our kitten shower, which is going to be tonight from 4 p.m. to 6 p.m. It is basically a big open house, a big party in order to celebrate kitten season, but also to help the rescue prepare for kitten season. Around this time of year, we start to see just buckets of kittens, just like Willow and Ember, and all of these kitties need a lot of support, both through foster, adoption, through supplies, and all different kinds of ways. So this big party that we get to throw, it's going to be really fun. There will be activities for all ages, there will be food, beverages, and of course, there will be kittens.
Look at this, is like a little dinosaur. Now, they're super cute and they're fun, but how demanding is it to care for a litter of kittens, especially if there's no mother cat with them?
I won't undersell it. It definitely can come with a lot of complications. It can be really demanding. It takes a ton of hands. It takes a lot of cat wranglers. We rely a ton on our medical team, on our fosters, on our volunteers, and on our staff in order to make sure that all of our kittens grow up all happy and healthy.
Yeah, there could be.
That lady doesn't like cats. Do you know the one on the right who's struggling to play with the cat properly? Who's just letting this cat gnaw down on that toy? Maybe she just never had a cat, you know? Maybe. I don't know. But I do love those little kitties. I hope they find homes. So if you are looking for a cat or just a little bit of cuteness, maybe go over to that fundraiser and get yourself a little kitten season going. Or else stay in the Seattle-ish area. Go over, talk about what's been going on with federal workers. Of course, NFS, National Forest Service workers, people who protect the parks are having either their jobs, taken away, funds taken away. But some workers are coming to speak out at Mount Rainier National Park. King 5 Seattle from yesterday.
It's not every day that Mount Rainier is met with activism, but today people came together with one shared goal: to protect our parks and the people who care for them.
Hey, hey! Ho, ho! Trump and Musk have got to go! Hey,
it's a national day of action.
This is the most beautiful place on Earth, and we need to protect this.
This demonstration at Mount Rainier National Park is one of more than 140 protests happening across the country.
We're not going to stop. That's what I'll get out. Today is a good day of protests.
Organized by a group called the Resistance Rangers, the goal is to call attention to the protection of public lands and stand with federal workers who were fired by the Trump administration.
No Rangers means less rescue. No Rangers means more destruction to our fragile public land. They're preserved today because of those rangers.
This week, a federal court ordered the National Park Service to reinstate about 1,000 probationary workers who were laid off in February.
I hope that one, that it sticks and that it stays, and that they aren't attacked again, but two, that it is followed through and carried through.
Last year, more than 2.4 million people visited Mount Rainier. Demonstrators say federal workers are essential to keep the park running.
For them to target these services that so many people enjoy and so much wildlife and biodiversity depends on, I was outraged to hear.
Demonstrators say this fight is far from over.
We're not backing down. We're going down swinging as long as it takes to protect these parks, protect our forests, and protect anywhere natural.
Indeed. Indeed. We've been talking about this. I mean, it is completely idiotic. And almost all National Forest Service and park rangers are also trained in fire mitigation, including firefighting. So you get rid of them, that's less people to fight the wildfires. Speaking of forests, you can enjoy trees in all sorts of different ways. You could even incorporate them into your art. Let's go to this one artist who's doing exactly that. PBS NewsHour from 3 days ago. How Hugh Hayden transforms everyday objects into surreal sculptures.
Artist Hugh Hayden takes everyday objects from school desks to basketball hoops to cookware and transforms them into something surreal. Special correspondent Jared Bowen of GBH Boston visits the Rose Art Museum at Brandeis University for a look at how Hayden's work challenges our perceptions of the American dream. It's part of our Arts and Culture series, Canvas.
Nestled on a field of white plushness, this home, quaint with dormers and window panes, could read as the fruits of the American dream realized.
It's also like a row of bushes, of hedges, and this idea of like a collection of wood or sticks as a bird's nest, a bird's home.
That's the take of artist Hugh Hayden, who is a connoisseur of contradictions. He knows his installation titled Hedges will have myriad interpretations. That these branches, thrusting forward in a prickly joust, can also read as a barrier to the American dream, preventing access to this home and the others mirrored in Hayden's infinite neighborhood.
It's like a fantasy, the American dream being like a myth or a fantasy sometimes of this thing that's hard to obtain or achieve or difficult to inhabit. But it is possible to also, find your way in it because also the branches are also being protective.
Hayden, who is receiving a major mid-career survey at Brandeis University's Rose Art Museum outside Boston, dwells in dichotomy, in the dual nature of frying pans as melting pots, a finely crafted baby's crib with teeth, and in this latter titled Higher Education, with its teetering shears, it grows more menacing the higher one climbs. Or does it?
Some of them are open, some of them closed, but scissors or pruners or hedgers are sharp and, it could be a knife per se. But there's a notion of cultivation and education, this idea that, education, the higher you go, is supposed to be helping you and it's cultivating you into the molding you into this model citizen.
I think he's a force of nature.
Sarah Montross is co-curator of the show and chief curator of the nearby De Cordova Sculpture Park and Museum, featuring Hayden's outdoor sculpture Huff and a Puff, one of many installations presented by the artist at parks and museums around the country. It offers a warped take on Henry David Thoreau's famed one-room cabin at nearby Walden Pond.
He is a very precise, dedicated maker, often working late into the hours, himself still kind of perfecting his own work, and that to me is the sign of a great artist.
Hayden is
a lot of double meaning and things, and it feels like hidden messages in some of this art. I was unfamiliar with his art until this story came out.
But left the practice after 10 years to become a full-time artist. Ganeet Ankori, the Rose's director and co-curator of the show, says Hayden's background in design makes him the perfect disruptor of the ordinary.
There's enough that's familiar that draws you in. Yes, this is a desk, this is a school desk, this is a chair, this is a coat, this is a house.
Is that bark?
But then it's also
It is
strange,
bark.
so uncanny, unheimlich, as Freud would say.
Hayden keeps his materials familiar too, and works primarily in wood, because virtually everyone has a connection to trees.
If I'm able to change what you think a piece of wood or a tree can be, this thing that's been around you subliminally like your whole life, it's a way in of maybe changing your perspective on some of the more like social or cultural, more complex issues my work is like kind of attempting to explore.
Like these football helmets, enmeshed, as he's titled it, in the kiss.
Football is hypermasculine, which is this sort of, can be homoerotic sport, but the interior of these like wooden helmets that are contrasting colors, oak and walnut, are filled with these like sort of thorny spikes instead of padding. It could instantly go into like, you know, concussions and like the dangers of, you know, high-impact sports.
Much of Hayden's work is autobiographical. The artist says as a tall black kid growing up in Texas, he was pressured to play football despite his zero interest. But it also gave rise to his ongoing exploration of...
Love that. I'm glad he chose his path. Fascinating collection of art that he's put together here. Incorporating the natural, incorporating the forests, the trees, into these almost surreal pieces. Certainly breaking the mold over there. All right, now let's go keep talking about trees. From fighting to protect the trees, to using the trees for art, to talking about the trees burning the fuck down. Why? Because wildfire season started, people. We're 4+ days now, I think, into, if I'm doing the math right, into spring. And wildfire season starting immediately, if not sooner. It actually started before spring even started.
Immediately, if not sooner.
That's hot.
Yeah, things are getting hot, like Paris mentioned. Especially in the central and southeastern U.S. right now. Let's go hear ABC News from yesterday.
Now to the dry and gusty conditions fueling wildfire dangers across the central U.S. and southeast. More than 25 million people in 10 states under red flag warnings tonight. That includes big cities like Raleigh, Atlanta, and Denver. North Carolina issuing a statewide bird ban. Here's ABC's Ike Ajachi.
Tonight, multiple areas across the country are under an elevated fire threat. Over 25 million people in 10 states remain under red flag warnings as warm, dry, and windy conditions continue to raise the possibility of wildfires. Those warnings stretching from New Mexico to South Carolina, covering major cities such as Raleigh, Charlotte, and Atlanta. The Denver metro area also under a red flag warning. In the southeast, the greatest risk across portions of North Carolina, where a statewide burn ban is in effect. Right now in Polk County, officials there say 3 separate wildfires are burning, mostly uncontained. In Miami-Dade, Florida, firefighters are making progress, battling a large brush fire that's already claimed 27,000 acres.
There's still going to be obviously smoke for, days or weeks to go.
A couple weeks ago, North and South Carolina were ravaged by 175 wildfires, and tonight, those same areas once again under threat.
All right, now let's go to talk about the Florida fire, which we were talking about yesterday. People have been fighting to stop this fire for I think it's been 3 or 4 days now. Last time we heard it was 50% contained, but it's been continuing to rage. Go web go. Oh, it's paused. This music is way too happy. What is CBS doing here with this happy-ass music? It is off-putting while we're looking at a fire that's taken out 30,000 acres at this point. A little weird.
Don't be creepy.
Like, is it just me, or is this just, like, wildly happy-sounding music while we watch Florida burn to the ground? It's like, yeah, wildfire, it's great. Let it all burn now. It's throwing me off. I did not notice it earlier when I watched this. This is so weird. Yeah, I think this is some of the most inappropriate music that we've... In fact, this would be better. Like, honestly. Somehow this is better than that. It just doesn't make any sense. Why would you play this... Yes, whimsical. Whimsical fucking music. Just... It felt even more inappropriate than the elevator music. As you can see, Florida, they are struggling to put out the fires. Still, it's, I think, around 50% contained. Now having taken out over 30,000 acres in the Miami-Dade region. These brush fires are really... they don't even have that much to burn. It's brush fires, right? But if they reach a habitated area, it's going to be bad. They're really getting very close to them. All right, let's go down to Orlando, because another fire broke out there. This time, in the world of wonder. What do they call it? They have a... I know that Disney has a... They got a freaking slogan, and I cannot think of it right now. Anyway, let's go to Disney World. Epcot. Fire breaks out. No. Not at a Disney World.
Okay, scary moments now at the Disney's Epcot Park today when a fire broke out at the France Pavilion.
No.
Check out the smoke there filling the air. A spokesperson said it started in a walk-in cooler in the backstage area.
Someone started a fire in a cooler? How do you do that? What do you got to be doing to start a fire in a walk-in cooler? Well, it was put out. I just thought it was... Since you're doing Sunday Funday, we go to the funnest place on Earth, Disney World. That story deserved the previous music more than the previous video. I mean, at least it's at Disney World. It would have genuinely made more sense. Okay. Don't worry, Disney World's not under threat, although they are under threat from Donald Trump's policies, since a lot less people are probably going to be inclined to come to the United States with all of the insane stuff immigration and ICE have been doing. All right, we're going to stay in Florida. Got some more Florida stuff to talk about. Let's talk about the Florida Panther. Here's CBI. Here's CBS Miami from 3 days ago.
All right, let's turn to perhaps the most adorable story of the whole day. Florida's panther population just got a little bit bigger. After
and cuter.
sharing these pictures of 3 kittens being checked out in the wild. Look at that expression.
That one looks really cute and like happy to see these humans. Like, hey, what are you doing here? Crews waited until their mother left the den to hunt. Very smart. Then biologists quickly weighed, dewormed, and microchipped the cubs. Yeah, we want to keep tabs on them, you know, because Florida panther kittens have a 32% survival rate in the wild. Officials say conservation efforts like this will help to protect them. Look at the eyes on that cub.
Yeah.
So
Beautiful.
sweet.
Here,
Wow.
kitty.
Aw.
You can say that.
Beautiful. Look at that. We got all kinds of kittens here at the Galactic News Network, okay? I mean, are you not entertained? Music, kittens, surfing, diabetes by ice cream, technology, protests, comedy. I mean, sports. We've covered it all here today, and we're only just scratching the surface right now. Let's go back to talking spring break down on Miami Beach.
Spring break rules keeping the peace on Miami Beach amid a peak weekend, and the numbers prove it. According to police, there have been 374 spring break related arrests since February 24th. That is a 14% reduction compared to this time last year. Now, among this year's safety measures, curfews, DUI checkpoints, and increased police presence. We have reached out to Fort Lauderdale to see how beaches up there are faring.
My God. Spring break out of control in Florida.
Spring breakers of all ages out in full force, hitting up South Florida's beaches, and right there with them are police on the ground and in the air. It's all part of a massive crackdown to keep the crowds safe. Good evening to you. I am Chelsea Jones. As CBS News Miami's Joan Murray shows us, those who were put off by the rules in Miami Beach found a home in Fort Lauderdale.
On likely the busiest spring break weekend, it was hard to get a seat at the world-famous Elbow Room on Fort Lauderdale Beach.
Normal during the day, gets wild at night.
Police are everywhere on the sidewalks and sand. Barriers line A1A to prevent mishaps. Aiden Manning and Morgan Zachman are college seniors from Maine who've been down here a week.
It's always moving. It's always like the nightlife is very alive here. From 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. the next day, people are partying, people are going. It's really fun. It's a lot, but it's really fun.
Honestly, it's kind of crazy. Half the time, it's like people running from stuff. I mean, sure, the nightlife is great, but it's like some people are just out of control.
Fort Lauderdale police say as of March 17th, there have been 29 arrests and over 2,600 traffic citations issued. At Primanti's Pizza, where the dough is constantly flying, manager Jolene Parker said she gives spring breakers an A for conduct.
I haven't any problems with kids at all. They haven't been fighting, they've been waiting in line, they've even been tipping a little bit.
These locals who took a break from the books at University of Florida will be driving north Sunday for the start of classes again on Monday.
We're here to have a sweet. Totally stoked for that. Here we go, people. A little bit more spring break action. But with spring break coming, well, with spring here being ushered in quicker and quicker by the day. Some are still clinging to winter. Let's go all the way north to New York, where some skiers and snowboarders clinging to the last remnants of snow.
It may be spring, but it's still not the best weather for swimming, unless you're one of these guys. Skiers and snowboarders taking a dip in the water in the annual pond skimming event at Holiday Valley in Ellicottville.
No, not enough speed.
Down the Yodeler slope, trying to make it across.
Get it.
Water at the bottom, but for as many people that didn't make it across, just as many stayed dry. This is one of the final major events of the season at Holiday Valley. Sunday is Shoot Fest from 8:30 until 4:30. Holiday Valley.
Why is this guy in a freaking tuxedo?
On Sunday, April 6th, weather permitting.
Well, there you go. Have to be a little crazy in that sort of weather to be getting yourself wet. But hey,
we're sailing at the
I get it.
southern tip of Chile, heading
excuse me,
north
ma'am.
now, and what a different landscape here than just a few days ago.
Would you, for just, thank you. So great. Thank you. Yeah, people still clinging to winter.
Winter is coming.
Nope, it's not. Spring is here, and it's definitely not coming. Okay, there you go. But speaking of snow and ice, I figure we should talk about glaciers, since a couple of days ago it was World Glacier Day. We didn't I didn't feel we adequately celebrated, if you can say that, Earth World's Glacier Day. I mean, really, sort of a sad time right now. But it's Sunday Funday. We're going to try and have fun, talk about glaciers at the same time. Let's start with Canada. Talk about what Canada's been doing. Apparently, for the first time, I think is the first time, Canadian Arctic mission bringing home samples to Canada for climate science purposes. Here's CBS News from 3 days ago.
We're sailing at the southern tip of Chile, heading north now, and what a different landscape here than just a few days ago. It was an ice alley. HMCS Margaret Brooke was actually breaking through ice, carving a path for this Navy ship to get further south. There were hundreds of icebergs, bergy bits, and growlers, the smaller ones.
Oh, what?
And we had to make a path to get to a place called Rothera, which was the most southerly that a naval ship for Canada has ever been. The scientists wanted to get some more samples at this southern place. They took samples of snow. They've been hauling up seawater by the bucketfuls, literally, to try to find out what's happening to the Southern Ocean. This is a big carbon sink, and they want to know, with climate change and with the sea surface temperature warming, will the ocean be able to absorb as much of the carbon dioxide emissions that we put in the atmosphere? Will it be able to absorb as much when it warms? So that's the sort of
Yeah, and the fact is we are hitting a tipping point on carbon in the ocean. At least from all the science and data that I have seen up to this point, it's not looking good. We basically tapped out the ocean, all of the forests on Earth. That's why it keeps getting so much hotter every year. Now let's go. Where was this? Iceland? Norway? I think this. God damn, I can't remember where this one is. Let's go to the United Nations. Iceland. Yeah, Iceland's in the title. Wow. I'm a genius. Iceland's glacier graveyard. A warning from a melting world.
So hot right now.
Have we signed any drilling permits for Glacier Day? I don't know. Probably, considering Donald Trump.
Iceland, once a land defined by its towering glaciers, is now home to the world's first glacier graveyard, a symbol of the accelerating climate crisis. This graveyard stands as a reminder of what's at stake. 15 icy tombstones mark the extinction of glaciers worldwide. But this is just the beginning. Without swift action, many more will follow.
Immediately,
A stark memorial where each tombstone represents a glacier that has vanished due to rising temperatures. It's a symbol of what we've lost and a warning for what's still to come. This site is a call to action, a reminder that the fate of these glaciers is in our hands. The United Nations General Assembly has declared 2025 the International Year of Glaciers Preservation.
There was one of the United Nations' own videos on World Glacier Day. Now let's go to another one. Call to action. Indeed. We must do more. We must do it now. The UN declared 2025 the International Year of Glaciers Preservation.
Very fast because of the...
How am I supposed to read it that fast? The UN declared 2025 the International Year of Glaciers Preservation and designated March 21st as the annual World Day for Glaciers.
Many of the glaciers are melting very fast because of the raising of the temperature, because of global warming, because of climate change. We are seeing an unprecedented change in the glaciers, and many of them are irreversible.
At current melting rates, many glaciers may vanish this century, endangering millions downstream, according to experts. Glacier retreat due to rising temperatures worsens water. Oh my God!
Billion tons of ice.
How fast do you think I can read out loud? Worsens water scarcity, sea level rise, and disaster risks. Killing me, Smalls.
Since 2000, we lost an annual average of 273 billion tons of ice. Well, that's just a huge number. To put that in context, 273 billion tons of ice lost every year corresponds about to the water intake of the entire population for 30 years.
When there are a lot of floods, for example, happening because of melting of glaciers, the livelihoods are changed. People tend to migrate from one place to another. So it's when you ask me how many people are actually impacted, it's really everyone.
Currently, glaciers are contributing to sea level by about 1 millimeter a year. That sounds nothing, 1 millimeter, right? But it has a huge impact. Small number, huge impact. Every millimeter of additional sea level rise is going to flood another 200,000 to 300,000 persons every year.
In 2023, glaciers saw the largest mass loss in 5 decades of record keeping.
It is really high time that we create awareness and we change our policies and we create, we mobilize resources to make sure that we have good policy frameworks in place, we have good research in place that can help us to mitigate and also adapt to these new.
Absolutely. And unfortunately, the United States government, the biggest economy on the planet, is deciding we're going to ignore all of the science and drill baby drill. How we stop that might get a little weird. We're going to have to do something because we do not have time to waste. All right, let's go down to Argentina. See how they marked World Glacier Day down there.
Libertad, no vayan más lejos que hay chicos con camudas y se resbalan que no me traes por día para... El hielo es tan compacto que el único color capaz de traspasar esa densidad es el azul, pero en realidad...
Cansa, pero vale la pena, es muy linda, es hermoso.
Si bien este glaciar se mantuvo en equilibrio en los últimos 100 años,
although this glacier has been in equilibrium for 100 years, in the last 10 it has shown an aggravated retreat. It is melting at a high rate. It is absolutely, all the glaciers are doing it. We all need to wake up. It's truly a massive problem. Something we're not doing enough about. Are we on bird news now? Oh, no, more glaciers. DW News. Why saving the planet's glaciers is a matter of survival. All right, Germany. Tell us, why do we need to save the glaciers?
Today is the first World Day for Glaciers, but it's less a celebration, more a reckoning, as years of rapid glacier retreat mean many are unlikely to survive the 21st century. Glaciers and mountain ice caps store about 70% of global freshwater resources. In recent years, glacier ice has receded at a record rate. The loss ranges from 2% in the Antarctic to almost 40%.
Jesus Christ.
And DW caught up with a well-traveled photographer whose pictures over the past 9 years show...
I'm sorry, I don't think you heard that, but what this guy just said was that 2% of glaciers have melted in the Antarctic, while in Europe, over 40%. 40% of European glaciers have now essentially completely just disappeared.
The stark transformation in the landscapes.
A picture tells 1,000 words. An adage photojournalist Sean Gallup knows all too well. He has been capturing images of majestic icescapes for almost a decade and telling the story of their decline.
And here you can see tourists in t-shirts, 300 kilometers north of the Arctic Circle, in front of this panorama of icebergs, of melting icebergs.
A photographer for more than 3 decades, Sean has covered everything from demonstrations and political upheaval to entertainment for photo agency Getty Images. He's now working in the German capital covering current affairs, but it's a topic beyond the daily events that really gets him moving.
I think it came from a fascination that, you know, there's this substance, water, you know, we drink it, we bathe in it, you turn on the faucet, it comes out, and we don't really think about it much more than that. And then you stand in front of a glacier, in front of something that's so massive and sometimes so sculpted and just so otherworldly, and you think, oh my God, you know, nature created this? This is...
Having carved out mountains and valleys over millennia, many glaciers are now melting. Around half of the world's mountain glaciers are expected to disappear by 2100. US space agency NASA is recording the loss at the Cortez Glacier in Switzerland, which has shrunk significantly over the last 2 decades. The Alfred Breen Glacier in Norway has also been in decline since the late 1990s. Scientists have found evidence that glacial retreat is accelerating. Sean has integrated his fascination into his work, travelling across the European glaciers through the Alps, Norway, Iceland and Greenland. Over the past decade, he has recorded the impacts that global warming are having on these epic ice flows.
It's important.
Oh, God. It's just getting worse and worse. It seems like no one in power is taking this seriously enough. Speaking of glaciers, here's our last one on the Antarctic ice shelf here. CBS News from a day ago. A piece of the Antarctic ice shelf broke off, revealing never-before-seen seafloor ecosystem. CBS News from yesterday.
To look at a part of the planet we have never seen before. In January, a giant piece of ice broke off from an Antarctic ice shelf, revealing an ecosystem on the seafloor that has never been accessible to humans. What scientists found was both stunning and surprising, proving that life exists under astonishing conditions. Here's Dave Malkoff with more.
On January 15th, scientists aboard this international research vessel were on a mission exploring the Antarctic Ocean. They were already encountering strange creatures like this phantom jelly. It's incredibly rare and thrilling to see, but the trip was about to get way more exciting.
So this ice shelf broke, and a piece broke off the George VI ice shelf, and the scientists went to investigate what was underneath.
Dr. Jyotika Vermani is the executive director of the Schmidt Ocean Institute, a philanthropic organization that sponsors ocean exploration and science research.
This is unprecedented to be able to get there so quickly.
We were like, oh my God, I cannot believe that is happening. How can we be so lucky? Everybody agreed that we have to go there.
Dr. Patrícia Esquete of Portugal was the lead scientist on board. The team was 57 miles away when a chunk of ice the size of Chicago calved into the ocean, revealing seafloor that had never been accessible to humans. So they monitored the ice over satellite.
How exciting. A piece of ice the size of Chicago broke off. How great. Fucking horrifying. Okay, now let's go to CBS New York. Talk about Earth Hour. Going from Glacier News to Earth Hour. I mean, World Glacier Day to Earth Hour, which happened yesterday. All across the world, different landmarks went dark, including the Empire State Building. Let's check it out.
Happening tonight. Instead of lighting up, the Empire State Building will be going dark. Live look right now at the world-famous tower lights, courtesy of EarthCam. They will turn off from 8:30 until 9:30 tonight in observance of Earth Hour. The global event encourages you to turn off your own non-essential lights as well. It's all to raise awareness on climate change, conservation, and environmental.
I mean, it's just wild. I mean, it's kind of annoying to me a little bit because it's like, we don't need Earth. Honestly, we don't need Earth Hour. We need Earth Century, right? We need people in power to start taking it more seriously, not just everyday people, because that's not going to change it. And we know that data shows that the worse off people are, the less they think about it, which is why we need the government to take it seriously. Not just random landmarks, unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. Let's stay in New York, though. We're going to switch discussions now. This is my way of segueing into a new topic. Let's talk bird news. What do you say? That's right. Bringing you everything I can think of to make this Sunday more fun day. How do we save birds? Maybe we stop eating the eggs. Maybe we can switch to plant-based eggs. Some bodegas, amidst the rising cost of eggs in New York City, are choosing to switch to plant-based alternatives.
The price of eggs. We were both thinking about the same thing at the same time. Creeping down a bit last week, but overall, the price nationally remains pretty high, about $7 a dozen.
Yeah, I paid $10 today.
Oh.
Well, now a group of about 50 bodegas in New York City trying to figure out a solution for the extremely high price of eggs. And their solution, an egg substitute.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
What kind of substitute?
Well, they're going to make sandwiches with plant-based eggs.
Now, I did a little research. Vegans have known about this for a very long time, but now customers of bodegas, for many New Yorkers, of course, that's the only market near them, are going to find out what they are.
Mm-hmm. Here's Eyewitness News reporter Tanya Rivera.
On the grill, it looks like most any other bacon, egg, and cheese, the morning fuel for thousands of New Yorkers. But everything in this order is entirely plant-based, starting with the egg.
It's made out of mung bean is the primary ingredient, colored with carrot extract, turmeric, super clean and healthy, and, a lot of customers can't even notice the difference.
As bird flu continues to spread and drive egg prices to almost 3 times what they were last year, on Monday hitting $6.68 for a wholesale dozen, The hunt is on for cheaper alternatives.
I went up a dollar on the sandwich, but it's still I'm still losing money. So and I can't go any more higher. The customers they complain a lot.
Sam Alawati, the owner of One Up Bistro, says now his vegan menu options that used to be more expensive.
It's cheaper now because the price increase of the eggs is cheaper.
Cheaper, maybe, and perhaps better for the planet, but what about the taste? Some don't care to find out.
If I'm going to have an egg, I'd like to have a natural chicken egg.
Others are already converts.
Okay.
Vegan diet? Oh, yeah. It could be delicious. It is delicious.
We had to try it for our...
I don't know why that girl was so obsessed with having a natural chicken egg. She got her eyes real wide over that one. Fake eggs? Not gonna have it. It's making me a little hungry. All right. Good other New York bird news. One peregrine falcon has moved in to free bird housing at Bayonne Bridge. CBS New York. Last week.
The peregrine falcon nesting tower at the Bayonne Bridge has a brand new occupant. Now you can watch a live stream courtesy of the Port Authority as the birds settle in. We've got one of them right here. Today it had this visitor that we're all taking a look at. Last year, 3 baby falcons actually hatched right there at the bridge. Peregrine falcons were removed from the U.S. endangered species list in 1999, though they are still considered endangered in New York State.
Checking out its surroundings.
Keep an eye on him.
Seeing if it feels like home. You know, you can kind of tell as soon as you walk in whether or not if it feels.
There you go. One peregrine falcon moving in to public bird housing on Bayonne Bridge in New York. Looks comfy. I love peregrine falcons. They're very cool. Did you know that they can dive at incredible speeds? I think as fast as they're as fast as a cheetah, but while flying through the air. I think they can hit like 80 miles per hour in the dive. Where is Donald Duck? We're doing bird news right now. I've got more bird news too. We're going to keep going through bird news. Let's talk about crows and why it's illegal to own a crow as a pet in the United States.
Illegal.
Owning a crow as a pet? Completely illegal across all states in the U.S. Even if you wanted to, there's no permit that allows private ownership. And before you ask, what about zoos? Well, technically, even they aren't supposed to have them. But authorities have bigger issues to handle, so it's not exactly their top priority. Now, you might be wondering, why such a strict rule on crows? Here's the deal. These birds are incredibly intelligent, with problem-solving skills comparable to a 7-year-old child. That intelligence can be misused. There have been numerous cases where people have trained crows to steal cash just by offering food in return. Some even hang around ATMs, snatching bills right out of people's hands before flying back for their reward. And it doesn't stop there. There's a story from 2011 where inmates managed to teach a crow to smuggle contraband into prison, including a knife. They simply kept feeding it, and each time the bird brought back something sharper.
Jesus Christ. There you go. Owning a crow, illegal in the United States because it's apparently too smart. And if you teach it stuff, it'll do it. Who knew how smart crows were? Assisting in crimes. Bird heists. All right. Let's go here. Let's go all the way to Scotland. Talk about a different kind of bird heist. Falcon thieves. Bird traffickers in Scotland.
The peregrine falcon is a protected species in Scotland, but it faces a growing threat. Known as the fastest bird in the world, the peregrine is increasingly being smuggled to the Middle East, where it is used for falcon racing. Their value can soar to an astonishing €250,000 per bird. Some are even considered so precious that they can be transported on commercial flights. Here in the south of Scotland, spring is a crucial time for conservationist George Smith. He spends most of his days climbing these hills to monitor nesting sites during the breeding season.
I'm going to take, see if she's got a microchip on, fit a microchip, and take DNA samples. So, and then weigh and measure her and see how she's doing. So, should be good, as long as she's there.
A challenging task for George, as these birds nest on inaccessible cliffs.
No, her eggs have gone.
The nest, once full, is now empty.
The eggs have been stolen.
A devastating discovery for George.
She had 4 eggs last week. In 7 days, someone has been and taken the eggs, which is not good.
Illegal.
Not happy in the slightest. It's just, no. What can I do?
This, however, is far from being an isolated case. Over the years, George has carefully logged dozens of thefts from the 100 or so nests he monitors.
Eggs are being laid, but they're not hatching, or they're disappearing, or eggs hatch and then chicks disappear. So we had a series of misfortune where things were not happening. It all linked up, and most of those failures that I have recorded were failures because the chicks were stolen.
His detailed records have since become the focus of a major police investigation, exposing a lucrative falcon smuggling network linked to Gulf countries. 2 British nationals were subsequently arrested. When police raided their home, they discovered falcon chicks. It's believed they earned up to €5,000 per egg exported.
After that. Obtaining statements from people that were monitoring the nest sites. There was receipts or bank statements suggesting that large volumes of money had been transferred from the Middle East into the accused bank accounts.
We've used modern policing techniques and we caught people and we got them to court and they got prosecuted, and we'll do it again.
Every year, around 5,000 British falcons are legally exported. Most are bred in captivity. But stolen wild falcons are difficult to track, often smuggled with fake documentation.
Well, falcons in Scotland under threat. Some people trying to save those falcons from this illegal falconry trade. Horrifying. I'm shocked. Donald Duck was here before we started doing bird news. They disappeared and missed basically a segment tailor-made for that avian individual, Donald. Well, I hope everybody else enjoyed that bird news. I know that I feel like I've either learned or enjoyed something from all of those pieces. Let's move on to a different wildlife type of thing, but keeping it fun. Let's talk whales through a feminist retelling of the old story of Moby Dick.
Hello, I'm Annette Young, and welcome to the 51%, a show about women reshaping our world, coming up.
Confronting sexual harassment on Japan's public transport, a
Wait,
government
what just
survey
happened?
finding 1 in 10 young women have been groped on trains, highlighting an
Oh, right, I remember.
unreported crime.
Hold on. Hold on. I don't want this whole piece. I forgot this thing's super long. Where does this start? I forget. God damn it. Ah, here it is. There we go. Sorry, false start, everyone.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay.
He joins me now from London. Xiaolu, thank you so much for your time. To begin with, what drew you to the book?
I think for me, someone who grew up in China, I lived in China for 30 years and came to the West. For the last 20 years, I was thinking about how should I engage with Western literature, especially Western classical work like Moby Dick. And Moby Dick was one of the most fantastic, but most difficult lyric text I think you can imagine, from East Asia. And since I was writing in English for the last 20 years, and I thought about the way to engage with Western literature. And when I was reading very closely Melville's Moby Dick, and I thought, this is old man ship. What if there's women on the ship? Would the story change? And also, I thought about the violence between man and the whale. I thought about whether the violence will be the only way to be manifested on the ship or on the ocean. Would there be other ways? So that was, the beginning of my sort of rewriting or retelling.
So how much of a challenge was it to rewrite the story and making Ishmael the sailor become a girl in disguise?
It's really difficult. I think it's a mad and an interesting and a wild project for me. I think not only, one thing, of course, a young sailor, a woman in disguise on a whaler, it's amongst 39 or 40 men, how should I convey her story, the whole, I think the half of the book, kind of, she's hidden, completely hidden her sexuality, her gender. But then on the other hand, I think the difficulty is dealing with the original text. I think the very strong biblical Shakespearean prose, and I think for me is a way to, how do I translate that into Eastern kind of, with Eastern Asian reference, which means, I translate Christianity into Taoism or Buddhism. How should I bring the Eastern Asian sailors and whalers onto that ship? I think that's the most difficult part, perhaps, beyond the nautical knowledge, really.
How much of your own background as a migrant to Britain attracted you to the character of Ishmael, who effectively is the outsider in this story?
Sure, that's a really good question. I find, being an outsider in the West, being an Eastern Asian writer in the Western world, especially in Europe, is kind of, it's almost another kind of subtext for me to reimagine, a young girl on a man-only whaler. And then this is set in the 1860, during the American Civil War. Of course, I think it's a very remote historical period, but on the other hand, how an outsider, try to become an insider, try to engage with local history, and to become one of the locals. I think that's something sort of, it's almost like psychological study for me, and so the whole writing process is almost very personal and pressing, but also very much research-based. I would say this is one of the most difficult projects.
Yeah, I can see how that would be a difficult project, but also very personal to her. This sounds fascinating. I haven't read this book yet, but a retelling of Moby Dick from a feminist perspective, it just sounds really cool. And I figured I'd slip that one in here while we were doing environmental news today. As it is also still Women's History Month. We've been trying to celebrate it throughout the streams. Throughout today, I've been trying to pepper in at least a story or two throughout all this. Anyway, yeah. I'd be interested to read that. All right, let's go to France. See how they celebrated Earth Hour. Apparently the Eiffel Tower, all the lights got turned off. Was that an hour? I'm gonna say that felt a lot less than an hour. Totally symbolic, doing almost exactly nothing. Great. Unless they clipped that video. That was world's shortest hour. Okay. Getting to the close of environmental news. Let's go to Kenya, where one very simple technological solution is helping people to cook food with only the energy of the sun, and it's not with solar panels. Here's the AP archive from yesterday. As you can see, the box and the lid itself all lined with some sort of reflective surface. Maybe tinfoil, hard to tell exactly what it is, but then you close the box, lift the top lid back up, and the reflective surface directs the sun's rays back into the box. Using a little bit of glass, focusing all of this energy down onto the food, hopefully helping people
I used to use
cook.
firewood for a longer time. I also realized that firewood gives us some problems, like lung problems. When there is a lot of smoke, they interfere with the lungs. Therefore, the breathing system becomes in a very big problem and cannot be treated. We used to cut trees. That forces us to have a very desert place missing rainfall because trees attract rainfall. I tried to come out from that system of using firewood, and I adapted a solar oven cooking system. It is very safe, it is clean, it saves time. I can use to do other things while food is going on preparing.
Here we go. A very simplistic solution to an important need. Now, would it maybe be better if there was infrastructure for people in Kenya throughout the country? Perhaps. But a very interesting, very eco-friendly solution For people without the resources and or are looking to avoid inhaling smoke all the time just to cook food. Alright, now let's go to a problem going on in Indonesia relating to the environment, wildlife, as Indonesians are on edge currently, following a dramatic rise in crocodile attacks in the country. Here's TRT World from 22 hours ago.
Last year, nearly 180 crocodile attacks were reported in Indonesia. 92 of them were fatal. For the rest, survival came at a cost.
I'm so scared. I don't want to go to the beach. I don't even dare to go into the back of my own house. I'm traumatized. I told my children not to go to the river or into the backyard or fishing. It's enough that I've been bitten by a crocodile. I won't let it happen to my kids.
Crocodile attacks weren't always common, but in the last decade, they've surged. Many blame the expansion of palm oil plantations near the Bodong River, as companies carved artificial waterways that connect the river to the plantations. And these waterways also connect the crocodiles to residential areas. Killing these reptiles is illegal, but some experts say the population is growing too fast and that conservation laws should be reconsidered.
The estuarine crocodile is actually not an endangered species, but when it's protected, it means that there's a legal procedure to reduce its population by mapping conflict zones. The regulation does allow for reducing the crocodile population if the zone causes conflict.
For those who depend on the river for survival, staying away isn't an option.
Yes, I'm worried, but what else can we do? Because I put the boat on the edge of the river, where crocodiles often roam. But the important thing is that we are careful enough.
Officials are also considering creating crocodile farms as a way to control numbers, while benefiting the economy.
Yeah, if you can somehow preserve the species, keep people out of danger, and also make a little dough, why not do it? Alright, Indonesia. Jeez, crocodiles. Coming for everyone. Alright, now let's go to the Manila Times from yesterday. Landmarks in Hong Kong, Tokyo. Hong Kong and Tokyo switch off lights to mark Earth Hour. Everybody marking Earth Hour. It's going to solve it. No more lights. They're all gone. There you go. Everybody celebrating Earth Hour. Now, what the economies and the resident countries are doing to avoid environmental catastrophe outside of this short moment of recognition of this problem. A little dubious, to say the least. Let's go to South Korea for the last environmental story before we move on to space news. Finish out the fourth half here. Wow. It's a long Sunday Funday, everybody. Long Sunday Funday. Now, if you didn't hear about it, South Korea, the southeast portion of South Korea being hit by wildfires, deadly wildfires, killing at least 4 people. Here's South China Morning Post from right before the stream started on that story. At least 3 firefighters and 1 public servant have been killed in wildfires in South Korea. The fire started March 21st in Sancheong County in the nation's southeast. More than 300 emergency workers and 20 helicopters were dispatched to contain the blazes. Evacuation orders have been issued to more than 200 residents in 15 villages. The Korean Forest Service reported 16 wildfires across the country on March 22nd alone. Authorities issued severe fire warnings in 12 locations amid dry and windy conditions. A state of emergency was issued for Ulsan City in North and South Gyeongsang provinces. Yeah, fire season is upon us, people. And don't worry, we'll be covering it, hopefully as thoroughly as we did last year. And I've been predicting this is going to be a real bad one. Certainly in terms of destruction, I think. Storm season in general as well. All just, you know. I think this spring and summer is going to be rough. Of course, fire season goes all the way until fall. And it's not like fire season respected the seasons this year. Saw LA just get decimated in December. Alright, space news time. Let's talk SpaceX real quick. First, it's a good way to segue us between environmental news and space news. Figured we'd watch this quick clip, which we've already seen. I think we saw it yesterday. But when the NASA astronauts came back on the SpaceX capsule, they were greeted by some Earth creatures. The ocean.
We can see dolphins, actually, who want to come and play.
A lot of dolphins were seen greeting a SpaceX capsule carrying NASA astronauts after it splashed down in the Gulf of Mexico. That's right, that's what it's called.
Splashdown, Crew 9 back on Earth.
We got a cute little pod of dolphins. It wasn't just 1 or 2.
I mean, that water just looks beautiful. We had ideal splashdown parameters today. Obviously, wave height, ne'er a concern. The weather is beautiful, as Jaden mentioned, in the 60s, sunny. Looking forward to seeing Crew 9 exit the capsule here shortly once they get hoisted onto the recovery vessel Megan.
We can see that recovery vessels.
There we go. Dolphins greeting the astronauts back to Earth. It's quite a welcome home. I recommend everyone maybe don't look up, because you might get hit by an exploding rocket, since that is something that Elon Musk seems to do quite a lot. Here's the Lincoln Project. A little SpaceX themed video from the Lincoln Project.
Don't look up. Elon Musk's rockets keep blowing up. Pieces falling out of the sky. Airports across Florida shut down. Planes are crashing. Near misses. Dangerous. What are Donald Trump and Elon Musk doing? Slashing the Federal Aviation Administration, the one government agency that protects you in the sky. It's crazy. Elon Musk doesn't care. He doesn't fly like the rest of us. For him, it's private planes, private airports. But there's another reason Elon Musk wants to gut the FAA. It's the agency that regulates his rockets that keep blowing up. The FAA has fined Musk's rocket company hundreds of thousands of dollars. Oh, by the way, you're paying for those exploding rockets. Musk gets billions from taxpayers. He wants to build spaceships to take billionaires to Mars. Yeah, nuts. Elon Musk is out of control.
All right, let us go on now. And where are we at? Yeah, let's go here now. Camden, New Jersey, where students decided to get involved in a little space science. 6 ABC Philadelphia from yesterday. Let's see what these kids are getting up to.
You want to come in? So this is it. We feel really
This is wild.
proud that we were able to be part of this. Here we have the convex mirror.
This is genius.
Which reflects the
Do you see what this is made out of? On the inside it looks incredible, but the outside it's made by cardboard boxes. Or cardboard sheets maybe, I guess. And little, what are they called? Little bag clips. Talk about innovation. Give these kids some money instead of Elon. This is incredible innovation right here.
able to be part of this. Here we have the convex mirror, which reflects the projection into the dome. Today's Maker's Day. We made a lot of stuff. We get to be creative. We get to experience and imagine. Right behind you. Every day would be something different and new and actually helpful. So here's the planetarium. Me and my classmates made a 10-foot planetarium. I've never been to a planetarium, so that was the closest thing I've ever been to. And it was really cool because it was made of cardboard, paint, Velcro, and clips. Altogether, it took like a week or less to build it up.
Wild.
When I grow up, my dream is to be a graphic designer in animation. I feel like this has a part of me. It really
Is that a name
helped me
emulator?
see that I can do things. I can actually create stuff. I can actually make things that look good and that people like.
Look at that.
That's the more detailed side of it.
We are Leap Academy University Charter School, and we're in Camden, New Jersey. So this is an augmented reality sandbox, and in real time, we can move and understand topography.
There you go. These New Jersey students innovating in the world of science, making planetariums out of cardboard. Pretty freaking awesome. Not gonna lie, if I was a kid, I would be big into that. In fact, I would go hang out in that freaking thing right now. Oh, God.
Don't be creepy.
Not what I meant. Just seems really sweet. Okay, more space stuff. Hey, if you're into space sci-fi, say Star Wars, for instance, I know we got at least a few Star Wars fans in here. Well, you've got a chance to get involved in a rare auction. A little extra dough. Aside from helping contribute to the Galactic News Network here, help us buy a new microphone. Not a new microphone, a new, god damn it, my brain just broke. A new audio interface, which unfortunately broke on Friday, and we're still lacking necessary funds. Although some people have been contributing on Cash App, which I appreciate you all for, we're still short. So if you got a little extra dough, you could do that, or you could do this, depending on where your priorities are. You could go and try and buy some very rare Star Wars props going up on the auction block. Here's AP Archive on the story.
A couple of pieces that have generated a lot of excitement are the two that you're seeing right behind me. So we have Mark Hamill's medal that he was given at the end of the original Star Wars, released in 1977, and we have Chewbacca's
bowcaster. Oh my God!
The original Star Wars trilogy.
Unbelievable. That's the medal, of course, that Luke Skywalker received after saving the universe, the galaxy. Pretty sweet. Wonder if it's real gold. Probably not.
I don't want reality.
But come on. How much could it go for? Probably also a lot.
The medal is what Luke was given at the end of the film to symbolize his heroism and the fact that he helped destroy the Death Star along with Han Solo. We do believe that there were only 2 medals made for the film. The other one, the Han Solo medal, is in a private collection and has been for many years. I believe this is the first and only time one of these medals is coming up for public auction, and this one is Mark Hamill's medal. So it's a really special piece for Star Wars collectors. It's incredibly memorable. It's actually one of the very last things that you see on screen. I think the last shot of the film is those guys up there on stage, and then we wipe out and it cuts to George Lucas's director's card.
Oh, I just realized I just switched over to Star Trek just now. I'm not gonna lie, I'm more of a Star Trek fan than I am Star Wars, especially as an adult. I feel like I switched somewhere at some point. I don't know where, because I watched both of them as a kid. I still do watch the new Star Wars stuff when it comes out, when I get a hands on it, whatever way I find myself. But there's something about Star Trek just feels more plausible, I guess, I think, as an adult. And, you know, I think some of it is more compelling at this point. Let's crowdfund that for the Galactics. Please do. Please do. I don't know if you're referring to the medal or the blaster or to the very necessary audio interface. But yeah, it would be pretty sweet. Really appreciate that. Because right now we are stuck with terrible, terrible leftist audio right now. Oh, backers. Yeah. Another one of the unintended consequences of a lack of my microphone. I have to lean into the computer to talk. Well, maybe you can hear me. I don't know. Honestly, I have not listened to the audio enough yet as to what it actually sounds like. Do we break now? No, we're 7.5 hours in. You don't need a break. Let's go talk about the UK to start off the Earth News. Channel 4, 3 days ago. Let's talk about a disturbing trend right now in the UK. I mean, we've been talking about this, maybe not enough. I'm not going to lie. We've been so overwhelmed recently with everything. We haven't been talking enough about the NHS, which has been struggling quite a great deal. I mean, we've certainly talked about it. But it's a big situation that needs to be dealt with. And meanwhile, the UK is increasing defense spending right now. Let's talk about this. According to Channel 4 News, secret files have revealed that 1 in 3 hospitals in England are missing 10% of the necessary nurses needed. God.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's not good. I know we've got a bunch of British or UK viewers around here.
After the Mid-Staffordshire scandal, the government at the time promised to shine a light on the nursing understaffing that had contributed to putting patients at risk, sometimes even costing their lives. For several years, crucial data was publicly available from NHS England. But in 2018, it was quietly shelved, and it hasn't been possible to see it nationally since. However, after a 10-month battle by our fact-check team, we can reveal in the last 2 years, a third of acute hospitals in England had a shortfall of 10% of the nurses they'd planned for. And the situation is even more serious in critical care, where 20% of nurses were missing from 1 in 5 units, while in neonatal care, that increases to 1 in 3 wards. Our health and social care editor, Victoria MacDonald, has been looking at what that means for how the NHS can take care of patients.
Good morning. Time to take the patient's temperature and blood pressure, and time to talk.
I'm going to just check if the regular observation.
It seems so simple, yet when there aren't enough nursing staff, something has to give.
We have some staffing challenges in ED, also in ICU today. We've come in
Each morning, senior staff at the Royal Berkshire work out how many nurses they have on shift and where to put them.
We've got 3 empty beds, but we've got 6 to come in.
They regularly have the number of nurses they planned for. The same simply cannot be said for other hospitals.
There is a shortage of nurses in England, and that is a real challenge to the country. Nursing is a safety critical profession, and if we don't have the right staffing levels and skill mix, then that essentially puts patients at risk.
After the mid-staff scandal found a historic understaffing of nurses was partly responsible for horrific failures in care, the government ordered hospitals to publish their nurse staffing levels. Somewhere along the way, that stopped. So we have spent months obtaining the figures ourselves, and today we can reveal the shocking extent of England's missing nurses. Exclusive data obtained by Channel 4 News reveals that over the past 2 years, hundreds of wards and hospitals across England have suffered from serious nursing shortages. And experts have told us that this increases the risk of patients coming to harm or even dying. Among the worst affected overall are Queen Elizabeth Hospital in Birmingham, Liverpool Women's, and even Great Ormond Street, the most famous children's hospital in Europe.
Jesus Christ.
On average, their wards missed 20% of the nurses they planned for. And neonatal wards were particularly affected at Broomfield Hospital in Essex and Alder.
Now, I mean, almost all of this can be blamed on the Tories, who were in power for like the last 15 years until, you know, the sudden and rainy, what do you call it, stepping down of Rishi Sunak. But, you know, Tories were in power in the UK for too long. Austerity politics out of the Conservatives have utterly decimated the NHS, and this is the effects of this kind of shit. People in the UK being, you know, forced to go without, even in life-threatening situations, and it's fucking horrifying. This is oh my god. Come on.
Come on!
A children's hospital were missing 30% of their planned nurses. These hospitals told us they prioritise patient safety and they are confident their staffing levels are safe. They say the data doesn't ensure patient safety, such as regular assessments of patient sickness and bed occupancy and reassigning other staff. Not fully occupied with patients, and nursing numbers were reduced as a result.
We know, in very simple terms, that if that patients are being put at risk, and that means all sorts of things, including increased risk of death.
Is this hyperbolic?
There is a following patients through hospital, looking at the staffing they experience every day, and it shows that there is an appreciably measurable increase in risk of death. So no, that's not hyperbolic.
Yeah, it doesn't sound hyperbolic at all to me. It sounds like science.
It's science.
Sounds like science to me. You know, data and research tells us that no, actually you do need as many nurses as you need. Oh my god, why are we getting gray screened right now? This is the first time this has happened in multiple days. Like a week or longer. Why are we getting gray screen? This is rude.
How rude.
The NHS has been in shambles for many years now. Exactly, that's what I was saying, Impeccable. I don't know if you heard what I was saying, but that's almost exactly verbatim what I said. The austerity politics of 15 years of Tory leadership has left the NHS in a state of disarray. And, you know, who could have guessed that cutting funding, you know, time and time again, would have any negative consequences? Son of a bitch with the gray screen. God damn it. Why have you been pixelified? It's incredibly rude. Okay, click live. Back to looking okay. Seems like a number of chatters agree with me on Star Trek being the better series for adults. And honestly, some of the new Star Trek stuff has been so good. I'm a huge fan of it. I've been watching it since it came out, the new stuff. Okay. Let's, I think we have more UK stuff? No. Oh, no. Okay, alright. Let's go to France. Let's go to France, where... I don't know, I'm speaking in a British accent right now. Where, a story has been in development, and we only covered it once. So since it's Sunday Funday, we're definitely covering this one for a second time. Because, of course, one French lawmaker is demanding back the Statue of Liberty from the United States, since he believes we don't really care about freedom or the vibes in which the Statue of Liberty was intended. Don't love freedom in the Americas anymore. No. We'd rather oppress people, not welcome immigrants. Lady Liberty, going back to France? Let's find out.
Is the economy rigged?
Wait, what is this?
That's the question. Author,
Oh,
friend
shit.
of the show, and ex-trader.
No shit, I totally missed this. How did I miss this? Am I blind or something? How am I always doing this? Sorry. Why do I suck? I have to take back that leading in monologue there and say, whoopsies.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
We do have another story. I thought we had another story in the UK. Let's go to Navarra. God damn it. Said all those words for no good reason.
Stevenson was brought on to debate on the Diary of a CEO podcast. And here's a little taste of what went down.
I think the reality is, for kids from poor backgrounds, it is almost impossible to realistically get even financial security, never mind wealth.
But why do you think you could do it, I could do it, he could do it, but you don't think other people could do it?
I won every maths competition I've ever been in. You know what I mean? Since I was a little kid, I was one of the top students at LSE, and I still had to win my job by cheating in the card game. You know, that's the world that we live in. I don't think that's a very replicable strategy.
So that was Gary, along with...
Yeah, it's absolutely, there's a lot of luck involved in being able to succeed financially in the way that those guys have. And I think it's laughable to suggest everyone can do it in a zero-sum economy, right? That's how the economy, it's all pixelated and gray. If it goes pixelated and gray for you, you can click live. It'll scoot you forward past the grayness. Not sure how far behind you are. Probably not even hearing what I'm saying right now.
Some guy called Daniel Priestley, whose job it seems to be to represent the delusions of a free market economy. Now, the point that Gary is making there will resonate with anyone who lives in the real world. And look, what Gary's saying is, I don't come from money. I didn't have the connections that could get me into a good job. So it didn't matter that I came top of my class. It was actually just luck and cheating in a card game, being in the right place at the right time that gave me a look into a world that was completely out of my grasp. And we all know that. We all know that the hardest workers in this country don't make the most money. You can ask anyone who is a school teacher, a nurse, or a working mum. Like, we don't live in a world, in a country where hard work alone can get you financial stability. In fact, financial stability has actually become a luxury. Being able to have the basics, stable, good housing, keeping up with your heating bills, your grocery bills, your childcare bills, maybe once in a while having a little holiday, that has gone from being a standard expectation for anyone living in a country as wealthy as the UK to the reserve of an increasingly small number of people. And interestingly, Daniel, the guy that Gary Stevenson is up against in this debate, does actually acknowledge that. Have a look at this.
There's a book Charles Dickens wrote called The Tale of Two Cities. And the opening line of the book is, it was the best of times, it was the worst of times.
Oh my God.
And I think we've actually gotten to that point here where some people in the UK, it's the best of times. If you, like in your situation, you're booming, you're a globally successful business.
Oh my God.
I've got a globally successful business.
This guy has taken all of the wrong lessons from Dickens. Wow. Anything in that noggin there? Hello?
And then there are a lot of people who completely cannot relate to this. Energy prices are now the most expensive in the Western world.
Oh, is that
House
what
prices are completely unaffordable. It used to
Well,
be,
that's true.
Used to take 3 years to save for a
I
deposit.
like people
It's now
like you.
20 years if theoretically 20 years if.
The reason why house prices are so high is because douchebags with too much money are hoarding property, okay? They didn't just arbitrarily go up for no good reason.
Save for a deposit. Food prices are through the roof. So we're in a really difficult, like for anyone who is not tapped into digital economy, fast growth and all of that sort of stuff, life is getting harder and worse and things are collapsing.
So we're all on the same page. Everyone.
I love how this guy's solution to all that stuff is more brutal capitalism. Oh my God.
I don't want reality.
Okay. Alright, that's it for the UK now. Sorry for tricking you all. Let's go to France, finally. Talk about how France may be taking back the Statue of Liberty since America hates freedom. Oh my God. I hate that this happens. Don't do this to me. You're my friend. No, don't do that. Oh, please tell me I didn't. Oh my God. Oh my God. Really? No. 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 Sorry, chat. I just got booted out of my list. Please hold. Oh, God. Go back. Damn you, end cards. Why? Why do you insist on making my existence so much more difficult? Oh, come on. Let's try this again. France. This is why we can't have anything nice.
Well, it's become a symbol of New York City.
Yeah, we're talking about the Statue of Liberty, which was gifted to the U.S. by France back in 1884.
All right, but as Fox 5's Kendall Green explains, at least one French lawmaker is now calling for it to be returned.
Illegal. Raphael Glucksmann, a French member of parliament, put the Statue of Liberty in a national conversation Sunday, suggesting France should take it back. And it already has New Yorkers talking about the symbol of freedom and democracy.
This is the signature of New York. This is what a lot of people come here for.
It has changed from what it used to be.
Glucksmann shared, quote, "We gave it to you as a gift, but apparently you despise it, so it will be just fine here at home."
I never expected that to be a thing. Like, it just where'd it come from? I see now where it comes from.
The statue was a gift from France to the U.S. in 1884, honoring the long-standing alliance. And since President Trump's firm stance on the ongoing war with Russia and Ukraine, the administration has gotten more global pushback. But New Yorkers...
Wow. Wow. I mean, this guy's not wrong. I don't know a hell of a lot about Glucksmann or his politics, but I mean, it's a fair estimation of what we've turned into. I mean, hold on. Let me make sure I get this quote right. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, your wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed, to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. And now, I mean, they might as well change that poem to give me your ultra-rich, give me people with $5 million to burn with that new visa Donald Trump is trying to give out. Give me criminalized homeless in jails, in labor camps, and we'll send anybody we don't like off to the, the horrifying labor camps in El Salvador. There's a little galactic poetry for you. That's the real shit right there. Impeccable living. Thank you for the Cash App. And for the Super Chat. Shoot a Super Chat and a Cash App. That's never been done before. That's too much! Simultaneous Super Chat and Cash App? That's crazy. You're a crazy man. Gotta heart that one. That deserves a galactic hearting. And the like. Much appreciated. Truly, every dollar counts. And the fact is if every single subscriber who watched this show only gave $2, we would have no galactic financial problems. Now let's see what the Ministry of Truth had to say about this scandal involving the Statue of Liberty. Caroline Levitt. What do you got for us, lady?
In this country, and they must be held accountable.
And something different. There is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Immediately,
Absolutely
if not sooner.
And
Absolutely
my
not.
advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country. Kelly.
Is the administration prepared to...
See, it wasn't for America. French people would be speaking the German instead. That's funny, because if it wasn't for France, the United States would still be under British rule. Because they really came in the clutch for us. Now, they may have had their own self-interest for sticking it to Britain. But whatever, That's just facts in history for Carolyn. Which one came first? The Revolutionary War or World War II? It's like the chicken and the egg, except it's got an actual answer to it. Whatever, Caroline. Oh God, Joe 47,771. Leave it or lose it. A Caroline pun. Wordplay. Hot fire out of chat today. Whoops, wrong sound type. I meant this.
That's hot.
Yeah. Chat's been on fire today with the puns. Okay. Now, we haven't been covering the story for like over a week now. Hasn't been a lot of developments here, but in the last 24 hours, there has been. We talked about it like 2 weeks ago, I think. Pope Francis was forced to go to a Roman hospital as he was dealing with severe case of, I think, was it pneumonia? I think it was pneumonia, and or a combination of that and some other sort of lung issue. But apparently, earlier on Sunday, he made his first appearance since being admitted to the hospital. Let's go here to BBC News with the only story we got on this for you all. Pope Francis waving from Roman hospital window ahead of being discharged.
Immediately, if not sooner.
There we go. Woke Pope. Woke Pope. Making an appearance. Let's see what's up here.
Hello, I'm Nicky Schiller. Welcome to the programme. We're going to start in Rome because Pope Francis is expected to leave hospital shortly, and I want to take you to the live pictures from the hospital where he is being treated. We can show you the window. Now, we are expecting the Pope to appear at the window very shortly. He, of course, has had 5 weeks of treatment for a severe infection that led to pneumonia. His doctors during that time say he suffered 2 life-threatening episodes. Now, the 88-year-old Pope was admitted to hospital on February the 14th. Now, we are expecting him at the window where there is a papal suite in the hospital. He's going to offer a blessing and probably wave to the people who've gathered there outside the hospital. It will, of course, be the first time that he has appeared in public since he went into hospital. His doctors now say that his pneumonia is gone and that he is stable, though he is not fully healed. That means that Francis is likely to need at least 2 months to recuperate. But he is, as we said, expected to appear
there he is. Wow.
that window.
They came whipping around that corner.
We can now see him coming out, being wheeled out on his chair. Let's have a listen into the crowd there.
Okay, that's enough of this story. I don't really care. I don't genuinely care about this. The fact is the Pope is a big deal in terms of the world, of the planet. There's too many people who listen to this man for, insight into their own lives. I would say is probably not the best way to get that, but, I'm not here to convert people from their religions. You do you. I mean, the Catholic Church has plenty of problems. But at least this Pope in particular, woke Pope Francis, has recognized the existence of trans people, recognized that, generally speaking, LGBT people deserve, same rights as anybody else. He even said that, I can't remember if he called it a genocide, but he at least suggested that the violence in Palestine needed to stop. And, just based on those 3 things, he's got better takes on stuff than at least some of our elected representatives in the fucking United States. The fact is the right wing kind of hates Pope Francis for doing these things. They also kind of hate Jesus, too, if they ever read the Bible, some of the stuff that he said in there. It's a little woke, too. Of course, here, galactically speaking, we pray to Gary, or to whomever you like, but generally speaking, Gary is our overarching, galactic Unitarian deity. That's why there are so many Gary emotes made available to members of our YouTube. $3 a month to get access to some of those Gary emotes. Truly the most benevolent galactic god there is, in my opinion. Alright, that's enough Pope Watch. Let's go to Norway. To the Norwegian country where, not just bikes had a little video for us. This felt Sunday Funday-ish for show. Oh, wait, hold on. Before we go to that, let's take a break. We're almost at 8 freaking hours here, people. My God, that's a long stream. What? And we got way more to do. My dogs with the praise, the Gary praise. My dogs coming in out of the blue with the beautiful contribution. Good to see you, my dogs. All right, break time. Break time. Oh, wait. Before I get to the real break, just want to remind people, we're still trying to space crowdfund a new Galactic audio interface so that I can get premium leftist audio around here. Yeah, my microphone is still staring me awkwardly. I don't see you over there, microphone, okay? I can't plug you in, alright? Stop looking at me like that. It's not my fault. The audio interface died. Of no fault of my own. It's over a decade old. But if you want to help us return to great galactic audio fidelity, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network in one of the many ways which we're about to mention immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Alright, little space messages, people. Hope you're enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Both very important. Maybe even hit the little bell icon too so you get the latest galactic notifications. Otherwise, you might miss your favorite space stream. While you're doing all that, do also consider contributing to this here Galactic News Network. If you enjoy the show, so many great ways for you to show your support. Super chats, super stickers, memberships on YouTube. Of course, the more memberships we get, the more emotes we get. It's a little group project, if you will. Of course, we have bits and subscriptions on Twitch, Cash App, and PayPal if you'd like to avoid giving YouTube or Twitch their cut. You'd rather that we get every cent of that dollar that you are so graciously giving us. But of course, the best way to do all of that stuff, to get more galactic for your Earth dollars, is to go on to Patreon and become a galactic patron. So many great benefits over there. Get a little avatar, shout out, and so much more. The fact is, if everybody who subscribed or followed this here Spacecast contributed just a few US dollars a month, we would have no more space financial woes. So, make your choice. I get it, times are tough, so I don't blame you. One great way, too, like I mentioned, to support the stream is to just like and subscribe. Totally free. Doesn't cost you $1. So, enjoy this short space break, chat. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. Okay. Well, I do believe everybody here knows what that sound means. It's time for us to get back to the show. Before we do that, I just want to say thank you to Impeccable Living for another super chat. How close am I to my goal? I think we're getting closer. I did see that I did check Cash App. I saw that you sent a Cash App. I really appreciate that. Definitely helping us get closer and closer to that goal. I'd have to do a bunch of math right now to figure out exactly how close I am. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Still a little ways to go, but undoubtedly closer with all of these contributions coming in. Awesome. Okay. Hope everybody enjoyed that short space break. Time for us to get back to the space news. Let's move along, like I was saying, to Norway. Before this all started, before we took that break, I just felt like it was a good time to break it there. So yeah, let's go to Norway. Not Just Bikes, a great channel for things relating to infrastructure, especially. A lot of Nordic-based videos this guy does, but not exclusively. He is asking the question, perhaps to all of us, how is this bike tunnel so freaking great? Well, I'd like to know.
Thanks, Jeff, for the question.
Let's go here. Bikes, tunnels, love them both. Combine them? Come on. Where's the sound? Oh, son of a... It's muted because I was playing the video in the background. I'd like to do that as much as I can whenever I remember to. So you're not just looking at a still TV. Got all those TVs at the bars. Those cost a lot of money, you know. Space flat screens. Then, you know, same thing for the street. You got that screen just staring back at you. You want the image of moving. Come on.
Come on!
Okay, here we go.
This is the city of Bergen in Norway. Apparently it's pronounced more like Bergen in Norwegian, but I'm not going to try to say it that way.
Please don't.
Bergen is a really picturesque city on the west coast fjords of Norway, surrounded by mountains. So it might seem like an unlikely place to decide to construct the world's greatest bicycle tunnel. But Bergen has actually been building a lot of great bicycle infrastructure over the past few years. And so has Oslo for that matter, but I made a previous video about that already. Now, when you picture a bicycle tunnel, you're probably thinking about something like this, functional but boring. But this is no ordinary bicycle tunnel. The story about how it was created is actually pretty interesting, and it's a lot nicer than you'd think.
Yeah, I just realized... I just realized I don't actually know what the definition of Nordic is. It's a word I've said I have no idea how many times. And I'm just realizing to myself, like I was just thinking to myself, because I had just used the word, for whatever reason, the thought was sparked in my brain. But like, which countries are Nordic? I know I can name some of them, but can I name them all? Do I know what it is? I actually don't. Like, Norway, Finland, Iceland, I assume are all technically Nordic countries. And not just assume, I know they are. But then what about the rest of the nearby countries? I feel like I gotta look it up right now.
Over the past few decades, the city of Bergen has been building a series of light rail lines called the Bybanen. And in 2016, they approved plans for a new line to connect the city center to the suburb of Fyllingsdalen in the south. This would involve tunneling 3 kilometers straight through the Lovstakken mountain. Now, tunneling is a relatively straightforward engineering task these days, but the most complex and expensive...
Okay, I just answered this question. I had to Google it. And I was right about at least one of the ones that I was thinking to myself. I was like, because I know this dude covers, if you've seen this channel, you've watched Not Just Bikes, he talks a lot about Denmark. And I was like, is Denmark a Nordic country? And it is. It is. Sweden, Denmark, Norway, Finland, Iceland, and the Åland Islands. There we go. Now we know things. We just learned something, chat.
Part of any tunnel project is the safety infrastructure. There's actually a company in the US that just skips all of that pesky safety stuff and pretends they can build a tunnel cheaper than anyone else. But
Well, first of
we're
all,
talking about a
some of the
real
things
tunnel
that I say
project
will
here,
be
not a
incorrect.
toy tunnel for electric taxis. So in this case, the emergency tunnel had to run parallel to the main tunnel and be wide enough to fit ambulances and fire trucks in the case of an emergency. So that was the plan, build an LRT tunnel with an emergency tunnel running parallel to it. But somewhere during the planning process, a clever person realized that this emergency tunnel, with a few upgrades, could be converted into the longest bicycle tunnel in the world. And that's how the Fyllingsdalen Bicycle Tunnel was born. And I have to say,
this thing looks sweet.
Is
Come on.
really nice.
Look at all the
went
art.
far and beyond the minimum
This
that
is
was
beautiful.
required here.
I mean, just a tunnel, I mean, really, like, this is an incredible piece of infrastructure. Oh my god, all cities should have this. Bike tunnels. No traffic, just bikes. Completely covered. It'd be amazing.
I read that as part of the design process, they employed an architectural psychologist. I didn't even know that was a job.
What is that?
But they did this to ensure that the tunnel
isn't
was comfortable and
it is
inviting,
comfortable,
and
though.
to provide enough variation to
Gives
give
me-
a sense of orientation and a feeling of
like-
advancement as you move through it. And it really shows. I mean, it's a tunnel, but somehow it's also genuinely interesting. This sign at the entrance lets you know how long your trip will take. They expect cycling to take about...
How do you figure you say that word? Wait, I went too far back.
This sign at the entrance lets you...
Fyllingsdalstunnelen. Fyllingsdalstunnelen. Wonder how close I am.
how long your trip will take. They expect cycling to take about 9 minutes and walking around
Honestly, this thing
38
is
minutes.
gorgeous.
That's a long time to spend walking
Look
in
at
a
all this
tunnel,
stuff.
so the designers put a lot of effort into keeping that walk from getting monotonous. Throughout the tunnel, there are 5 rest stops, 4 of which are themed around the 4 seasons. This is the first one, which is apparently summer. The green doors are the emergency exits from the parallel LRT tunnel, which is, after all, the primary purpose of this tunnel. This is the view from inside the LRT tunnel, which is decidedly less interesting, but you can see the green lights showing the location of the emergency exits. This is the winter-themed rest stop. These benches are made of stones that were excavated from the mountain, which is a
Wild.
nice touch.
It is.
I
And
really
there's
like how
something...
the changing lighting...
There is... I never knew I needed architectural psychology. There is something about this tunnel. Like things like this, you know, with images of nature with an actual rock there. Something, even though it's clearly not, it's, especially with the added shadows and lighting, it feels like you're almost in a natural space. In like a very strange, abstract way. Which I feels like perfect for a place that you're just flying through with your bike. I feel like, oh man, this would be... We need more human-centric transportation solutions. Less car-centric transportation solutions that are just enriching oil capitalists and, you know, people like that. big car.
Excavated from the mountain, which is a nice touch. I really like how the changing lighting gives the effect of being in a forest in the winter.
Exactly.
Each rest stop is decorated with different artwork. And
By the way,
lighting
I should say
effects.
this. I should say this
is
right now. I actually didn't watch this one yet. I watched like 10 seconds of them, like, oh yeah, let's watch this. It's Sunday Fun Day. This isn't a super high-stakes video. Why not just watch it together? It's also because I woke up super late today. I was like, oh god, we have to start the stream, and I promised we'd start it early. That's a problem.
Autumn-themed rest stop. The last one before reaching the end is spring. Every rest stop has a door to the LRT tunnel, an emergency telephone, and firefighting equipment. The tunnel also has consistent mobile phone service and over 100 security cameras, as well as very good lighting. Actually, the lighting is really nice. Each segment of the tunnel has its own color, which really helps to make it feel safe, but also to break up the trip and make it more interesting. The tunnel itself is about 6 meters wide. This is split between a 3.5 meter bicycle path and a 2.5 meter path for walking and jogging. And there's a smooth sloping curve between the two so that you're not likely to crash if you accidentally hit it when cycling.
Yeah. Simple.
The asphalt cycling path feels very
Genius.
spacious and comfortable for two-way bicycle traffic, which makes sense as it also has to be wide enough for emergency vehicles. And since European
Interesting.
fire engines are reasonably sized, they can fit easily into a tunnel like this.
Get
A
out.
whole other video about the insane size of North
Get
American
out.
fire trucks, so I'll avoid
That's actually genius.
about
And
that again
also,
here.
I mean,
the walking.
that also, you got to assume that also probably helps cut down. I assume they aren't blasting their way through these things. That's got to cut down on response time for emergency vehicles. If they don't have to deal with traffic when an emergency happens, they can just drive through this thing. Might cause people a little bit of, whatever. That's crazy. That's wild.
Surface is actually really great.
They really
It's
thought
not
this went through.
asphalt or concrete, but a blue rubbery surface that's cushioned and slip resistant, which makes it really nice for running on. There is a slight gradient to the tunnel, and the far end is about 30 meters higher, but it's not very noticeable. Still, if you want the easiest ride possible, start from the Fillingstalen side and go towards Bergen.
I think I said it right. Fillingstallens? I think that was pretty close on the pronunciation. Okay. That's a really, really cool tunnel. All right, we're not going to spend 30 minutes on the tunnel. I think 5 is good. Super cool, though. All right, let's go to something much less great than that tunnel. In fact, I would say that these two are freaking terrible. And yesterday, we listened to a statement from them after arriving in Romania. Yes, the misogyny bros, the Tate bros, who were recently in Florida. There was allegations that the Trump administration had pressured Romania to allow them to come to the United States. It's not clear whether or not that actually happened. But they made it seem like they were just coming back to Romania because they could in that statement. But it turns out there's actually another reason they had to come back to Romania. Here's CBS Miami from yesterday. Andrew Tate and brother Tristan report back to Romania to face trafficking charges.
Illegal.
So it wasn't just because you missed your home. Okay, that makes more sense.
The self-proclaimed misogynistic brothers Andrew and Tristan Tate are reporting back to Romanian police to face trafficking charges. Andrew Tate says he is back in Romania like he said he'd be because innocent men do not run from anything. They had left Romania for Florida last month after prosecutors lifted a travel ban on them. In Florida, the Attorney General announced an active criminal investigation into the brothers. The Tate brothers also face allegations of rape and human trafficking.
Yeah, they do. They basically admitted as much to much of that stuff on their live streams and things like that. God, these guys are the worst. Good riddance indeed, my dogs. Hopefully they stay there. We should have revoked their passports before they left, but the Trump administration decided to let them keep them, I guess, while also deporting people without, trial or due process. Andrew Tate bros. The Tate bros get to, come in and out of the country. No questions. You're fine. Come on in. No big deal.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Yeah. Seems like chat is continuing to use Nightbot's functionality in all its glory. And we have a lot of Nightbot functions and commands. So many. It's been a labor of love since the very beginning. We tried to transport as many of the Majority Report lost commands. R.I.P. Nightbot. And then add our own galactic flair to it as well. I don't know about all of you if you watch the Majority Report live streams, but I still miss those commands. I really do. But the fact is those numbers have blown up over there at the Majority Report in terms of viewers, and if they had Nightbot in there, I do get it. I feel like they definitely took it down on purpose. I don't know who it was, Bradley or Matt probably, who were just sick of seeing Nightbot commands flooding the chat. But I get it. Around here, we don't have that problem. 40, 50 viewers on a good day, maybe 60. I think we had almost 60 viewers earlier this week, but certainly not hitting 10,000 viewers at a time. Okie dokie. We got next. Got distracted talking about whatever that was. Oh yeah, Nightbot. But let's go on to Serbia here. If you missed it, there has been protests going on here now for months. They've been getting bigger and bigger and bigger, and have recently culminated into just massive multi-100,000 person protests filling the streets. And Serbia's government has been getting kind of upset about that and are now seemingly, allegedly, using sonic weaponry against protesters. Something that is incredibly dangerous, can cause people to lose their hearing. It can knock a person unconscious. It can cause women to miscarry. It can, it can give you a heart attack. If you're already prone to something like that, this is not, it's just wrong to use them. Let's go to DW News here 6 days ago, unpack a little bit of that quickly, as we have been covering this a lot lately. I don't want to get too bogged down in it, but this is pretty fucking wild. If you haven't seen this video, here you go.
Now, Serbia's President Alexander Vučić is denying claims that his police used a sonic weapon to disperse protesters at a rally in Belgrade. Footage of the alleged incident has been circulating.
Yeah, what else do you know that can cause an entire group of people, an entire street filled with people, to suddenly part ways? Like they're the Red Sea and Moses is commanding it. I can't think of anything that would, in that quickly. Look at how simultaneous it is. Look at that. It's instantaneous. And by the way, sound travels pretty quick. I don't know if you've heard.
The alleged incident has been circulating on social media. Witnesses report hearing a sudden piercing noise, causing crowds to scatter in panic. Opposition groups and activists claim it originated from a sonic weapon. DW.
Yep, they do. We're not going to go more than that. We'll just watch this clip now here from the AP archive. This was footage from above, from a drone, of this protest was going on. By the way, it was a silent protest. So the fact that they were all yelling simultaneously, it's all fucking weird, right? They were intentionally going out into the streets in mass, protesting silently, holding their phones in the air to show us all just how, together they are on this issue. You can see it here from above. It's honestly quite breathtaking, as you'll probably see here momentarily. Here we go. Look at it over here in this corner. There's so many people over here in this corner. You literally, in multiple spots. It is so fucking bright from the number of cell phones or whatever else are being held up. You genuinely cannot discern between one and another light. That's how many people are out here. There was suggestions it was approaching 350,000, I think. I don't know. It's hard to count from up here, I'll tell you that much. There you go. Footage of that silent protest. Shining a light on corruption. You didn't know there was more than one command? Oh, there's so many commands. So many commands. There's, secret. Can't tell anybody about my secret identity. You could airlock Nightbot if you wanted to. Send them out the airlock. I mean, there's chat. There's mods. There's a cornucopia of them. I can't even think of all of them. There's a list, too. I think if you do this, you can see all of the commands. There you go. It's a massive list of commands that exist. Okay. Let's go to the Middle East now. Discuss a few things here that have been going on. Start in Lebanon. I believe this is a second wave of strikes, even though Lebanon has denied involvement, both the army and Hezbollah, in the recent strike along the Lebanese border. Israel has been launching new strikes on Lebanon. We talked about the initial ones yesterday. Even though there's a ceasefire going, I mean, all these things, and Hezbollah has basically, from my understanding, has always claimed their attacks, right? They do an attack, they claim responsibility because they're proud of the attacks, or at least whatever you want to call it. They're not hiding and trying to avoid responsibility for these attacks. They claim responsibility because that's what you do. But in this moment, no one has claimed responsibility for this attack that happened along the border. It didn't, from my understanding, it didn't destroy any buildings, which I found strange. But now Israel has just used that as a justification to start striking Lebanon again, even though that ceasefire is still supposed to be going on. Something that they really never actually stuck to all of the details of from the very beginning. This
footage released by the Israeli military shows a new wave of airstrikes across South Lebanon.
Wait, what do you mean, Mr. Spock? Lance showed the Serbian protests? That would make sense, if that's what you're referring to.
Released by the Israeli military shows a new wave of airstrikes across South Lebanon, in what's the heaviest eruption of violence since its ceasefire with Hezbollah began nearly 4 months ago. According to the Israeli army, it hit dozens of rocket launchers and a Hezbollah command center, and that the strikes are retaliation for Hezbollah's rocket fire towards Israel on Saturday, something the Iran-backed militant group denies, saying it was committed to the truce that ended over a year of conflict. The Lebanese government, though, already fears escalation.
This could lead the country into a new war, with disastrous consequences for Lebanon.
The Lebanese military, which is investigating the incident, said it had dismantled 3 primitive rocket launchers on its southern soil, and that it's attempting to regain control over Hezbollah on its border with Israel. Despite tensions heightening, the Israeli Prime Minister's foreign policy advisor says he expects Lebanon to uphold its end of the shaky truce.
Well, we expect Lebanon to take care of its part of the agreement, and the IDF for sure will do whatever it takes to enforce the ceasefire to make sure that our civilians get back home safely and securely.
The escalation has increased fears that the fragile ceasefire broken.
What is he talking about? Israel is going to do whatever it can to maintain the ceasefire arrangement that it's violating? What?
Give me a joke.
What are you talking about, man? Doesn't make any sense. Actively violating a ceasefire deal while also saying we're doing everything we can not to violate it. Fascinating. It's a fascinating take.
I don't want reality.
I gotta update this. I see what just happened. I see goth dogs using the Trump age command or trying to. I gotta update that. It's supposed to go back down. I was gonna do this last time, and somehow I forgot to do it. I gotta reset that because 20 is too old. That's too much. That's too developmentally mature for Donald Trump. I can easily reset this command. But here, let's go to here, CBS Miami, back all the way to the U.S. to talk about something about Palestine, as apparently there's something of a scandal over the showing of one film which won an Oscar recently, that being No Other Land, something we talked about night of the Oscars. For some reason, some people were offended by the existence of a Oscar award-winning film, which is a weird thing to get upset about. Whoa. Whoa. What is that? Oh, no. Oh, shit. Oh, no. I shouldn't have. This was a dumb idea.
You might know Harbor Freight for affordability.
Stop.
What you might not know is performance and durability.
Excuse me, sir.
Right along with it.
Would you shut up?
See, we test. And
oh,
then
for the love of
we
God.
test again. World-class engineering and rigorous testing.
Jesus fucking Christ. Sorry, chat. I just screwed up big time. Trying to fix the Trump age command. I just signed in to a different account. So accidentally. Son of a bitch. Why did I do that? That was so dumb. I should have signed in on the other browser. This is why I have two browsers open. I forgot to do it. God damn it. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this one doesn't have YouTube Premium on it, so we're going to get slapped with freaking commercials. And I also don't even have my list on this one. Why did I do this? This was such a dumb thing to do. Hold on, chat. Sorry.
Moviegoers in Miami Beach got to watch a controversial film about the
No,
Israel-Hamas
I need you to hold on.
conflict tonight. The screening of No...
Oh my God, this is so annoying. Switch back. No, don't auto-sign. Thank you. Okay. Yeah, okay. Is that my ringtone? No. No, this is, what do you mean? My dogs? Where you been? This is our hold music around here. You're one of the oldie, schooliest chatters around. The Discord is too much? Do you think the Discord's... I love the Discord. It's a great place for space fams to discuss things with each other, tell me about cool vids or whatever else they've seen. Great way to be more communitiful. Oh my God. What is the deal here? Why is this happening to me? Oh, this is so annoying. You just imagine me with this as being my ringtone. That's funny. I should make it my ringtone. I'm afraid it's just too calm. I feel like it wouldn't wake me up if I was like sleeping or something. Oh god, I'm sorry, chat. This is bigger than a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Oh my god. Why is this taking so long to load? Oh god, okay. Almost there, chat. At least this is loaded now. Let's try this again. CBS Miami had a screening of No Other Land, the award-winning documentary. At least I got Trump age reset. Space Lord age. We should make that a command. Oh my god. There we go, okay. One more time. No Other Land. Shown on Miami Beach. Take 3.
Come on!
Can we do this already?
Moviegoers in Miami Beach got to watch a controversial film about the
Controversial.
Israel-Hamas conflict tonight.
Controversial.
The screening of No Other.
I love how they call it controversial. I mean, the facts contained within the film are not for controversy, right? No one in their right mind is questioning the facts within the film. Oh god, love CBS for their coverage of all this.
Land was almost shut down by the city of Miami Beach, but after a contentious city commission meeting, Mayor Stephen Minor withdrew his proposal to pull the plug on the movie. CBS News Miami's Anna McAllister joining us live from outside the O Cinema on Miami Beach. And Anna, what did moviegoers say?
Well, Elliot, the people who came here to watch the movie, they tell me it's the mayor's issues with the film that actually made it more popular. They also say it's the theater's First Amendment right to show it.
Help! I'm being repressed!
It's the film that started in the West Bank.
The Oscar goes to No Other Land.
And ended up in Hollywood winning an Oscar. No Other Land, a movie about a Palestinian village's experience with the Israeli army, was created by a team of Palestinian and Israeli filmmakers. It's been shown all across the world, but in Miami Beach, it created a world of controversy.
Controlling a narrative for a political purpose is quite literally the definition of propaganda.
Earlier this month, Miami Beach Mayor Stephen Minor, who is Jewish, proposed to terminate O Cinema's lease over concerns the film was anti-Semitic. But Wednesday, a heated city council meeting ended with the mayor and council members withdrawing the resolution.
Free speech is sacrosanct, and I'm a staunch believer, but we've seen a level of anti-Semitism, anti-Israelism.
Not the same thing. Not the same thing, and it's baby brain to suggest that it is. Fucking baby brains out there. Don't understand the difference between hating a people based on ethnic or religious identity and criticizing a sovereign nation state that supposedly has a rule of law and democracy, even though it's clearly apartheid, occupationist, colonialist, imperialist force. It's getting a bunch of our tax dollars. You know, we can't criticize a nation that's receiving our money. Then give us the money back. Okay? Let's go here to a guy who has been critical of Israel, supportive of Palestinians' rights. Staying on the discussion of films, Macklemore was at the screening of The Encampments, another documentary, spoke to Middle East Eye yesterday. Here is that clip for you now.
Hens Hall came at a time, I think, that we were all kind of collectively feeling in the movement of like some sort of fatigue. It was like, you know, the posts were getting, you know, limited. The algorithm wasn't favoring anyone posting about Palestine. You know, the marches had kind of died down. And Hens Hall and what the students at Columbia did, it inspired me on the deepest level possible. I think it inspired humanity and inspired millions of people around the world. It showed what like our actual pursuit for collective liberation looks like. What are we willing to risk? How are we willing to show up in this moment? The students have never been wrong. If you look back at history, the students have never been wrong in fight for social justice and change. And that's where Hens Hall came from. I was watching what was happening in real time, and I went home one day and the song came. I think that this movie is so important to combat the narrative that is out there right now and dispelling this insane notion of anti-Semitism on campus. This has been a collective fight with Jews in solidarity, with Palestinians, with people from all different cultures and walks of life for liberation of Palestine. And this tells the true story of what it was and not what the Western media bias says that it was, or what Congress says that it was, or what it is. This is a liberation movement, and it is being suppressed. It has been criminalized and demonized. And the thing that we have that the powers that be feel the most threatened by is we have the narrative right now. And they don't. They're losing grip of what the narrative actually is. And this film is so important.
Absolutely, we do. And that's why we refuse here at the Galactic News Network to stop covering it. No matter how hard it may be, discussing a this is a topic that needs discussing. Considering everything, I mean, when it comes to stuff like this, I feel like ignoring it, not talking about it, is a disservice to humanity. Okay? I wouldn't do it if the actual Holocaust was going on. You know, if this was 1940, I would have set up my own radio station. Okay, and instead it's 2025, and so last year I decided to do this instead. And that was one of the galvanizing factors in my deciding to even do this. I think it would be beyond wrong for me to suddenly stop covering it. Using the D100 function. You found the dice commands. Oh boy. Alright, now let's go to this. This one's rough, but also poignant in its message. Let's go to Al Jazeera here, 22 hours ago. Watch this short digital documentary called Selfies. One word. Woof, this one is rough. I recommend you watch the whole thing. I can't do it. I can't do all 8 minutes of it. It's gonna break me inside. I recommend you watch it so you can read the subtitles. I am overwhelmed by all of this. I mean, I've already watched it one time and it still hurts. This is a really rough one. The things that people in Palestine have had to go through on a daily basis since they were forced from their homes. It's unimaginable, the inhumanity that has happened here and that has been allowed to go on as long as it has. And I don't think humanity can continue to sustain this and itself at the same time, for all the other atrocities that are going on. We're going to stay focused on Palestine a little while, because a number of things have been going on here. Let's first go here to France 24 from about this time yesterday. Oh, what just happened? I just lost my place. Anyway, there's another general strike being called for now in Israel, as people are growing fed up once again with the lack of action and the return to this horrifying violence which the Israeli government is committing on Palestinians. Meanwhile, Israeli hostages still in Gaza. We saw the general strike that happened last year, and it was massive. And another one is being called for now.
Huge crowds of protesters gathered in Tel Aviv, angry at Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who they see as a threat to Israel's democracy. Opposition leader and former Prime Minister Yair Lapid was there.
This government is doing everything it can to start a civil war. Netanyahu is openly pushing for it. We will not let this happen. We will fight for the country, but we will not let them destroy the country.
Lapid is calling for a general strike if Netanyahu refuses to obey a Supreme Court decision freezing the government's dismissal of Ronan Bar, the head of Shin Bet, the Israeli Internal Security Service. Netanyahu says it is up to the government to decide who heads the domestic security agency.
Ronan Bar will not remain head of Shin Bet. There will be no civil war, and Israel will remain a democracy.
This fucking guy. I mean, we talked about it yesterday a little bit. The reason he wants to get this guy out of there is because, he wants to, kill two birds, one stone in this moment. Sorry for our avian viewers. Bad analogy. Point is, this gets done two things at the same time. He's blaming this guy for what was his own failure in preventing October 7th from happening, and at the same time getting rid of him, separating himself from that even further, and hopefully putting in a pure loyalist in charge instead. Horrifying. But not a shocking plan from Benjamin Netanyahu, as scrupulous as he is. But because of this, and the recent breaking of the ceasefire, all the ceasefires, seemingly, I think people are pretty concerned that they're never going to see their loved ones again. Makes perfect sense. Especially with stuff like this going on. Here's the Associated Press from 4 hours ago. This was during the stream. I saw this on I can't help myself. I look at my feed during the stream on my breaks, okay? I look at chat, I look at my feed on YouTube, because I'm a goddamn news hound, okay? I can't help it. Here you go. Khan Yunis's largest hospital. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, I haven't even seen it yet. I added this and I was like, it's fine, I'll react to a minute video. I don't need a lot of preparation for that. Apparently I might have needed slightly more. This is pissing me off so much right now. Oh my god. More war crimes. Attacking civilian medical infrastructure with no justification whatsoever. There is no justification for this.
Illegal.
Fuck me. But it's Sunday Funday. We're not going to stay stuck on this. It's why I'm moving past both of these very difficult videos. We may have to revisit them tomorrow, whatever the next day is that I stream, probably tomorrow. It's Moon Day after all. I prefer to take like Tuesday, Wednesdays off. You know? I don't know why, but it makes it feel like a weekend for me, a midday weekend. I mean, I wish I had the, ability to do all 7 days of the week, honestly. Like the resources to like, you know, bring in other people on this somehow. You know, if we were like some actual news network like CNN, we could bring you this coverage, but we're just a lowly spacecast reacting to goddamn content. Okay. Let's go to this. This is an uplifting video-ish. Still in Palestine, AP archive from yesterday. I have no translations for this video, but the images speak for themselves. We've been talking about it for weeks now, more than weeks, over a month, I think, since the ceasefire began initially. And especially since Donald Trump started talking about, you know, ethnically cleansing Palestine and building Gaza Hotel, Trump Gaza. We've been also hearing from Palestinians who say they are not leaving. They are not leaving Gaza. We want nothing to do with going somewhere else. This is our land. Tons of like just direct quotations from Palestinians themselves on the ground when they were returning to their homes directly after the ceasefire started earlier this year. Here's some more concrete proof for you. You know, if you're willing to forgive the pun. Here's one man rebuilding from the rubble all by himself. I appreciate the kind words, Impeccable Living. My channel will continue to grow. I know it will too. And the fact is, I need to get back to clipping vids like I was in the past. I was doing so much better with it last year, and I stopped. I've gotten out of the habit. I just need to put myself back in the habit. Of course, I was sleeping even worse when I was clipping. I really got to get back to it. I agree. It will continue to grow. It is growing. Every day we get a subscriber or two. Yeah, I need to go back to clipping vids like I was. That was definitely increasing views and subscribers as well. But I've just, since Donald Trump actually became president, I've basically stopped because I've been overwhelmed by just the news hydrant. News hydrant, Galactic copyright. So many kind words in chat. I love you all very much, Space Fams. But if you can't tell, this man is using the rubble from his own destroyed home and mud to build it all back, and just brick by fucking brick, It is so incredibly inspiring. Making his own cement, probably from old bricks and water. And we all know how, like, meager access to water is in Gaza right now. This dude is fucking determined, and it is so... I mean... If this doesn't give you hope for Palestine, I don't know what will. Like... I don't know why they didn't put... I mean, I think we all know why they didn't repost this to their actual channel. Why we're forced to be, you know, stuck with no goddamn subtitles in the AP archive. By the way, how many views did this video get? 301 views. We just increased the number of views by more than 10% just now. It is so frustrating that things like this just get no coverage. This should have 10 million views. It's another and you should see my clip list right now, because the fact is, I haven't given up on returning to clips for months now. I've been adding back. Like, I've been adding to my clip list. It's like 500. It's like 500 vids long. I think I'm just overwhelmed right now. I need help. I need help.
Help! I'm being repressed!
There's so much stuff I want clipped right now. And I just need to spend a whole day not sleeping, and I'll get at least a tiny portion of it done. Oh my god. This guy. The level of determination out of this motherfucker right here. God damn, is this respectable and inspiring, hope giving in a world completely lacking it. Look, he's even got other people getting in now on it. I don't blame him. I mean, shit, there's so little to live in right now to hide yourself from the cold and the weather. Well, there you go, chat. That's it for Palestine today. We do have a few other places in the Middle East to stop at. I need an AI assistant. I have been avoiding using AI as much as possible. I used it a little. I've used a little bit of AI, but like stopped when I realized how bad it is for the environment right now and how much energy is being used just for AI stuff. But out of all the possible uses of AI, I think that might be one of the better ones, at least for me personally, which I have floated around in my head a couple of times, but gets shoved to the back. Because once again, I mean, I have a lot of concerns about the amount of energy being used. It concerns me because like we covered the climate, covered environmental news every freaking stream. I'm certainly not giving up on that either, And the fact is many of things, they're all still using the same power that we are. Some coal, oil, things to run generators. Sure, are we improving slightly on it? Maybe a teeny tiny bit. But, it's all hooked up to the same grid that we are. Or, in some cases, circumventing the grid and going straight to the source, but doesn't make the source any cleaner. But god damn it, does that sound helpful right now, in this moment. God. It really does. Okay, But yeah, like at the very beginning of the stream, just on that topic, like I used AI in a couple of instances to create like the very base of these sets. Like I've done a lot of work on my own, graphic designing and video editing techniques, whatever else, to make them what they are now. But initially I did use AI a couple of times to create like some of the framework of these sets. The fact has kind of been irking on me. Okay, I'm getting distracted talking about AI in the middle of discussion of the Middle East. We have too much serious stuff to talk about. All right, let's go to Istanbul. Sorry, this isn't really a Sunday Funday story. I tried to end Palestine with a halfway decent Sunday Funday piece. I mean, it was optimistic at least, right? Are you not at least slightly value-tained? Fifth half is... Hey, fifth half, sometimes we gotta do it. We gotta do it. So, fifth, sixth halves. Where am I? Okay, yes. Let's go to Turkey. Because there are elections that are going on, primary elections happening in the country, but the top contender to Recep Erdogan, the current president of Turkey, the very long time president, some would say too long, has apparently, well, he has a serious desire to stay president, has decided to arrest the opposition party's #1 contender. Yeah, Imamoglu, whatever I can't remember his first name right now. Let's go here. France 24 English from 2 days ago.
Imamoglu was arrested Wednesday morning with about 100 of his staff in the Istanbul City Council. He and many of the staffers were charged with corruption and even links to the PKK, the Kurdish insurgency group. Now, many saw these charges as bogus. What added weight to that is the fact that tomorrow the opposition party is due to hold its primary elections on who its presidential candidate should be in the next elections, and Imamoglu is widely expected to win those primaries. So people asked, if the government knew that Imamoglu was corrupt and had ties to the PKK, why did it wait until 4 days before these primary elections? Tonight, Imamoglu is expected to be brought to court and arraigned and formally arrested pending trial on these charges.
Illegal.
So the opposition will be in the position of having its candidate campaigning from prison, which is far from ideal, but it has happened before. However, if at the end of the day Imamoglu is disqualified from running for president, the opposition does have an alternative. The mayor of Ankara, Mansur Yavaş, is more popular than Imamoglu. He's a quieter administrator type of politician, and polls say that he could beat Erdogan in an election runoff.
Yeah. Seems like Erdogan really wants to stay president no matter what he's got to do. Alright, let's move on from Turkey now. And go on. Oh shit. Wait. Oh, we already saw this footage yesterday. Why is this still here? No. We don't need this one. We saw this, right? We always, if you want to see, just go back and watch yesterday's stream. Because we watched a bunch of the footage of the Turkish protests. People were out in force, and so were the cops. I mean, here's the picture of it right now. I'll show you what I'm talking about. I mean, holy fuck, is that a lot of police officers? I mean, it's raining pepper spray over here. Okay, let's go to Syria. That's a place we've been talking about a lot lately. They've certainly been in the news a great deal more than they had been in the past. Everything that's happened in the country recently. Especially very recently, we talked about the fucking horrifying, what I would classify as war crimes that were committed by essentially, from what I can tell, HTS-backed individuals, or just HTS army against Assad loyalists, essentially. I mean, or at least against the civilian population itself, because they killed way more civilians than they did actual, the numbers just don't add up. It's totally fucked. And like we were really, like, I mean, leading up to that atrocity, we were concerned over here. Like I was remaining cautiously optimistic, I think was the phrase I was using over and over again, because I genuinely wanted Syria to be a multicultural place where all ethnic minorities and or religious groups could be themselves in a multicultural democracy, which is what they were claiming they were going to have. But there's been a couple of, rather problematic things that have happened. Not just this, right? Like, the police force there we talked about. What was it? When did this even happen? I'm trying to remember now. My brain is just so too filled to the brim. I guess it was like 2 months ago? God, time's doing some weird shit. But like where they, after having seized Damascus, they started working on, training police force and all this other stuff. But then there was also allegations that apparently that police force was trying to enact Shia law. Well, not basically Islamic, using the Quran as a form of law, right? And that I have a problem with, because I have a problem with theologies everywhere. But apparently, according to Syria's government, they're focused on restoring order. And, how they do that will be interesting as well. Let's go here to Al Jazeera, talk a little bit about
Turkish
that.
police have fired tear gas and water
Wait, whoops.
protesters in Istanbul.
I just re-clicked that same video. How did this happen? Sorry, TRT World. Sharia law, thank you. My brain just broke.
Syria's coastal areas have seen the fiercest escalation in the wake of Assad's fall. Heavy fighting erupted between armed groups loyal to ousted Assad and security forces under the new government. Violence broke out when a group of Assad's loyalists ambushed a security patrol on the highway, killing at least 13 personnel. The death toll quickly increased to hundreds. The clashes forced families to flee and businesses to close.
Armed men targeted civilians at random, trying to stir sectarian tensions and spread fear with propaganda. Then groups appeared, causing chaos with explosions and kidnappings, telling us to leave our shops and threatening us. They wanted to remove this new government and bring Assad back. We've seen real improvements on the ground since the fall of Assad. At the end of the day, people just want to live in peace.
The fighting continued for days, causing significant damage to infrastructure and hampering aid deliveries.
The attacks of former regime armed groups paralyzed essential services delivery to civilians, such as electricity, water, and bread. When the clashes ended and security was enforced, we began working on restoring the basic services and repairing what was damaged.
This sounds like
some civilians.
This sounds like some sort of a glow-up piece from TRT World here. What is this right now? I thought Turkey hated HTS. This is fascinating. But it's the Assad loyalists' fault that war crimes were committed. Come on.
Come on.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I think Assad's a horrifying asshole, and he also committed a shit ton of war crimes and crimes against humanity and suppression against the people. Doesn't justify kicking it all back off, right? Like I don't appreciate it. And the fact is, the way that this supposed return to security happened was just wrong.
To the Russian Hmeimim airbase, citing reported violations during the clashes. In response, the government established an independent committee to investigate and hold perpetrators accountable. Officials say the committee operates independently.
Unregulated groups exploiting the chaos back then and caused some damage too. The work of the committee is completely neutral and independent. We are only providing some logistical support to them. Also, we are working with the civilians at Yemen Air Base to ensure their safe return to their homes.
Efforts to rebuild remain challenging as security concerns persist. Security forces have tightened their grip on the region, aiming to prevent further escalation and reassure displaced civilians that it is safe to return home.
It's looking a little martial law-y right now. It's a few too many people with AK-47s on the streets for my liking. But let's not stay too down. Let's not, wallow in the worst things on the planet, because there are some things to appreciate, even in Syria. People trying to, take this moment, this month of March, to celebrate Ramadan as it's still going on. Let's go here to AP Archive from 6 days ago, where Syrians in Idlib were marking Ramadan festivities. Their first without Bashar al-Assad as their leader. Bread. That bread looks good. Look at all the delicious fruits. Bread and fruit, a good combination indeed. I forgot this one doesn't have subtitles. Damn you, AP Archive, why can't you just do your jobs? Huh? It's very rude.
How rude.
What is in that bag?
بعد الحمد لله سقوط الاسد ان شاء الله المستقبل احسن يعني اهم شيء انه خلصنا من عائله الاسد كلها خلصنا منها هي اهم شيء الحمد لله بالنسبه لنا ان شاء الله الوضع افضل لنا ولاولادنا الحمد لله يعني ان شاء الله بينك الامور كلها جايه للاحسن ان شاء الله تعالى.
Okay. Well, there you go. People in Syria celebrating Ramadan for the first time since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. We've actually gone to Syria another time. People are saying prices have certainly dropped since Assad left. Impeccable living, falling asleep. Oh, yes, you sleep well. By the way, I noticed somebody sent a donation on PayPal. Really appreciate you. Oh God, we are getting really close to the end of this stream, people. Running out of that Sunday FUNDAY content. Quicker and quicker. Let's just quickly stop in Yemen before we head to Asia. As with everything that's gone on in recent days, it would seem that Yemen, at least the Houthis, and the United States are officially at war. This was a protest that was held in Yemen. Here's the Reuters live stream from earlier this week showing you how many people were out here.
اجعلوا الصوم المجاهد زادا يا من باسم الشرع يحكم سوريا إن الكيان بأرضكم يتمادى أعمل بصهيون سكاكين الفنا
mean, it seems like there's about, like, I don't know, 200 people across and then like a mile long. I don't know what a mile times 200 people is, but it's a lot. It's a lot. There must be 500,000 people out here or something. It is wild. It is freaking wild. But of course, the recent strikes in Yemen by the United States allegedly killed dozens of civilians, nearly 50 of them, and almost zero Houthi militants. But here's PBS NewsHour. According to them, from a few days ago, and top Houthi official, like I just mentioned, United States and Yemen are the Houthis at war.
Overnight, Houthi rebels fired another missile at Israel from their base in Yemen. The Houthis are labeled by the United States as a foreign terrorist organization supported by Iran. And yesterday, President Trump once again demanded Iran cease its support and wrote of the Houthis, they will be completely annihilated. Nick Schifrin speaks to a top Houthi official and reports how the Trump administration hopes its new airstrike campaign will succeed where previous ones have failed.
In the Red Sea, once again, the U.S. Navy is at war. For 6 days, the U.S. has launched dozens of strikes and sorties attacking Houthi targets in Yemen, including for the first time Houthi leadership.
At the end of the day, we are at war with America, and of course there will be casualties, but these casualties do not include senior leadership.
Jamal Amer is the Houthi foreign minister. We spoke to him from the Houthi control.
Now, honestly, something refreshing about having a country actually just declare war, right? Rather than all this bullshit and extended military operation crap the United States has been pulling for the last 3 decades, pretending like we're not at war. We're just doing extended military operations that really look like war. Has all the hallmarks of war, but easier to fund it if you don't have to genuinely declare war. Circumvent, congressional oversight. 91 likes. Wow. Do you want that like now, or do you want it rolled over to Monday? Because we have 4 videos left right now, chat. I'll give it to you. I feel like it would be better put to use. Wait, 890 likes. Wait, we're short 2. We're short 2 emotional support characters. Okay, this is unprecedented. I'm going to give you the option to roll over 2 emotional support characters. Unfortunately, the mods fell asleep. I might need to make another mod at some point. I've been meaning to. Just because the more we grow, I feel like the more I stream, or whatever you want to call it. Like, it just seems like it's, I think these streams have been going longer recently than they used to, and it's made it so that we have portions of the stream where we're going unmodded. And they're the ones who usually remind me of likes. Them or Jerry. I haven't seen Jerry recently. Oh, right, Jerry's in the hospital. I hope Jerry's okay. Everybody say a prayer for Jerry right now. Say a prayer to Gary. Or to whatever God you wish. Hope she's doing okay. I think she's in the hospital right now. Or at least in some sort of medical situation. We should all hope for her swift recovery here. Okay, yeah, I'm going to give you all the option. One or 2 in chat. 1, if you want us to roll it over. 2, if you don't. If you want them right now for the last 4 videos. Okay. Let's go to China. Let's talk the TikTok ban. Here's France 24 English from 20 hours ago. U.S. TikTok ban. New Oracle deal would violate U.S. law requirements, according to one expert.
What?
Illegal?
Illegal.
I'm seeing more ones in chat than twos. I'm going to hold on to that. I'm going to hold on to those 2 support characters for next stream. That's a lot. You're going to start off next stream with just a dearth, embarrassment, emotional support. Oh my gosh. I'm almost excited for it. I'm excited for you, chat. I'm excited for you. Okay, China. Here we go.
China.
Ahem. Go, web, go. Go. Web. Go. Fly, web, fly.
For more on this, Jonathan Penny joins us on the program. He's an associate professor at Osgoode Hall Law School at York University in Toronto. Professor Penny, thank you for joining us. So I want to get right into it. I mean, Donald Trump went from pushing for TikTok to be banned to then later opposing the Biden administration's efforts. Can you talk us through the shift in strategy?
If not sooner.
Absolutely. So this was a law that was passed under the prior administration, under Biden's administration. And it was one that was really bipartisan. You had both Republicans and Democrats working in Congress to pass this law. At least the stated justification was the concern, national security concerns about TikTok. That is, TikTok being a platform that is easily controlled and influenced by the Chinese government. Why? Because ByteDance, the Chinese internet, Chinese-based internet company that owns and controls the platform, is based in Beijing. So it's one that easily is compelled to follow all the dictates of the Chinese state. Media, censorship, other kinds of security concerns. These were what went into the justification for the ban. What happened is that the ban came into...
I still think that those justifications are nonsense, since our own social media companies do not hesitate to sell data to whomever the fuck wants it. And so if they wanted to do something about data security, they'd pass a law, like maybe similar to what the EU has, or even more stringent. I don't know.
Technically, as of January 19th. So Biden's still president at that stage. He signs the ban into law. And so TikTok goes dark for a few days. Trump is then sworn in January 21st. You have an entirely new administration, and Trump takes an entirely different approach to TikTok. What was expected was that he would enforce the ban. And the way the ban worked was either TikTok is entirely divested of this Chinese internet company's ownership, that is ByteDance. ByteDance has to give up control of the platform entirely at that stage. Or if it doesn't, then it's entirely banned in the United States. What happens is Trump immediately signs an executive order when he's sworn in, delaying the application of that ban for 75 days. Now, under the law, the president does have power to delay enforcement of the ban, but only where there is good faith negotiations towards divestiture, that is, qualified divestiture as defined under the law. And that means ByteDance, this Chinese internet company that is easily controlled by the Chinese government, must give up ownership and influence of the platform itself. Trump has taken an entirely different tact.
So J.D. Vance said last week that an agreement satisfying U.S. national security concerns is almost certain. Do you think that that's credible? And if so, what might that look like?
So this seems to be the line that the new administration is taking. And what I would say is, based on what has been reported, what Trump has said, what J.D. Vance has said, is that this new deal that will likely be approved will be in violation of what the law actually requires. As I mentioned earlier, the law requires qualified divestiture. That is, ByteDance must give.
Interesting. That's a real development in this situation. Sounds like maybe ByteDance will continue to own TikTok, according to the new Trump deal. It's fascinating.
I have to have my China.
Omegastar gifting 5 Galactic News Network members here, nearing the end of the stream. So generous. Who got him? Mr. Spock! Mr. Spock, you just got it. Oh wait, no, you didn't. I'm sorry. That's not true. I just read your chat. It was just the first chat that happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Made a huge tiny mistake.
I made a huge tiny mistake.
Evan from Portland. Evan from Portland's really going to appreciate that. He's already a Galactic patron. Now he can be even more Galactic in the YouTube chats. Mrs. Jones, Fatal Imbalance, Abo Carr, and Therian Maya. All gifted memberships by Omega. Thank you, Omega. You are so great. Really appreciate you. It's fantastic. More green people? Certainly more Galactic people. I mean, you all are green right now, but those badges are going to be changing any minute now, I think. Pretty soon. I think there's a 3-month badge. I can't remember. I have to look at it. The color designates how long you've been a Galactic memby. Alright. Let's do some, honestly, not that difficult stuff left. The rest of it's pretty Sunday Funday, I'm not going to lie. Let's talk a little, let's talk a little Chinese cultural history. Real quick. Let's go to Associated Press from 4 hours ago. Workers restore relics in China's Forbidden City with a mix of science and tradition.
It's science.
China.
It's a space reward for hanging out until you woke up. Oh, I had no idea that there was a space reward out for such a thing, but that's a great reward for being the last streamer left either in space and or Earth right now. We do go until ridiculous hours, don't we? Wait, whose birthday? Happy birthday? Whose birthday is it? Albert? Albert? Albert, is it your birthday? Why can't I see the message saying that it's your birthday? Either way, if it is your birthday, happy birthday. I could going into the if you like, do a little birthday song. It's a tradition around here when space fams have their birthdays. We listen to one of 2 birthday song options. Either Marilyn Monroe singing Happy Birthday to JFK, or Bambi Thug's birthday song. Very different vibes, I would point out. All right, to China.
比如说我们想看这一层物质是来自于环境的，比如说是这种大气沉降的，还是它本身变成的，然后对它的腐蚀机理进行。
I forgot. This is Mandarin. Take 2. Gotta read subs. Go and go. No. Yeah. We want to learn what the black material is, whether it's atmospheric sediment or it's the result of substantial change. from within, so we examine its substrate and then decide how to preserve it. We have exchanges with the clock restorers of other countries after communicating with them. We bought advanced equipment. We have exchanges with the clock restorers of other countries. Oh wait, I already read that. The equipment improved the accuracy and efficiency of our restoration work. Oh my god, that looks crazy. Especially with the 3D scanning. We can scan each critical aspect. Wait. I got distracted looking at this golden carriage led by an elephant. Especially with 3D scanning, we could scan each critical part of the clocks and accumulate the data needed for study. This work will provide technical support for making replicas in the future. Many people think cultural relic restoration and protection is for the antique itself. It is not. It is through the protection of the antique that we can protect the cultural values it carries, and that is our ultimate goal. Well, seems like Chinese Communist Party certainly has changed over the years. I think back during the Great Cultural Revolution, this would not have flown whatsoever. But yeah, people attempting to restore and preserve cultural, historical relics. All right, now let's go to a different piece of Chinese historical culture, if you will. Cantonese opera. Something, a tradition that's been held at one theater in Hong Kong for many years, but is now going to be ending. South China Morning Post from a day ago. Sunset for Hong Kong's Sunbeam Theater. All good things come to an end. I've done all I can to preserve Sunbeam, and kept it open for another 12 years. 1 month before Hong Kong Sunbeam Theater was scheduled to close, it hosted an open day for the public. I am just like that legendary hero, Go Jing, who failed to defend his city. This is how society works. So please feel free to take photos at Sunbeam. Thank you, and I wish you all a prosperous year of the snake. Hong Kong Sunbeam Theater was founded in 1972. It soon became renowned for its hosting Chinese traditional art performances, especially Cantonese opera. In 2024, Island Evangelical Community Church acquired several floors of the building. The Christian church paid 750 million Hong Kong dollars, or 95 US dollars for it, with plans to turn it into a community hall. The new owners pledged to honor shared memories of the city's last independent Cantonese opera. The end of an era here in Hong Kong. A Christian church taking over relic. Sad, but it's a reality. Thanks a lot, Netflix. What did Netflix do in relation to all of this? What do you mean by that, Omega Star? Very confused. I mean, sure, Netflix has probably done some shitty things. I just don't know specifically what we're talking about. Oh shit, I forgot to say. That was, you know what? We'll keep playing it. Play a little bit more. We'll play the final day here. We'll go here. But here, get a little round of applause. As this is our penultimate video of the night. Made it 9.5 hours so far. Don't worry, we'll still have a Galactic after stream as always. March 3rd, 2025, Sunbeam Theater's final day. When we closed the doors on March 3rd, I have no idea what to expect on King's Road. The closing ceremony will be a huge event, but the space we have is limited. There could be tens of thousands of people. I really don't know how to manage. The last day of Sunbeam. If you don't watch it now, you won't get a chance. There's nothing we can do. All good things must come to an end. It's a goodbye. I think Sunbeam represents the memories for me and my family. Now I think it's a shame to see it close. Well, I think Sunbeam was perhaps more than just the location. It has a spirit of its own. Even if it changes into a different kind of venue, as long as Cantonese opera exists, Sunbeam will continue to thrive. Okay, kind of a bittersweet moment. People attempting to celebrate and remember this theater before it's gone. Star-Lord speaks all languages. I wish that was true. I really genuinely wish that was true. You know, I wish I had studied more languages, honestly. Like, I used Duolingo for a while and tried my best to, like, learn things that I was interested in, you know, different stuff. And I was, you know, I always, not always, but from a pretty young age, I learned French, and Latin, which have helped me, you know, to some degree. But man, do I wish I spoke more languages. Really do. Like I said, I tried it on Duolingo to learn a number of things, but like Mandarin and Greek, Russian, stuff like that. But they're very tough. They're very tough to learn these things as an adult, and I think, especially as life gets busier and busier, you have less time to work on these sorts of little things. Well, Chad, we made it to the end. Final fucking video. Here it comes. A little good work clip from 5 days ago. We're going to try and unpack. We're going to go to war with China, or what? What's happening with that?
China. I read that we were going to war with China, right?
Like us personally? When would that be? Could we do late March maybe? I'm supposed to go to France.
We do late March.
War with China would work for me in like July,
shit.
I think.
Am I supposed to go to Martha's Vineyard in July?
I'm sorry. I just realized the volume's low.
War with China, you have to do training beforehand too. So you think about...
Sorry, chat. I just realized I had low volume view because I was doing the subtitles a second ago. Take two. Take two.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Just so you know, this is a parody, if not aware. For whatever reason, with good work.
I read that we were going to war with China, right?
Like us personally?
China.
When would that be? Could we do late March maybe? I'm supposed to go to France.
War with China would work for me in like July, I think.
Am I supposed to go to Martha's Vineyard in July?
I think if you go to war with China, you have to do training beforehand too. So you think about like, not only the month of war, but like a month of pre-war, like a warm-up, like a G League for war.
A G League.
Does Mark Wahlberg's F-45 count?
It does. Maybe. They have a plan.
Why are we going to war with China?
Because of GDP, right?
They have GDP? I thought we did GDP.
They invented GDP.
It's like fireworks. They invented GDP, I think.
And
maybe.
right?
And paper. Yeah. Maybe?
And paper. I think wasn't that the Egyptians?
Okay, I think that works. Let's get this up.
Yeah.
Post it.
Well, there you go, chat. A little comedy to end this Sunday fun day. Thankfully, no, not yet. Hey, whoa, settle down. No, we can't do this. No, we're not going to do this. We cannot just randomly go to a David Cross video. Rest assured, we are not yet at war with China, officially. Okay, I felt that was a reasonable way to end a Sunday fun day. A little comedy. Thank you, good work. Continue doing all that good work over there. Oh. Red-headed chucklehead. All right. Well, looks like we got through another stream, chat. It was quite long and also arduous, but thankfully we had each other while facing the perils of this Sunday fun day. That is going to be it for me tonight. Until I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. You didn't think I'd forget this, did you? Oh shit, what's going on? This is all wrong. Take two. These are your galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W., Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Gnarled by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding. What just happened? Decipher, Geo Dragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Boa Noab, Nadia, Choki, Skelts, Tracy Eva, Mrs. Jen, Omegastar, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, and Donald James X. But there's more. Evan from Portland, Impeccable Living, McGoggles, Lovely Pariah, Mish, and Becky. That's right. All these people here helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. Oh, I can't forget this before we go to the after stream. Is this updated? This better be updated, I swear to God. Galactic benefactors! Just want to mention another group of patrons who've taken it to the next level. People like PB. Wonderful lady who's in chat all the time. Nadia. Same thing for her. Really great people all around here in the benefactors. People like Mo and Noah, who not only mod, but take their galactic support as far as it can go. Tracy Eva. A new addition to the galactic benefactor list, but certainly just as good. Donald James X. Great man. Great space fan. Omega Star. There you are. I see you in chat. Mitty. Galactic mod. Galactic contributor. Galactic hero. Mrs. Jen. Old school as it gets. Been in here since the beginning. Disco Wolf. A wolf, a man. Which one is it? Either way, great guy. Techno Apoc. Actually, Techno Apoc, why are you still on this goddamn list? This is the old one. That just made me mad. Normal by nature. I love you. Oh. I'm sorry, chat. I failed you.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
God, that's upsetting. I'm just gonna move right past this. Gosh, I'm just gonna go straight to the goddamn after stream. Why can't I just have so many files? I just need to start deleting files. I've been keeping track of them for posterity's sake, and I just keep clicking the wrong ones because lack of organization has been getting worse and worse. The more responsibilities I have around here. Eight and a half halves. Wait, no. Five halves. Not 8 halves. What you talking about?
What you talking about?
Okay. Bad Lefty. Get out of here. It's good seeing you. It's been too long since I've seen you. Well, I guess I've seen you a couple times, but I feel like you've taken a small galactic break. Anyone who takes a galactic break has missed. You need the whole space fams here all the time. Otherwise, I'm sad inside. Okay, here we go. You can thank you by changing your avatar. I'm gonna do it. I almost did it today. I started it, actually. I started working on it today. So, just know that I am actually putting work into it. But literally ran out of time and started the stream. I at least have the cutouts done. I have not yet switched out your current kitty photo for a new kitty photo. But I will do it.
Immediately, if not sooner.
I just wish I had a way for you all to transfer your files directly to my computer so I didn't have to, take them off of Discord. There's just so many tiny little things that all take me, whatever, fractions of time. I gotta get better at time management. It's definitely one of my faults, or deficiencies. I'm gonna try harder. I'm gonna be better. Starting us out. Thank you, Omega Star. I appreciate you so very much. Be right back, chat. Can I make the snail a zombie snail? I could, if that's what Sasha G wanted me to do. That's Sasha G's avatar. So, can't do it without Sasha's permission. But maybe for next Halloween. Guess we'll see what happens. As avatars got Halloween costumes last Halloween, and I plan to do it again this year. Alright, now back, for real. And also, for that, Godcat. Thank you for celebrating your membership. Hope floats, Matt and Godcat forever. Yeah, enshrined in the stream for eternity. Burb. By the way, to anybody joining the Discord, make sure to read the rules all the way through, or you won't be able to get through to the server.